And we are apparently live on YouTube as well now, which is always very exciting. So we'll get the guest box open and we'll get some business done tonight, I hope. We'll get some good conversation going. This is actually a topic I haven't run before, but I thought it might be fun. Might be fun to do it. Good evening, friends. Very, very nice to see you. Extremely good to see you all. And as ever, thank you very much for coming to hang out with me on a Saturday evening, depending on where you are, of course. If you're in the US, it's kind of early evening or even afternoon if you're on the West Coast. But wherever you are, I'm very, very happy to have you here. Someone who is not here today is Sean, because he's off on his travels again. So we wish Sean well. Sean, if you are listening at any point, we miss you. We hope you're having a wonderful time and you're having a lovely weekend. And hello to everyone else. It's fantastic to see you all. So yes, as one or two have noted, this is a slightly bolder comment, isn't it, from me? This is the first time I've ever run this particular title, and I feel that it needs a little bit of qualifying. I also have a feeling that I may end up qualifying this a few times tonight. That's if we have any guests, of course, because it's a big, bold claim to make, right? So let me just clarify the parameters of this claim. If we're saying that there's absolutely any allowable concept of God at all, then of course I can't claim that that's not real, because how could I ever know that? On what basis could I even judge it? There could be some concept of God, some sort of, if somebody defined God in some kind of very loose way as some creative reason why everything exists, well, okay, maybe under those conditions we could allow that word to be used in that sense. What I'm referring to here, really, with this claim, essentially is the one we all know, right? We all know which one I'm talking about, right? We're kind of talking about the Bible God. We're talking about the Abrahamic God, the one who is defined as having various properties, being all powerful and all knowing and all good, you know, that one. So that's the one I'm talking about, and that's the one we'll be engaging on. So if people do come in wanting me to prove or provide an argument why their sort of idiosyncratic special God that they've invented is not real, then I probably won't be able to do that, because how could I ever know? So we're going to kick things off with Igor, who is our first guest.
Yo, what's up, love, bro?
Hey, Igor, how are you?
Okay.
Excellent. Well, welcome. You're our first guest. So, do you agree with me about this?
Nah.
You have a different view.
Yeah. Do you think God is bad?
Well, I'm not talking about his goodness or badness at the moment. I mean, we can get into that.
But just answer my question real quick.
Which God?
Let's go with let's go with Allah. Is he bad?
The God of the Quran, I think, yeah, is pretty bad.
But how can he be bad if he doesn't exist?
Well,
dumbass.
Well, we can look at a character, for example, in fiction, right? So, like, we could say, was Darth Vader bad? We can talk about that. Or is Voldemort bad?
No, I would say Darth Vader would be bad if he was real, dumbass.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much what I would say.
Hey, you're supposed to be smart. You have glasses, dumbass.
Yeah, weirdly, I bought these glasses hoping that they were going to make me smarter, but sadly they didn't. So, would you like to?
Obviously.
I know. So, would you like to actually make an argument for why you think God is real, or are you just trolling?
Sure. Okay. Let's go with what's my easiest, because this is like low-hanging fruit for me.
Is it? Fantastic. Me too.
It is. Dumbass.
For me too.
You gotta stop wearing glasses if you're gonna be so dumb.
It would be wonderful. No, you can actually be quiet for a moment. So it would be fabulous, and we would all greatly appreciate it if you could demonstrate some manners. Is basic civility beyond your skill set, or is it something that you think you could manage?
So you talk smart and you have glasses, but you're dumb.
I just asked you a question. A reply would be great. Is being civil and polite something you can manage, or is it more than you can can muster up?
I can manage. You're the one being
Well
rude
done.
on it, man.
Okay, well then we can agree not to call each other names, and we can stand or fall by the strength of our
You
arguments.
literally been calling me names. I haven't been calling you anything.
That's lovely. Okay, so present an argument for the God you believe in, and so far the only one you've mentioned is the God of Islam. So I'm going to assume that's the one you like. So why do you think that that the God of Islam is real?
All right. So let's say you have a cake, right?
Let's say you have a cake. Okay.
No, you have a cake. I don't have a cake. You have a nice, voluptuous cake. And so with that, you have to did the cake make itself?
You're not serious,
Yes,
are you?
no, maybe so. Did the cake make itself?
This is a moment where everyone's
Yes,
thinking
no, maybe so. Did the
Poe's
cake make
law.
itself?
Everyone's imagining
Oh.
Poe's law at the moment.
You
and
call
trying to
me a hoe?
and trying to
I'm
figure
not
out
a hoe, sir.
whether this person is serious or not. And I'm gonna go on the side of not serious. So not serious, I'm happy to have a discussion, but not with clowns. So there you go. Let's get Adam in next, and let's see if Adam can demonstrate more intelligence than our last guest, which I suspect he will be able to. Hi, Adam.
I can't promise you intelligence. Hello.
We can try.
Yeah,
we
I
can
can
try. Yeah. Well, welcome. What do you think about our quote here?
I think I don't know, like an anthropomorphized God that people, attribute things to.
Yeah.
That we can see human flaws in. I feel like that God definitely does not exist. That's describing a misunderstanding of what God is.
Okay.
But God being what is it called? Like the grounds of reality itself.
Right.
God being the necessary existence, like existence exists and non-existence doesn't exist. So there's a necessary existence at the foundation of reality. If you describe that as God, which I believe the ancients did, before you added anything else to it, it was just that, the necessary existence, and it was what was ordering reality. That
Right.
God does exist because I see order in the chaos around me, and I see intelligence outside of minds. So there must be intelligence innately built in.
I'm
So
trying
I
to.
would say,
Yeah, I'm trying to
go ahead.
discern the difference between the thing you're describing. But are you driving at the moment, by the way? I'm hearing indicator sounds.
No, I'm in my car, but I'm pulled over to the side. If I'm driving, you
Okay.
can't even hear me. My mic is all messed up.
Okay. Yeah, please don't drive in live. We can't have that. Okay. So I'm trying to discern a difference between the thing you're describing and just reality. Because if you're just saying, well, there is reality, and we're going to just call that God, well, then obviously I'd agree with you, right, by that definition. But if you're suggesting that there's some kind of mind that's operational to create reality, I don't see the evidence for that.
Well, okay. There's like two different philosophies when it comes to this. Some would describe it as like a principle. It's kind of like a mindless principle. It's ordering reality. It's foundational. It's intelligent, and all it does it creates what's around you so that reality it sets the parameters so that reality can exist. And others would say, well, because it orders everything around you, then it must have intelligence. It must have will because it's designed a specific way and not another way. And therefore, if it has intelligence and will, then it has a mind, or it is mind. It's consciousness itself. And I would say I'm part of that like philosophy. I would say consciousness, the source of consciousness is God. We're all participating in that consciousness, but it is conscious in itself.
But I mean, are you not just anthropomorphizing nature? Like to me, like, the ancients used to look at thunder and lightning and say, well, that must be conscious. The thing creating this must be conscious. Is that not what you're doing? Because to me, that sounds like what you're doing. You're perceiving order in nature, and you're inferring agency in that order, right? That's what it looks like to me. How can you be sure this isn't just how things are?
I don't really know. Like, I don't know, because if it was random, if it was completely random, there wouldn't be patterns repeating within it. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not completely random, right? Because we've got natural processes that produce order. like crystallization and the formation of lattices in atomic lattices and crystals and snowflakes and DNA and all of these sorts of things. Where there are natural processes that cause these things.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Natural process? Like, what does that even mean?
It means they're unguided and there isn't a mind behind them. They happen according to mechanisms that we understand, and therefore we don't.
No, but
need
isn't
a
that
mind.
a description? Isn't that a description that they're unguided and there's nothing causing them necessarily, but it just happens to be that way? Isn't that us reading that onto it? Like, you can look at the same thing and say, "Oh, it's a coincidence," or "Oh, it was designed."
I understand what you're saying.
That's just an aspect of perspective.
I hear you. You could accuse me of circular reasoning, right? Of like smuggling in my conclusion to the beginning. But the reason why I'm not doing that is that there's any infinite number of things that we could hypothesize about being the causes of things around us, right? We could say, oh, this is obvious. There must be pixies, or there must be fairies, or there must be something like that. The reason why we don't is that it's unnecessary. It doesn't add any explanatory power, and we don't require those hypotheses in order to make sense of the world. So although we can't disprove them, there's no point in assuming them or even really thinking about them unless there's some evidence for them. And I think that's the same for intelligence. So, for example, we can explain.
Wait, can I say something about that point specifically?
Sure, yeah.
I feel like it was a straw man because you're bringing up pixies and like fairy tales and stuff in order to make it seem like this is all ludicrous.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying that they're extraneous to requirements. They don't fulfill any function. Let me finish my line of argument here, right? So
okay,
some people would look at water falling from the sky and say, this must be explained in terms of someone making the water fall from the sky, right? And people who didn't understand the water cycle would have said that that's a reasonable inference. Now we understand the water cycle, and we understand that water moves around the planet in a certain way. It evaporates. That's my cat, sorry. It evaporates, it condenses, and we understand how weather works, right? Now that we have that understanding, does it make any sense to say, well, it might still be, a conscious mind making the water fall out of the sky? Like, it might be, but we don't need to hypothesize that. It doesn't add any explanatory power. It complicates things by making a really simple explanation no longer simple, because now you have to explain where this mind came from. And we don't need the mind to explain the water. So I think all of nature is like that. And so does my cat.
Okay,
what do you think?
I'm going to come back up and continue the discussion later. I'm driving now.
Oh, now you're driving. Okay, well, thanks for being honest about that. Cheers, thanks. Okay, we are going to head over to the YouTube side and bring in Fro. Hey, Fro. Are you there? Or is this video playing funny games again? Fro, I can't hear you. If you can hear me, you might need to refresh your browser so we can hear what you're saying, because right now, I cannot see you. Fro's dropped down, and we'll try that again. We now have Gohan, it looks like. Okay, we're going to bring in Gohan. How's this? Gohan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Welcome.
How are you doing?
Yeah, very well indeed, thanks. We'll get rid of Adam from the caller display there, and we'll get your name up, and then we all know who we're talking to, and hopefully it's all good. There we go. Welcome up. What would you like to say?
This is my first time calling into the show.
Sure. You're very welcome.
What do you guys usually talk about on the show?
Well, we always talk about subjects related to religion and belief. This is actually the first time I've ever run this particular topic. But I'm happy to kind of talk about anything in the area of religious belief, whether you think God is real, whether you think God is good, whether you think there's a requirement for us to believe it, how you think we should think about non-believers. That's really the kind of area that I like talking about. So anything in that area. What about you? What's your view on this?
Can we talk about heaven and hell?
Sure, absolutely.
So pretty much I want to get into why people go to heaven and why people go to hell.
One of my favorite subjects. So before we do, can you just tell me what your religious affiliation is?
Yes. I am Catholic.
Okay.
And like, if I was just going to summarize my view on heaven and hell pretty
Yeah.
quickly,
Sure.
is that like a common saying, like C.S. Lewis says it in a couple of his books, but the gates of hell are
Locked
locked
from the
from
inside.
the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know that one. Yeah. Yeah. So
it's
what do you
saying
take that to
like
mean? What do you take that to mean?
that nobody is really sent to hell. People are rejecting heaven, and what is being rejected in heaven is not like eternal bliss, but it is being with God. And
Right.
being with God is meant to bring eternal bliss. But if you
Okay.
reject God, then you're not with God, and the only place to be not with God is in hell.
Sure. Okay, so let's think about this. So what is it that ends up with a person being sent to hell? What has to happen in order for a person to be sent to hell?
Somebody like you're asking like my own opinion or like the Christian, like the correct
I'm asking
Catholic
you. I'm
belief?
asking what you think, because every person comes to Scripture with their own kind of views and priors and interpretive biases and all the rest of it, right? So I'm interested to know, in your view, what do you think a person needs to do in order to end up in hell?
To not want to be with God, to choose something other than God, or just
Right.
outright reject God.
So what about a person who just doesn't think God exists?
Well, I think when you die, you will, I mean, assuming God is real, once you die, you will know God is real because, like, I think you'd be given that information because obviously it's not the end. So God is real, and then you'd be left with a choice of, yes, I want to be with him based off of what I know, or no, I don't want to be with him. So I think after you
Right.
die, there's going to be no such thing as an atheist.
Right. So you reject the biblical idea that you have to make this determination while you're alive, and that if you die not believing in Jesus and not having accepted his sacrifice, that there are consequences for that. You reject that idea?
I'd say like I would rephrase it, and I'm sorry. I know this is not okay, but would I be able to call back in like 5 minutes?
Yeah, you can call back later if you want to. That's absolutely fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm very sorry.
no problem. No problem at all. All right, we'll speak to Gohan later on.
Yes,
Speak
sir.
to you soon. All right, take care.
Thank
We have lots of temporary callers today, which is just an interesting thing. So hopefully we'll get Gohan back later on. But right now we're going to try and get Fro back in again. Hopefully it will work a second time. Fro, are you there?
I am, and now
Excellent.
I fixed my microphone.
Ah, the old fixed microphone trick. Excellent. Well, happy to have you back. Welcome in, and the floor is yours. Nice to meet you too. What would you like to say?
Can you define what you mean by God when you say he's not real?
Yeah, I mean, I basically mean most people's idea of a creative, conscious being that created everything, is responsible for all of reality, and kind of invigilates it on a moment-to-moment basis, and is all-powerful and all-knowing, and many people would say all good. So the sort of biblical God. I think if you have a very unusual and idiosyncratic personal idea of God as some amorphous organizational principle or something, well then okay, then I would couch my phrase slightly differently, and I would say something like, we have no reason to think that's real, but it might be.
Would you call yourself a hard atheist?
I would call myself an agnostic atheist with respect to all God concepts, and a hard atheist with respect to certain God concepts. So I think that, for example, the God, the triomni God, is almost certainly not true, cannot exist, because it has incoherent properties. The properties of a god defined in that way, in my opinion, preclude existence.
Do you mind going over that for me?
Yeah.
So I understand kind of where your viewpoint is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I think, for example, if a god is all powerful,
Mhm.
And all knowing, then you would say, well, an all knowing god must know what it's like to make mistakes. An all knowing god must know what it's like to fail. An all knowing god must know what it's like to try something and not achieve what you wanted to try. If you haven't had those experiences, you can't have personal knowledge of them. But those experiences aren't compatible with an all-powerful god. And we can do little language tricks like saying, well, he limits his power. But yeah, but if you've limited your power, then you don't experience an authentic version of those failures. You experience a filtered version of those failures with the background knowledge that you could have it another way if you wanted to. That's not authentic. It's not the real thing.
Can I ask you maybe a stupid question when it comes to that then?
Sure.
Would you say that then to a certain point, your argument is if God is all powerful, he can't create, he can create the stone that is too heavy to lift, but since he created that, he proved himself not being the creator because he can't lift the stone. Is that kind of?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit like that. And those kind of questions, are cute. Can he make a chili so hot he can't eat it, and all of that kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's even more foundational than that for me. Like, if you look at the world around us, there's so much suffering in the world, and there's so much easily avoidable suffering in the world for an all-powerful God. So it must be the case that if there's a God, God wants that suffering. Well, how do you square a God who deliberately wants suffering with an all-benevolent God? Because if there was slightly less suffering, that would achieve the ends of omnibenevolence more effectively, right? So an all-good God would want the minimum amount of suffering necessary. And we don't have that.
I'm going to ask you a direct question. I'm assuming that you have read the Bible, right?
I wouldn't say that I've read every single page, but I have some Bible knowledge.
Well, you read through it. Okay.
There are people who are better acquainted with it than I, but I'll try to address your questions.
Yeah. So, would you say that the God that is representative of the Bible is a good God? Because I don't especially think so, and I am Christian. So
no, he's not good. He's horrendous. No. Yeah, he's a monster.
Yeah.
If he exists, of course. I don't think there's any reason to think that God exists. But if that God did exist, I would think that he would be the most catastrophic moral failure of any character ever depicted.
Yeah, and we can look at laws like slavery and things like that.
Exactly.
Just to mention very few things.
Yeah.
So would you say that you disbelieve in that particular God that is representative of the Bible could actually exist?
I think it's very unlikely. I think it's extremely unlikely. And I think if you look at like the history of that God, the fact that that God, that character of Yahweh from the Old Testament was a development of a polytheistic culture prior to that. He was just one of a number of gods. He was the God of the Israelites. He just kind of was, held up against other gods and deemed to be more powerful. And eventually the theology slipped into sort of monotheism. And it became the sort of orthodox view that now there's only one God. But we even talk about, in the Old Testament, you've got God getting upset about people worshipping other gods. And even there are signs and nods to that God being one of perhaps other ones. And I think when you look at the history of it, to me, it just looks the same as when I look at the history of the Aztec gods or the history of the, Polynesian gods or the history of other gods. To me, it's just a sort of storytelling and myth making, one that just happened to catch on very, very well, mainly when Constantine made it the official religion of the empire in the 4th century. It was the 4th century.
I'm going to ask maybe a weird question, but do you think that the God represented in the Book of Mormon is more likely than the Bible.
Well, it's sort of the
I don't
same.
think I don't think they are the same, but
They have
that's my
they
personal
yeah, they
opinion.
have common ground, don't they? I think the Book of
They do, but
Mormon
they
is
have
an obvious fraud. I think the Book of Mormon is an
yes,
obvious fraud, and
yes.
it builds on the New Testament, which is also an obvious fraud in some ways. I mean, not in quite the same way. The Book of Mormon is a fraud because the whole operation was fraudulent. The New Testament and Jesus, I'm not saying that the authors there were being deliberately fraudulent, but Jesus completely fails to fulfill the promise of the Old Testament Messiah figure. He just declares that he is that, but he clearly isn't.
It declares it with absolutely no proof.
Yeah, and no evidence, and constantly misquoting the Old Testament and misunderstanding it, and the New Testament authors clearly couldn't read the Hebrew, and they were probably working off Greek translations and making all sorts of mistakes, and quoting lines from one book of the Old Testament when actually they were from another one. And
but let me have it clear: you are not a mythicist, right?
I'm not a mythicist, no.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I don't know you, so
you sound, but that's fine. I mean, you sound like you're doing half my work for me. When you say you're a Christian, what do you actually mean?
I try to follow Christ as much as I can.
I mean, in every way?
As much as I can. No, I don't bury my cross and things like that. No.
You don't hate your family. You don't,
and I don't walk on water.
Yeah. Do you see the areas in which you don't follow Christ as being a failure or just a good judgment call on your part?
No, I fail. I definitely fail. I think we all fail. But
so do you think it would be better? Would you think it would be better if you did follow Christ in every way? Like if you stopped planning for the future and you started hating your family and all of those other things he told people to do?
Well, he also told us to love our neighbors as ourselves.
If they were fellow Israelites. If they were fellow Israelites.
If they were fellow Israelites.
Yeah. If not, slavery's all good, right?
Yeah. No, slavery is cool. Joking aside, I think there are things that Jesus taught I'm not very good at.
Right.
I'm not very forgiving, especially of myself.
Mm-hmm.
I struggle with sin, especially like some moral sins I find very, very hard to follow.
Got to make those graven images.
Sorry?
You've got to make those graven images.
Yeah.
So hard not to, I find. But I mean, wouldn't life be easier if you just said, look, Jesus said a lot of things. Some of the things he said were admirable, right? Messages about forgiveness and charity and kindness and the meek and all of that stuff. Wouldn't life be easier if you just said, the guy said some wise things in amongst a load of other completely horrendous things. And if we believe that Jesus is God, then also all of that Old Testament barbarism is on him, right? So he's not exactly the kind of person you'd want to hang out with, because whoever wrote those laws and did that stuff is clearly a psychopath. Wouldn't it be easier to just say, I'm going to take the good bits that he said, and I'm going to read up on some other people who said cool things like Confucius and other thinkers, and I'm going to just synthesize an ethic.
I have read Confucius, by the way.
Good for you. Good for you. Fantastic.
I love Confucius.
Wouldn't it be easier to just borrow from these different traditions and take the bits you like, ignore the bits you don't like, and not have to actually affiliate in a way that has so much baggage with it? Because the moment you call yourself a Christian, like that carries with it, like, are you tacitly supporting God sending people to hell? Do you have the cognitive dissonance of thinking about, well, what was God doing while the Holocaust was happening? You're just standing there with his arms folded, just watching, right? Could have intervened. His people apparently chose not to, right? It's I don't understand how anyone can live with the sort of cognitive load of this without needing to do some real sort of acrobatics.
Have you, by any chance, watched Passion of the Christ?
Years
The
ago.
Mel Gibson.
Yeah,
The Mel
years
Gibson
ago.
movie.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of Mel
yeah.
Gibson for various
Me neither.
reasons. Yeah,
Yes,
he's a little too much on the Nazi side for my taste.
he's a little too Nazi for me as well. I love that movie though. Have you seen the Da Vinci Code by any chance?
No, I think I avoided that one.
Okay, so there's the reason why I bring up those two movies. There's a priest in the Da Vinci Code that is a member of a sect that punish himself by hitting himself. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
Very hard thing.
Yeah.
What is it called?
Flagellation. Self-flagellation.
Self-flagellation. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I kind of feel like that with Christianity. I punish myself very hard because I find it difficult to be a sinner. I also find it very difficult to have this extreme fear of hell. And one of the reasons why I'm trying to deconstruct. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
We can all hear that, my friend. We can all hear that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in the right place. You're safe here.
Yeah. But what's holding me back?
Yeah.
From kind of like deconstructing completely is this fear of hell, this
Of course.
extremely fear of God being angry at me because I walk away.
Yeah. That is the most common reason. It's the most common reason why people reach the point where their mind is telling them something and their emotions are keeping them in a slightly different place. What you're saying is not unusual, is extremely usual, and very, very common. And most people who have deconstructed have been through what you're going through now. And all I can say to you is it gets easier. It does get easier. That part, the fear is like the last thing to go, because fear operates in a different place in our minds. You know, fear it's around the limbic system, the amygdala. It's a very emotional based type of experience, fear, whereas the kind of clever thinking bits, they operate in a different kind of cognitively a different layer, and so they can come into focus quite easily, but the fear is buried deep down. It's our ancestors, we owe our ancestors that, right? Because the fear centers in the brain are very, very old, very primitive.
It's almost like it's kind of like primal.
Survival. It's survival.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is, right? So thinking about this triggers your brain's survival mechanism, and then your brain wants to keep you safe. So your brain wants to stop you getting into an orientation that's going to feel that fear. It's really, really understandable. And all I can say to you,
the times I've tried before, and this is like I'm trying to be as honest as I can here, Tom.
You are.
The times I've tried before to walk away from my faith, it always comes and bites me in my ass. I feel like I walk away. I try to like not think about it. I try not to pray. I try not to be fearful.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like maybe like even months after I have kind of converted in my mind, I still feel. Yeah.
I hear you. So to me, this just means maybe you need a bit of support with this. You know, this might be one of the most difficult things you ever do. And then you feel like you're failing at doing it, right? And that doesn't feel fair either, because you're giving it a good effort. I'm so sorry that you're experiencing this. I want you to understand that the reason you're experiencing this is because your indoctrination was abusive. This is the reason why I do this stuff, is because I don't think it's fair that you were put in a situation where, as a grown adult, you can't follow your mind where it tells you reality is, because of the fears that were instilled in you earlier on, that is abusive. It's not fair, and you deserved better. You deserved better than that. You are worth more than that. You're not a sinner. Nothing bad is going to happen to you, and there isn't a God waiting in the shadows to judge you just for being honest about what you find convincing. So I don't know if you've tried or heard of recoveringfromreligion.org, but they are an organization based in the US, but they deal with people all over the world, and they have counseling services and people to talk to and support, and it's really, really they're really amazing organization. So you could start there and see if you can get a bit of support.
I go to a secular. I have a secular psychiatrist that I talk to a lot about that.
Well, but that's good too. This is too big to face alone. You know, the people who get this done do it because they have some support. You know, it could be support of a community like we have here. I promise you, you'll be very, very welcome here, and you will find other people here who are at various different stages of the process. Some similar to you, some did it years ago. Sean, who's my regular co-host, he's not here this evening, but he was a believer and he started to lose his faith, and he desperately didn't want to lose it. And he tried and he tried and he tried. And eventually there was just nothing he could do. And he came to terms with the fact that he didn't believe, and it was really painful for him. And now it doesn't cause him 1 second of pain. So it is a process. It is really hard at the beginning, but it does get easier. And the fear of hell does abate. It does go. And let me just offer you, before we move on, one thing that I want you to think about. You know, you could worry about the God of Christianity sending you to hell, but think about how much time you worry about the gods of any other religions sending you to hell, right?
Yeah.
You don't spend a second worrying about offending the God of Islam or any of the Hindu gods or you know, any other, right? They don't bother you for one moment, right? And there's just as much evidence for their God as there is for the Christian God. So this is just a theological version of telling kids there's monsters under the bed. They're going to come out if they don't behave themselves. That's all it is. That's all it is. And you don't have to let it.
I watched Monsters Inc. today with my girlfriend.
Isn't it wonderful?
She's never seen it before.
I love Monsters Inc. And there's a follow-up as well. There's a
Monster
sequel.
University.
Yeah. I love those films. I mean, I love most Pixar films. But Monsters Inc. is one of my favorites.
And I watched it with her, and I was kind of like laughing for myself because there's so many similarities between the boogeyman under the bed and God.
Yeah,
there's so many similarities between what we believe, like as a child is hiding in the closet in God. And I really wish I didn't believe. Like, no, there's absolutely nothing in my life I wish more than I just stop believing, because it like you say, it takes space in your head, it takes space in your time, it takes way too much space.
I honestly think you're on the right track, Fro. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I honestly think you're on the right track. I speak to a lot of people at various different stages, and you start to recognize patterns of speech, and you start to recognize the tension between where your mind is and where your heart is. And I've spoken to a lot of people who make the same kind of noises you're making now. And then when we speak a few months later or a little while later, they're in a slightly different place, slightly better, slightly less fearful, slightly more resolved. And it can take a bit of time. And don't pressurize yourself. Don't feel that if you don't achieve some measure of rejection of belief by a particular time that you're not doing it right. Just be kind to yourself and take the time you need and spend time in spaces like this. It doesn't have to be here. There are other wonderful people. I don't know if you've come across Leaving Faith, Sarah. She's absolutely wonderful. If you search for Leaving Faith on YouTube, she's fabulous. There's a guy called Daniel Green who streams mainly on TikTok, but I think he's not streaming right now. He's wonderful. There's obviously Deconstruction Zone, Justin. You should check his stuff out too.
I love Justin.
yeah.
I love Blitz, and I watch
So
Ian
you know,
as well. Yeah.
and Joel and Mezzo as well. You know, there's a that will help you along a lot, because you'll just get reinforcement for the fact that rationally there's no reason to believe any of this stuff, and the tension that keeps you in it will start to ease, especially if you interact with the other people. I mean, I've seen people in the chat already right now here saying, "Come back, Fro. You know, you're welcome here. Like, come and hang out with us. You know, I do this 3 times a week, and you're very, very welcome. And you'll see it will get easier. And if you ever want to email me personally, you can. It's John, Jon, at unconvincedbook.com. You
Are
just
you
shoot.
an author?
I'm an author. Yeah, you can shoot me an email anytime you want, and I'll be happy to talk to you as well, because I really feel for you. This is why I do this, because of people like you. You deserve better. You deserve not to have been abused and told that you're a sinner and threatened with bullshit stories of hell. You deserve better.
Is it strange that I don't feel abused?
No, it's part of it. It's a little bit like oh god, it's now my mind is emptying. What's the syndrome where people sort of fall in love with their kidnappers? It'll come back to me. Stockholm, thank you. Yeah, it's like that. Of course you don't feel abused, because this messaging
I'm not really allowed to talk about Sweden because I'm from Norway. But
fair enough. We'll make an exception in this case. I mean, you know, the thing is, here's the cruelty, right? Is that this harmful, damaging messaging often arrives wrapped in love. It often arrives from people we love and care about, who love and care about us. It's not delivered in a malignant way with the intention to harm, but that doesn't stop it being abusive. So that's why it often doesn't feel like abuse, but it is abuse.
Yeah. Do you mind linking your Discord thing in chat? So
of course. I will link to the Discord. Will I link to the Discord? Because I now don't have the link. I'll try to get it. If I can't get it while I'm actually streaming now, then I will put it either in the comments of the live. I will put it somewhere where you can find it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Tracy, if you're in, perhaps you could drop a link to the Discord. If anyone has it, drop a link to the Discord in the YouTube chat. I should have it with me right now, but it's all new. It was set up by a dear friend of mine called Tracy, who only did it in the last week. So the Discord is super new. It's just kind of getting up and running now. So actually,
can I ask you a personal question? Where in the UK are you from?
Just south of London.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I lived in Manchester for a year.
Right. Yeah, Manchester's lovely. So Fro, please stay in touch, and I mean it. If you want to email me, just drop me an email, and then I can send you the Discord or any other information. And you know, just you're doing all right. The fact that you've been willing to come up on a live stream and have this conversation and be so honest and so vulnerable kind of tells me that you have everything you need to get this done, and you're going to be all right. But you know, if you need a bit of support, that's what we're here for.
I appreciate that.
All right.
And you can thank Justin for me being here. When you were on his show, I watched that episode, and
did you?
Yeah, it was really good.
Oh, thank you. Well, I really appreciate that, and I owe Justin a lot. He's been super helpful to me as I've been getting up and running here. I couldn't ask for a better colleague in this space than him. I have huge respect for Justin.
You seem like a super caring person, and yeah.
Thanks, Fro.
Yeah.
Well, keep well.
Okay.
And let us know how you're doing, won't you?
I will. Okay.
All right, friend.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Well, I mean, what more can we say than that? This is why we do this, is for people like Fro. And I get emotional when I think about that, because you can all hear how decent he is. You can all hear how thoughtful he is, how smart he is. And this stuff is merciless. You know, even someone like that struggles. So we will get our next guest is going to be Mr. Terrific in just a moment. But we just need to read a few messages so we don't get behind on them. Not too many. We have Tim straight out the gate. Thank you so much, Tim. If I presuppose all the people here before me weren't, I'm first. I like that. Yeah, congratulations on that. That's excellent. And we have next up Mike Bowen. Igor can count to his IQ on his fingers. Also, shout out to my wife who's watching with me. She's beautiful. Well, shout out to your wife, Mike, and I think you're beautiful too. And hello to both of you. And I completely agree with your assessment of Igor. He basically came across as being pretty single cell to me. And then Tim again, I ground my reality with the green wire, or green and yellow in the UK. Got it? You got to, and we call it Earth. But yep, absolutely. That is the safe way to do it with the green wire. Okay, now let's move on. And we're going to get in Mr. Terrific. And then we have a couple of others in the queue. And we'll see what we are saying. Mr. Terrific, are you there?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. I'm doing good.
Excellent.
I'm feeling better than last time.
Good. Well, welcome back. And the floor is yours.
Yeah, so kind of want to restart on what I was saying about like me leaving the faith and stuff. The reason why I left Christianity was because for number one, I felt conditioned, mentally conditioned when I was going through the faith because part of because they were talking about like, okay, like God hears your thoughts, God, you know, knows what you're thinking, he knows what you're, and that kind of felt like conditional, because if I was having a negative thought, God can see that, and I was like, oh shit, well I don't want him to know that. So
yeah, it's super creepy, that, by the way. God knows your thoughts.
Right.
Like, how horrific is that?
Right, it just feels like invasion of privacy almost. But
it is. It's absolutely
yeah,
horrendous.
I won't say almost, but like, yeah. Also, like, I felt emotionally conditioned too. Like, if I had any negative emotion, like if I was angry, or if I was frustrated, or if I just felt ungrateful or anything, or just stressed out, then yeah, that would have an effect on my life too, because it just felt like, okay, like I have to bottle in all these emotions, and then so God doesn't know that, like, I'm feeling this way, so he doesn't have to be, because if God is like all loving and all that, then I don't want to project those like negative emotions, like,
Yep.
And
And then you feel you're falling short, right? Then you're not measuring up.
Right.
Yeah. This is all part of the scheme designed to make people feel like they're failures.
Right.
Yeah.
Another thing too, another thing is like, okay, I like to read, and I like to, look to others for advice, or look to others for inspiration. But then in the Bible it talks about like, okay, idolatry, and it talks about, okay, like, you can only get stuff from the Bible and nothing else. And that kind of caused me to have like a lack of wisdom, because I couldn't get anything out of the Bible that like I really needed. And even if I did, it'd be like one verse and that'd be it.
Yeah.
And then it'd go to like one verse and then that's it. And then it'd be like a repetitive cycle. Like, it'd be like 10 verses, and then those 10 verses aren't enough of what I'm going through, and then it'd be like, well, shit, now what do I do?
Yep.
And another thing I talked about on the show too, it's like, when you're a Christian, there are certain people that you just have to disregard or hate. Like, anybody with a different belief, anybody who's homosexual, anybody who
It's a manual for hate, my
like,
friend. It's a manual for hate.
right. And it's like, well, homosexuality or anybody who was like a different religion, it doesn't bother me. And they tell you like, oh, okay, it's supposed to bother you because it goes against the will of God. But it didn't really have an effect on my life personally. And I was like, well, it's supposed to have effect on your life because if you're a Christian and you read the Bible and then it goes against the Bible, and the Bible is your connection to God.
Yeah.
And well, it's like, well, I mean, aren't we supposed to be welcome? Aren't we supposed to be like, hey, come on in, you're always welcome and stuff? And the church that I was going to, I wasn't there for that, but they told me like a lesbian came into the church. She got baptized, and then the pastor said after she got baptized, she was no longer a lesbian, and
Oh
everybody was
dear.
like, "Oh, amen to that." And I was just like looking at everybody. I was looking at him. I was like, "Dude, are you serious right
That's
now?"
horrific. That's horrific.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely horrific. Well, look, dude, I'm really happy that you walked away. I'm really happy that you sound okay. And you sound like you're doing well with this and you're reflecting on it. And the more you reflect, the more confident you'll be with where you are. And as I said to Fro, hang out in the communities, be around other people who will validate, this stuff. If it's early on, and good for you. Good for you.
Right.
Really.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah. This is it. This is mental freedom. You don't have to be a mental slave. That's what these religions are. They're mental slavery, and we all deserve better. You deserve better, and I'm really pleased that you're in a better place with it.
It also, yeah, and also, I appreciate you. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's good.
Um,
It's all good.
but it also conditions you to think like, okay, like you're not superior, you're not enough, you're not, you know, because in religion it teaches you like, okay, there's one powerful being, and if you don't do what he says, he's gonna wreck you.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's
And they tell you you're sick, and
and
then they sell you the cure. If you're okay, then what do you
yeah,
need them for? So they have to tell you you're not okay. I mean, look at the lyrics to Amazing Grace. Saved a wretch like me. It's so disgusting. Even though that's a beautiful song, the words are horrific. So,
right.
I'm going to move it along because we have a few waiting. But thanks for coming to check back in with us. And as always, we're here. That's what this community is here for. Come and hang out with us when we're around, and it's great to see you in again. And I'm really pleased you're doing all right.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
And you, buddy. Take care. Take care. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Okay. All right. We are going to get Espresso Jack in. Hey, how are you?
Good.
Hopefully.
Sorry, I'm
Maybe.
so sorry about this. Can you give me like 5 minutes?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry about that.
No problem at all.
Thanks.
All right, speak soon. Take care. Okay. Well, Espresso Jack is gone, but he will be back, and he always comes with cool information and interesting stuff. So I'm always happy to hear from him. He's fantastic. We did have another guest in the TikTok queue, who's just disappeared. So right now the queue is empty. So if you would like to come up and say hi and give your opinion about something here, if you think I'm telling porcupines, if you think I'm full of it, then come on up and let me know. I would like to talk to you about it. I'm happy to be proved wrong. If you think that you have evidence for a God, then if you believe in God right now, God is watching you and wondering why you're not stepping up to defend him to these heathens, these smug heathens. I always get called smug. I don't think I'm smug. I mean, I enjoy conversation. I do think it's amusing sometimes. But I don't think that necessarily makes me smug, does it? And if it does, then okay, then I guess I'm smug. But, if you're a believer and you don't like smug heathens, and come up and wipe this smile off my face by explaining to me where I've got this wrong. Show me why it makes sense to believe in your God. I would love to know, and I mean this, I'm genuinely open to being proved wrong about any of this stuff. So I'm very happy to be shown the error of my ways. I think we have Espresso Jack back again. So that was a short interlude. Back again, friend.
Yes, thank you. Sorry,
Excellent.
I have a little bit of a stomach issue, so.
No worries. No worries. Hope you're okay. Well, welcome back. And what have you got?
So, I sent you those resources the other day about the communism
Yes.
and being conflated with atheism.
Yes.
Well, today I sent you another video, and it's on the evangelical voting bloc and how they've been exploited since like the 50s, essentially,
Right.
with the rise of McCarthyism.
Yeah.
So I was really hoping that you could take a look at that when you got a chance.
Oh, I completely will. I'm so sorry. I didn't see that. What time did you send it? Because I tend to I start prepping for the stream like an hour and a half before, and I kind of start missing emails at that point and being heading this. But if you sent it much earlier, I don't know how I missed it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I sent it. Oh, here it is. 9:40 a.m. It's currently 5:56.
So long enough ago that I don't have an excuse for missing it. Well, I'm sorry I missed it.
Sorry.
And JG, thank you for that kind comment. JG said they call you smug because while they're floundering for a foothold, your manner is calm and collected, relying on cold facts and using their own book against them. Yeah, they don't like that at all. Christians hate it when you open the Bible. They're not happy about that at all. Well, thanks for sending that. That sounds really interesting. I definitely will take a look at that for sure.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, one of the people currently in that they call it the family over here. It's this group of political evangelical Christian how do I say this? Evangelical Christian politician influencers, and they completely say that they're non-political, yet all of their people that go to their resorts and their dinners and everything like that are the politicians that are heavily involved with the evangelical voting bloc. And they don't like even try to hide it at all or whatever. One of them is Senator Marsha Blackburn, who recently, after the Supreme Court's decision, which recently removed, essentially you don't have to consider race when drawing districting maps for voting.
Yeah.
That's what the Supreme Court ruled anymore. So you can disenfranchise Black voters, which is this Voting Rights Act was to protect Black voters from being disenfranchised, being redrawn into districts that were majority white.
Yeah.
Back in 1965. So the Supreme Court recently ruled on that. And so now Marsha Blackburn says we need to redistrict Memphis, which is 62.7% Black.
Yeah.
And she posted a map, I think it was on X, that split Memphis into 3 new districts that included most of West and Middle Tennessee.
Right.
So it makes it now, instead of 62.7% Black, now it's majority white.
Nice.
And so it's disenfranchising that huge voting bloc that they used to have.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't get it. I know the Bible talks a lot about if you're not a fellow Hebrew, you can buy your slaves from the nations around you, stuff like that. But it just, for people to continue to use the Bible to hide their ulterior motives when it comes to race is disgusting. to say the least.
It is disgusting. No argument from me there. And there, you can't tease apart at right now. And we always shy away from getting political here, and that's for a reason. You know, this isn't a political thing, but it does bear saying that at this point you can't tease apart the religious bloc from the political forces that are engaging them and leveraging them, and it's a big problem. It is a big problem.
Yes.
Yeah, it's horrendous.
And I there's it's not that I'm against like religious people in our government. James Tellerico is doing some amazing work. He's a Christian, and he uses Christianity to support his claims about what he thinks should be in law. But he's not using it for the race part. He's not using it for, you know, one political party over another.
Yeah.
He's using it to help feed the poor and help, you know, provide assistance to those in need. And I find that highly commendable.
Yeah. I mean, one would think that someone could be motivated to fulfill those aims without needing to appeal to any, you know, religious bases. But hey, any port in a storm.
Right.
If it gets the job done, if it's going to help people, then fine. But yeah, I mean, we need to keep religion out of politics as much as possible, I think. But you know,
absolutely.
But thanks for coming in. I will definitely check out what you sent me. I'm sorry for missing it today. It would have been this afternoon for me. Sorry for missing it, but I will definitely check that out. And I appreciate you sharing stuff with me.
No problem. Have a good one.
Cheers, friend. Take it easy. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Let's get Mike in. Mike, are you there?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you?
Doing all right. Good to talk to you again.
And you, friend. What's happening?
So I was just gonna offer an observation in my thinking about the nature of belief recently. I've actually changed my definition of faith from belief without evidence, performance of belief.
I just turned your echo cancellation off because it was making weird noises and we lost you for a moment. So say that last thing again. So you've changed your definition of faith from belief without evidence to, did you say the performance of belief?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you. And that's kind of what I talk about in my book. I have a chapter on faith and talking about what is faith? What do we actually mean? When somebody says, you know, when somebody counters someone saying, well, I don't believe this. And they say, well, you have to have faith. What does that actually mean? And I agree with you. Faith is not a way of creating legitimate, real belief in your mind. It's a way of behaving as if you have it when you don't really have it. Because if you really have it, you don't need faith. If you really have a reason to believe something, if you really are genuinely convinced of something, then that's fine. So I actually agree with you that faith is a sort of a performance, isn't it? It's like pretending. It's like acting as if you really are convinced of something. And sometimes doing that leads you to genuine conviction, but quite often it doesn't. And it's just performative.
Yeah, it's like the book, the end of the book, The Silver Chair in the Narnia series, where they're talking about how even if there isn't a sun, it's better to believe in one when they're stuck underground.
Yeah, exactly that.
I think it passes the test of an internal critique too, because the letters of Paul are full of references to faith that back up that idea. Where, for example, he says, "I believe, Lord, help thou my unbelief."
Right. Yeah. I think you're onto it. I think that's. I definitely concur that faith is not really a type of belief. I don't think it really is, and that you can have genuine belief for good reasons. You can have genuine belief for bad reasons, and then you can have an absence of genuine belief, which people then can label faith, meaning they'd really like to believe, and they're going to kind of pretend they do, and I hope the real thing comes along soon. I think there's something there, because faith is also like a kind of trust. But if you don't think there's anyone there to trust, then who are you trusting? You have to have a genuine belief that there's someone there first. So yep, I think I agree with you. The performance of belief. I'm with you, Mike.
Yeah. All right. Well, I won't take up too much of your time. Good talking to you again.
Thanks, buddy. Always a pleasure.
I'll go ahead and jump down.
Thanks, man.
Yep,
Cheers. Take care. Take care. Okay. That is Mike. Okay. Well, queue's currently empty. So if you would like to come in, now is the time. Now is the time to do it. In the absence of anyone in the queue right now, I thought I might share something fun with you. So somebody made a stitch on TikTok. For those uninitiated with TikTok, a stitch is when someone takes a little bit of, in this case, one of my videos, plays a few seconds of it, and then does a commentary and their views about it. And I thought it might be fun if we do a kind of live reaction video of this video that someone else did about my video. So I thought it might be quite fun if we do that. So let's see if this is going to work. Hopefully the software is going to be nice and kind and behave in the way it's supposed to behave, and allow me to play this thing for you. Let's see if it's going to do that. Let's try it, shall we?
Dear Christians,
here we go.
Congratulations.
This is my video.
For finding you a parking spot.
Oh dear, so this guy seriously needs to get his facts straight here and stop blaming God for all the wrongs in this world. So basically, the wrongs in the world is actually done by people who are actually free will, so they do these things in free will. It's nothing to do with God. God has nothing to do with it.
God's completely uninvolved, totally powerless to do anything about anything that goes on in the world. He's just watching. He would love to help, but sadly unable to. Okay.
Of course, God does not condone rape. He does not condone...
God doesn't condone rape. So this fellow obviously hasn't read Isaiah 13, hasn't read Zechariah 14, hasn't read Lamentations 5, clearly hasn't read 2 Samuel 12 or Deuteronomy 21. Maybe he needs to read his Bible a bit more.
Children being abused. He does not condone wars. He
doesn't condone wars. Is he having a stroke? Clearly hasn't read Deuteronomy 7, Deuteronomy 20, Joshua 6 or 8, or 1 Samuel 15, Numbers 31, Judges 3, Judges 20, Exodus 23, Isaiah 13, Jeremiah 25, Ezekiel 38, Zechariah 14. This isn't just a God who condones or allows wars. This is a God who commands them and then gets worshipped for it.
Not condone anything like that, or
no,
people
nothing
being
like
nasty
that.
to each other, or rude to each other, or abusive to each other, and the list is just so long. It's untrue.
Yes, it's untrue. That's correct. That's the first factually correct thing you've said.
But, mate, seriously, if you don't believe, but do not come on this platform and feel that you have that right to judge a man of God and Jesus, his son.
Don't feel that I have the right to come on this platform and judge. Well, I think I do have that right, don't I? Because I'm doing it. I'm entitled to have an opinion about the things that are written in this book. I'm entitled to have an opinion about the behavior that the God that you worship condones, commands, executes. I do have an opinion about that. So why would you think I don't have a right to express it? I find that interesting.
Who died for every single person in this world and knows of every single person in this world.
Right.
Putting the blame on God is not the answer.
Who else do we put the blame on? I mean, who's in charge here? I'd like to speak to the manager, please.
The answer is humanity itself.
Oh, it's our fault, of course.
The way humanity have become greedy and rich.
Ah, greedy and rich. I understand now. So babies born with aggressive cancer, children with brain tumours being given months to live, Ebola liquefying organs, rabies causing terror and paralysis and death, malaria killing hundreds of thousands of children a year, parasites blinding children by eating into their eyes, guinea worm disease, tapeworms, botfly, flesh-eating parasites, babies born with severe birth defects, with organs outside their bodies, tsunamis, drowning entire populations, earthquakes crushing children under buildings, volcanic eruptions, wildfires, floods wiping out entire communities, animals eaten alive in the wild, and starvation due to famine are because we're greedy. Got it?
And horrid to eat one another. Why do you think in the Bible it says that God had Noah build an ark so he could refresh the world? Because
maybe it was because God realized that he'd screwed up the first time, like he'd done a boo-boo and filled the world with creatures that, of course, being all-knowing, he would have known were going to become wicked, but apparently he forgot to be all-knowing that day. So then he was shocked and dismayed that his creations turned out how they were. So he came up with a plan to kill absolutely every living thing in the entire world, every fluffy bunny, every newly born fowl, every bird, fish, animal, person, baby, grandmother, apart from one drunk and his family, who he put on a floating zoo for a while because that was going to solve the problem. And after that, of course, there would be no more evil in the world. That worked really well, didn't it?
because of sin and destruction and cruelty and murder and unaccordingly life, basically. So that's why he flooded the earth and
Makes
then
perfect
restarted
sense.
again. But unfortunately, free will kicked in again, and
He had no way of knowing, sadly, that that was going to happen.
people became sinful and became nasty and evil and greedy and rich and just ruined everything.
Bad mankind. Bad.
So you on live this morning, I saw your live this morning, and your title was something we were
Imagine going online to do a stitch to a video and then not being able to remember what you're responding to.
something about you not believing in God, but hey,
Something
dude,
about that.
it's up to you for that.
Oh, is it? Oh, my belief's up to me. Oh, I didn't realise. Thanks.
But for you to blame God for all these things that have gone on in this world so far is not right.
Not right.
It's not right.
It's not right.
It says in the Bible God gave man free will. And that
We're having free will again now. Mentioning it once wasn't enough.
free will means they have that decision and choice to make which path they want to go down. And if that path is down the route of unaliving people or doing unimaginable things to people, then that's what it is. And at the end of the day, you are judging a God who created this earth, and you have no authority to say anything bad against him.
No authority to say anything bad against him. Well, I do, because I have the authority over my own face, and I can control the words that come out. So I do have the authority. You have the authority to disagree with me if you can form a coherent argument. But the chances of that happening don't seem enormously high at this point.
I mean, he sacrificed his son in the most brutal and unimaginable way.
Apparently so. This is not a character reference. He sacrificed his son in a brutal and unimaginable way. Why? For what purpose? To make up for what? To achieve what? Why did he have to do that? Who made the rules that said that that sacrifice was necessary? And was it really a sacrifice? And wasn't his son really himself? And didn't he get him back? Didn't he get himself back on Monday morning? Like, wasn't he then restored and zooming up into heaven to be with himself again? Where was the sacrifice? And what was the point of it?
To save every single person in this world.
From himself.
And to see you on all your videos of how you feel blaming God is the way, then I pray for you big time.
Oh, big time. Are big time prayers different to just normal time prayers? Because I want the big time ones.
Because honestly, atheism, okay, if you want to be an atheist, be an atheist. That's entirely up to you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Christians aren't forcing it on you. If you don't want it, you don't have to have it. But I'll tell you now, the things I've been through in my life and turning to God is just like, it's like a fresh sheet being put on a bed.
God is like your best ever laundry, like a fresh sheet being put on a bed. Sounds amazing.
And a burden being taken off you.
Okay.
The weight of your stress you give to him.
I don't have any stress.
If you believe in him and you trust in him, then he will help you. And I'm not preaching to you.
You really are right now.
Because you clearly made your mind up.
Kind of.
But God still loves you regardless. He created
But he's going to set you on fire if you don't love him back just right.
You. He already knew you before while you were a child in the womb.
Not creepy at all.
He already knew you as a person.
Not creepy at all.
And that to me is amazing.
Amazing.
I'd rather believe in a God who loves and cares and cherishes people than believe in aliens or believe in...
Are those the only options? You either believe in a God who loves and cherishes people and burns them eternally if they don't love him back, or you believe in aliens and conspiracies. I mean, I wasn't aware that those were the only two options available. How about neither of those things? How about just not believing any bullshit at all? That's the one I'm going to go for, if that's all right with you.
Conspiracy and all this lot rubbish.
Yeah, all this rubbish.
Honestly, I'm sure you're a nicest guy.
I try.
But, yeah.
Yeah.
Coming on live just to prove a point that you believe that God's not real, well, that's entirely up to you. But,
thanks.
You know, it seems to me that either you've been really hurt in your life.
I haven't been.
Or you've seen or witnessed things that aren't okay.
Mainly online.
That's completely messed up your mindset.
My mindset's all right. I mean, doing okay, you know. Not the best, but I manage.
Then that's good. Take it to God.
Take it to God.
Pray about it.
Pray. That's the thing.
Honestly. There's people on here who used to be witches.
That is a wild pivot. There's people here who used to be witches. Okay.
And now they are reborn in God's life. And
that sounds nice.
Honestly, it's the best thing that ever happened to them.
Ex-witches for Jesus. Gotta love that.
And there's a few TikTokers on here who used to be witches.
A number.
Used to follow the dark arts.
The dark arts. We're now in Harry Potter.
Follow demonic things. And now she's turned her life around and she's so much happier. She says she feels like a weight.
Ex-witches have the best time.
She's been lifted off her. And also these things that happen are mainly through the devil and the devil's works.
I mean, is this mentally healthy? Because I'm getting now not good mental health vibes.
So, mate,
I
do pray for you.
Oh, thank you.
That God will approach you.
Well, you kind of nailed it there, didn't you? Because God's had plenty of time to approach me. I've been available for several decades for approaches from deities. So far, none have been forthcoming. And what we can infer from that is that God has no desire to approach me, because presumably, if he wanted to, he just would. As we wrap up, I think that
God
might be
bless
it.
to you all. Have
God
a
bless you
lovely
all.
day.
Have a lovely day.
Dear Chris,
There you go. So I hope you enjoyed that. I found that online. He actually made another one as well, which I might share with you on the next one, where he got pretty crazy. He's decided now that I'm frightening and demonic. So I might share that with you next time. And TikTok has warned me, keep your live engaging, turning your camera off. I haven't turned my camera off. There we go. TikTok is so fussy. But yes, I thought I might share that with you. I hope you enjoyed it. I thought it was quite amusing myself. That poor fellow got himself in all sorts of a mess on the next video. Let's have some more messages, and then hopefully we'll get some company in here. So far, caller queues are empty. So if you would like to come up and let me know about God, I am happy to talk to you. Right now, I'm going to read some messages, though. Moustache Boy, great to see, friend, says, when religious people discuss God's virtues, they speak like PhDs. Yet the moment you ask about the disgusting things God has done, they lose their voices, unable to manage even a simple yes or no. It's true. It's true. If it's time for just sort of mindless platitudes, then there's a lot to be said. But the moment you start asking for straight answers to difficult questions, gets a little bit tricky. And Richie the One said this guy is creepy. He's a bit creepy. I just think he strikes me as, I don't know, a bit fanatical, and I don't know why he took the time to make that video in response to mine on TikTok, but I thought it was amusing, and the next one is even funnier, so I'll be sharing that with you soon. And Moustache Boy, again, thank you so much for sending out a gift membership. Someone will be the lucky recipient of that, and will then be a member. So, people, no one in the call queues right now. I am very, very happy to talk to you if you'd like to come up. So, come and talk to me. I would love to know what you have to say, and perhaps you could defend your God. We've got a guest on the TikTok side, Robert CK. We'll bring Robert in right now. Robert, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. You are very welcome. Thanks for coming up. Would you like to agree with me about God is not real, or disagree? Are you there? There you go.
Yeah, I think it's just a belief, so it's hard.
I think we don't have a great signal, Robert. Is it possible for you to get somewhere where you have a better connection, because we're kind of losing you a little bit? We'll keep on trying. We'll keep on going, because I lost the last thing you said.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think so. Let's try again.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just in a bad service area. Yeah, so it's hard to definitively say whether or not God's real. I think it's more just a belief, faith type system.
It is, but I have to ask you something else. When you say you're in a bad service area, are you driving by any chance?
Oh, I'm just sitting passenger.
Okay, as long as you're not driving, that's fine. Yeah, so you said did you say it's hard to say for sure? Was that what you said? I don't want to misquote you.
Yeah, I'd say it's impossible to definitively say whether or not God is real.
I mean, could we say the same thing about the fairies at the bottom of my garden?
If you wanted to, yeah.
So we could agree that it's impossible to definitively say that they're not real, right? But is that a reason to think they are? And is it not the case that until there's a reason to think something's real, the default is to kind of think it isn't, right? So I can't disprove the fairies at the bottom of my garden, but I feel pretty confident saying they're not real, even though I can't prove it. Is it any different for God?
Oh yeah, I would say there's a lot of differences. Just the amount of philosophical debate and just research and data that we have with religion and God throughout our entire history would point that there might be some validity to it.
But isn't that not just saying it's been a persistent idea through much of human history? But the persistence of an idea doesn't necessarily make it more likely to be true. It just means it's something that people think about and talk about more often. And we can sort of understand why, right? Because human beings have a very low tolerance for not knowing. We have a very low tolerance for not understanding how things work. And so when we don't understand how things work, we tend to make up stories to explain them. And then we feel happy that we've actually found an explanation, whereas all we've actually done is put a story in the place of an explanation. And that's something that we see across all sorts of cultures. So isn't that just a way of explaining why this idea of a god has persisted through much of human history across various cultures? But there's actually no more evidence for a god than there is for the fairies at the bottom of my garden. So in my mind, I treat those two things as kind of equivalent.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. It's definitely, you can have an opinion like that. I just think as far as how much data there is and how much we've spoken about these topics, there's just a lot more to the question of whether or not God's real than the fairies under your garden.
When you say data, what type of data do you mean?
Just the amount of like text written throughout thousands of years.
But is that data for the existence of a god, or is that data for the existence of conversations about God?
It's just data, yeah.
Right. So we come back again to the point I made before, which is the persistence of an idea in a culture is not evidence at all for that idea being true, is it?
What about not just a culture, but every culture?
Equally. So I've explained why it's ubiquitous across cultures, because we have a low tolerance for not understanding, so we make up stories to feel that we've explained the things that we don't understand. And then when those stories get proved wrong, so like there was a point where people thought that illness was caused by demons, now we know it's caused by bacteria or viruses. Or there was a point where people thought that weather events were caused by angry gods, and now we know that weather events are not caused by angry gods, they're caused by the water cycle and by weather phenomena that we understand quite well. So we don't need those stories anymore. Isn't all of human history just a sequence of us filling in the gaps in our knowledge with stories because anything will be better than nothing?
Yeah, no, that's very good thought.
Like
Yeah, I don't have all
if
the
you
answers.
really
I would like
think
to
about
ask
it.
you.
Yeah, sorry, I'll stop that point. You were going to ask a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah, just what do you classify yourself as? Are you an atheist, or do you not have any?
I mean, I think the words are less important because people have sometimes attribute different meanings to words. But yeah, I classify myself as an agnostic atheist. Agnostic meaning I don't claim to know one way or the other, and atheist meaning that I'm not a theist. So a theist is somebody who has a God belief, and I'm somebody who doesn't have a God belief.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just lean towards you don't know, but you lean towards no God.
Yeah, but purely because for the same principle I outlined before, like, unless there's a reason to think something's true, the default is not to. And it's not the same as asserting it's false. So when I say God is not real, I kind of really mean the kind of Bible God, the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good. That's the one that I feel confident enough to say that's not real, because it just has contradictory properties. It's not logically coherent. It can't be the case that a God like that exists. But there could be some other kind of God that potentially exists as some kind of organizational force behind the universe. I just think the time to think that is when there's some evidence for it. And I know you said there's lots of data, But we've agreed that the data you're talking about are really just data to do with people's thoughts about this question. In terms of the evidence for a God itself, you'll find that I wasn't just being facetious. There legitimately is no more evidence for a God than there is for the fairies at the bottom of my garden. They're equivalent. And the amount of evidence is zero. And we could say, well, God seems like a more appealing idea because it seems to explain a lot of stuff. But then we've already reflected on the fact that there are things that used to be explained by gods that we don't rely on gods to explain anymore. And so what humans do is we just stick a god in the gaps in our understanding, and that's where it lives until those gaps close, and then the god gets squeezed out of there and we stick him in a different gap. And that's the pattern throughout all of human history. I mean, reflect on this. There has never been a single instance of a scientific or natural explanation for something being replaced by a supernatural one. But the inverse happens all the time, and has happened thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times, where a supernatural or theistic or magical explanation for something has subsequently been replaced by a much more prosaic scientific one. That's the pattern that repeats over and 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 over again through human history. And you'd kind of think we would have learnt by now to stop sticking gods in the gaps in our knowledge and put research funding there instead.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. I guess what's interesting to me about God is just the fact that we've been, it might be, like you said, it's just kind of our nature to fill in those gaps, but the fact that's been so prevalent throughout our entire recorded history, it just feels like gives it some validity. Not to mention just kind of like the metaphors of life. If you are just trying to be philosophical about everyday life, there's just a lot of unanswered questions, and like even right now, like we're creating AI in its own way. Like say another 1,000 years from now, like we just keep progressing on this route, like, and maybe humans go extinct. Are we not then like God to AI? Like we're almost our own God figure, and the AI could just
I don't think that AI would see us as gods. I think that let's imagine 1,000 years from now, AI has become self-aware in some way and much more like we are now, and then humans go extinct. I think AI will have a pretty good evidence base for how it came to be, and I don't think that we would be immortalized as gods. I think we would be thought of as the rather simple, idiotic, organic creatures that got it going, and thank God it got rid of us. That's what I think AI would think.
Is that not a godlike thing to do though? Is to create an entire sentient existence?
Well, I don't think it's godlike unless you define God in a very narrow way. So if you just define God as being, anything with an ability to create something else, well then okay, fair enough. But by that logic, people who do selective breeding could be said to be gods because you're creating something new that didn't necessarily exist before. But I think the word God is a bit more loaded than that, and I think it normally has connotations of omnipotence and being sort of all powerful rather than just quite powerful. And the irony, of course, is, as I said, if we take your AI thought experiment to its conclusion, it will end up being much more potent than we are. So we will have inadvertently created something much smarter and much more capable than us.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Maybe that's what God did.
Maybe.
In the first place.
Maybe, but the time to think that is if there's any evidence for it, and it just seems to me so kind of parochial that here we are stuck on one little planet in a particular solar system, in a particular spot, in a particular galaxy, in a particular cluster of galaxies, in a particular spot in a universe with trillions of similar spots. And we think that the creator of it all is uniquely concerned about us and what we do in the bedroom. It's so ludicrous.
Oh yeah, I don't try to focus on any semantics, like specific things like that, like the bedroom and sin and what
Yeah,
qualifies as sin and what doesn't. I think that's just like
good for you.
we're just getting too deep into our humanistic way of trying to figure things out and control things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is interesting. And when you were saying like there's endless places like us, like how do you know that?
When I said what in terms of like in the universe?
Yeah, just like there could be just infinite Earths, like
I wouldn't say
to
infinite, but the universe is really, really, really big. It's really large. So even if you, and I'm no astronomer, but even if you assume that the statistical chances of planets like this forming are tiny, even if they're 1 in a billion, or 1 in 100 billion, or 1 in a trillion, you're still going to get many, many, many millions of them. So there's nothing that special about this place. It's going to happen elsewhere. In my view, the chances of life arising elsewhere are high, purely because it seems like the basic building blocks of life are fairly abundant in the universe, and it seems unparsimonious to assume that the only place where the conditions were right is right here. It could be true, but it just seems to me unlikely. So it seems to me likely that there probably is life elsewhere, that some of that life may well be intelligent, but that just the distances involved between the places where this happens are so vast that may preclude them ever being able to cross paths, because the journey time from one sprouting up of life to another sprouting up of life could be thousands of times longer than the entire lifetime of any given species, right? So it could be that, like, you imagine if you put an ant in New York and one in Paris and one in Delhi, there's no way those ants would ever be able to meet because the journey time is longer than the lifetime of an ant. Similarly, it could be the case that there's life all over the universe, but it will never meet because it's such a big place. No one will ever be able to make the journey. But anyway, we digress. That's a totally different topic.
It could also be the case that there just is nothing like this as well. Like, it's hard to say one way or the other, honestly.
Yeah, it could be too. I think we should remain open to all possibilities. And there are super smart people, much smarter than me, who have completely different views. So it could certainly be the case.
Yeah, and I guess if you just want to try to find some evidence for God, I think human beings are pretty unique and interesting, like just in our realm where we're at, as far as like our creativity, our kind of drive to create, the fact that we can shepherd this entire to a pretty fine-tuned level, especially as we progress through like sciences. The way we're able to manipulate this existence is pretty interesting. The fact that we can like really take care of anything that's living in this realm, and I just think human beings are kind of interesting, and like our natural drives that we have are interesting, and it kind of points me to believing in a God.
Wow, I wasn't expecting you to say that at the end of that sentence. Like, I agree with you about everything you said apart from the last bit. I think human beings are amazing. I think this is all incredible. I feel a sense of awe and reverence at reality, at the universe, at the scale of things, at the beauty of nature, at how amazingly everything works together, and how incredibly we've been able to explain so much of that with fairly simple ideas like, biological evolution and stuff. And I just see no need for it. To me, it's just old, stale ideas. It's the old habit. We'll tie things up by saying it's the old habit of just insisting on explaining the bits we don't know with something we have no way of demonstrating. And it just seems to me time to move on. Time to grow up. Dude, unfortunately, your signal is really awful. Robert, I think I might have to just let you go because it's a really, really bad signal now, and there's more noise than there is your voice. So I'm going to say goodbye, but thank you so much for calling in.
Oh my gosh.
I think I've got you there.
Oh no.
You can get to say a nice goodbye, so you don't have to hang up on the raw noise. Yeah, are you still there?
All right, that's fair. It's nice talking with you.
And you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a good rest of your day.
And you, Robert. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Take care. Bye. Okay. Let's get in aeronautical next, and then after that we have AI Jesus. That sounds fun. But we'll get aeronautical, or is that Aaron Nautical? It's Aaron Nautical, isn't it?
Well done.
I misread.
Is John Jon always short for Jonathan?
Usually, in my case, it is. But nobody.
And John would not be, right? Or
correct? Yeah, John is a name in itself. John is normally short for Jonathan, although some people are called Jon without being a Jonathan. But I actually am a Jonathan, but nobody calls me that. So now we've sorted our names out. we're good. We're all set up properly, aren't we? Yeah, thanks for coming in. The floor is yours, friend. What would you like to say?
I wasn't going to come up, but you brought up the idea of life on other planets, and what you said is, at first blush, it seems impossible that in 2 trillion galaxies in the visible universe, and approximately 300 billion planets in each galaxy, it just seems like a foregone conclusion. But when you start to really look at the numbers, it actually begins to look like what may have happened here may be really so unique that it may have only happened once.
It may. Let me just set the record straight. I am completely open to that. I'm just saying that it wouldn't surprise me if there was life elsewhere, but I'm totally open to the fact that this is the only place it could have happened.
It seems like bacterial life, single cell life may be ubiquitous, may be common, but one misnomer is that 80% of the stars are red dwarfs. And red dwarfs are just stars that make it almost, if not completely impossible for any planet to have life. There's a lot of reasons why, but so you have to almost eliminate 80% of the stars right off the bat.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Potential systems.
Right. That's interesting. Okay, so that narrows the field quite a lot.
And then we had single cells pretty quickly, but then nothing happened here for 2 billion years. It just sort of hung out that way, and in one weird case, a prokaryote cell got together with another prokaryote. We don't know how it happened. It only happened once, and a eukaryote cell formed that made it possible for multi-cell creatures to actually do more work and have more energy. And we're all children of that one event that happened approximately 2 billion years ago. And it may never have happened. Mm-hmm. So we could have been stuck at we could easily have been one-cell creatures on this planet now only.
Right. Interesting. Okay, I hear you. That does shift the way that we would estimate the probabilities, doesn't it?
And there's just one way to think about it that you probably heard about, but if I handed you a deck of cards and told you to give it a really good shuffle, and you did, the question becomes, how many times has that sequence of cards been in a deck of cards before you shuffled? And the answer is, yours is the first time. It's never had that sequence before. When you look at the numbers, it's just, the numbers are so extraordinary that they begin to equal the number of planets that could potentially harbor life in the universe.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. So you're definitely nudging me towards recalibrating the way I perceive these probabilities, which of course is not evidence in my view for any divine intervention. It just means something really unlikely happened. And if it hadn't, we wouldn't be here talking about it.
Right. That's exactly right. It's not divine intervention. It's just that some extraordinary things fell together here that when you start to add up the chances of each one happening, not from any other, just by chance, it becomes less and less and less likely. And as you get to, as you get to intelligent life, that's really unlikely. And it's only because of the Rift Valley in Africa that we're here having this conversation. It's Homo sapiens didn't evolve everywhere. There was a really weird thing in that one spot on the Earth that made it possible and necessary for us to make this next leap to intelligence. So, and then to get from intelligence to technical Webb telescopes and satellites and radio dishes.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary that we're here. It's possible that we could be the only intelligent life.
Well, thanks for helping me think about that in a more nuanced way. I really appreciate that. Thanks for coming up to educate us about this. I think that's really interesting. Really appreciate that.
So just my 2 cents.
Thanks so much, Aaron. Appreciate it.
And it's all, when you start to really look at when you start to look at atoms and protons and neutrons and the strong nuclear force and the 3 quarks that are in every single proton, and it's astonishing, the intricacy of the precision of what's going on. It's astonishing.
But it's also, can I just throw one possible alternative way of thinking about this at you? Is it possible that I'm hearing a bit of an echo. Is it possible that just, why am I hearing an echo? That's really annoying. That whatever the conditions were here, whatever.
Hold on one sec. I may be able to get rid of that. Hold on one sec.
Okay, it's just if there's a speaker or something, it comes back. That seems better now. That whatever conditions.
Any better?
I think so. So whatever conditions were here, obviously the only life that could evolve, the only thing that could happen here were things that would be suitable to those conditions, right? If the conditions had been different things would have happened.
Correct. Or when you start to look at different things happening, when you start to fiddle with the numbers, it's not really different things. It's like nothing. And it leads many astrophysicists to believe that there is a multiverse and there are infinite number of universes, and at the Big Bang, the numbers sort of get set, and in an infinite number of universes, the numbers here would have been set. Somewhere, you're going to have the sequence of cards in the deck of cards that you shuffled.
But even like when you say, I mean, again, this is outside of my wheelhouse, right? So forgive me if I'm speaking nonsense. But if you say things like, there are red suns, and it seems impossible for life to form in the systems around red suns. Are we not just saying this type of life? Are we not making assumptions about saying these are the conditions under which life could form? There could be other conditions under which different types of life could form.
We're not really saying that. All red dwarfs are pretty violent, and they're very cool. They're not hot. So in order to have the habitable zone around a red dwarf is really close to the planet. So every planet in the habitable zone is basically tidally locked to the planet. It's like the moon. One side faces the star all the time. So that's already a kind of temporal problem. But it also has solar flares that are thousands of times more aggressive than our sun. And so to have the stability of, so we just looked at the TRAPPIST system and got excited because there are 7 Earth-like planets in one system, but we slowly have found out it looks like the atmospheres have all been radiated away early in their life. So they're bare rocks like the moon, or maybe there's a wisp like Mars. But to get a place that had 4.5 billion years of stability is just extraordinary. And somebody in the chat was talking about oxygen, and it's totally true. Like, oxygen didn't happen for a very long time. And when oxygen happened here, it killed almost every species. And then the meteor that slammed 63 million years ago, but for that, we could not be having this conversation.
But again, are we not just making an assumption, though, that we are narrowing the field of the potential types of life that could evolve? I mean, is it possible that there could be, that there could be other types of life forms that do really well in unstable solar flare environments, that they gain energy from that kind of radiation, or who knows, right? Are you sure you're not just saying that this particular configuration of cards is the end point and then calculating odds based on that, when in fact there are another billion ways you could shuffle the pack that would also get you to life, just a different type.
Well, the reason we don't think that is because we have extremophiles on this planet that live in the most extraordinary circumstances, but there are still basic things that, we look at galaxies that are 12 billion light years away, and the physics are the same. It's not like something extraordinary or unusual is happening.
Right.
And it seems like you need an atmosphere. It seems like, it took a lot of supernovas to create heavier elements to create the calcium and the magnesium and the iron in your blood. And none of that could have happened without an enormous amount of supernovas creating all of those elements.
But that's presuming we need blood made up in that type of way. Another type of life might not need blood at all and might function in a different way, may not require oxygen at all, may be... Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it just feels a little bit to me like... I mean, you obviously have some scientific understanding, but it just feels a bit like to me like we're imputing our circumstances and onto others and going, well, it couldn't have turned out like we are.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We have a term that we always use, which is life as we know it. But most people, when you examine that, life as we know it is what life is. It's not like, the rock outside of your house is not alive.
Yeah, but life as we know it encapsulates the life as we know it here. There could be life as we don't know it, a totally different type of life. So, yeah, Anony in the chats just said trees don't need blood. Exactly, and there could be other types of, mechanisms for.
No, but we do. We know that all life forms, at least on this planet, and we presume that all life forms need water, and water is a bizarre.
Why should we make that assumption?
Well, because when you start to look at other potential solvents that could mix elements and create the possibility of life, other elements just don't do. Water does miraculous things that ammonia doesn't do and methane doesn't do. Everyone talks about Titan being so Earth-like, and it is Earth-like, but it's a freezing Earth-like. So the mountains are solid ice. They're mountains, and the lakes are methane. And
it still feels like a lack of imagination. It still feels like a lack of imagination, like you're saying that life in other places would have to have a certain amount in common with life here, otherwise it couldn't exist. And I'm not sure if I would follow you there.
Then that opens up the question of, would we even recognize it as something called life?
Well,
would it be?
You could say something that reproduces and takes energy or resources from its environment as the kind of definitions of life, but it could do those things in such completely different ways so as to bear no resemblance to anything we've ever seen. It would still be life.
By the way, that happens here. I mean, we're already aware of that being. We don't see life. All life forms seem to need carbon. We don't see life forms that are silica based. Could a life form be silica-based? It could be, but that's not really the issue. Is more specifically how many bizarre things had to happen for life to become technological, and are there technologies that could be out there that we're not aware of? Yes, it's possible, but things like the speed of light are not. Those are cosmic. Those are standards of nature that don't shift from galaxy to galaxy, from era to era. So we're looking at all the same stuff.
Sure.
But yes, we have octopuses, and if we'd never seen an octopus before, if we'd never seen an octopus before, we would be astonished by that creature in so many ways.
Yeah. Well, Aaron, thank you for coming up. I think
my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I sort of can't get away from the feeling that maybe we need to broaden our dare to imagine that things could be so wildly different that might shift the numbers back a little bit towards my side of the ledger in terms of the possibility.
Would that be something that you'd recognize?
I don't know. I don't think that my personal recognition of it would be that important, but. Anyway,
well, the last thing I would say is that we've now looked at about 7,000 planets, exoplanets, and we're seeing stuff that we never imagined, way beyond our imagination. But nothing that is outside the realm of the physics we understand. We're just watching physics occur in ways that we didn't put together. So yes, it is a possibility. It's just that as you look at the numbers, it becomes less and less likely than just looking at how many galaxies there are and how many.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I wonder what Dr. Blitz would say about this, but maybe
I mean,
I'll
you know
ask
what?
him.
He would have the same opinion. Actually, we've discussed it before. He's
cool.
amazing. He's remarkable. He's remarkable. He's
cool,
extraordinary.
Well, I'll run it by him when I speak to him. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks for
Thanks for having me out.
Cheers, man. Take care. Thanks. Okay. We are going to get in AI Jesus and see. Hopefully, we are there. AI Jesus, are you there? Hopefully.
Oh, hello, my friend. How are you?
It's PVG, isn't it? Hello.
PVG? Who is PVG, my friend?
How you doing?
God damn it. I should work on that Eastern European accent more.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Welcome back, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. I think someone found out it was me in the chat anyway. So,
well,
I just wanted to say something to you and Sean as well, but then seeing that queue was empty, so I thought I may as well drop by.
Sure.
Quickly, I was seeing one of the video from yesterday. Oh, sorry, 2 days ago, and I had NotJ come up, and he was trying to tell you that the grave apologetics, pretty much that there are so many rules involved or steps involved as to how the men have to procure the women from the war and then keep them, shave their head and then keep them for a certain number of days and then can cooperate or have intercourse with them. So it was kind of like he was just justifying that if it was immoral, there wouldn't be any steps or any detailed steps like that or something. And which kind of made me think about a term we use called artificial complexity. So for example, if you see some of the influencers on social media coming up with fads in whether be it psychology or nutrition or any form of communication and then mislead the public, basically grifting. They introduce artificial complexity to make it more legit.
Right.
And because if you're someone from the lay and if you find something complex, you're not going to, oh, that must be really legit. That must be legitimate because it's very complex. It sounds fancy. It sounds complex. Lots of stuff.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Hinduism or Buddhism or throughout human history, if you look at the anthropology, there has always been some sort of ritual and complexity sort of with any ritual to make it sound more authoritative. And my take on the whole Bible issuing tenets or issuing these ritualistic steps to commit more immoral acts is that if they were to just say, you can go and you can take sex slaves and you can do whatever you want with those women, chances are that people may not, Christianity may not look any different to whatever is already there. So I think introducing that artificial complexity or it's kind of like that verisimilitude. That's the term I was looking for. It introduces that verisimilitude of truth in it, of some sort of a mysterious, just reason for telling people to do those atrocious acts. And I think I just wanted to say that was the reason, because there wasn't any answer given to. I mean, I felt like it could have been. I really wanted to talk to NotJ and say, this is just artificial complexity. It's always been there.
Yeah,
and
he had been to speak to a rabbi. I mean, he had been to speak to a rabbi who had given him So for anyone who doesn't know, NotJ is a regularly reasonably regular caller, and we'd had a discussion about the horrific war brides law in Deuteronomy 20:21, which just says if you capture if among the captives of a war a man sees a woman he likes the look of, he can take her back to his house, keep her there for 4 weeks, and then have his way with her and make her his wife. And I just think this is absolutely appalling, because it never says anything about her consent or anything like that. And NotJ went away to think about it and get some advice, and he came back having spoken to a rabbi, and the rabbi said that there were all these requirements, that she would have to have to be married, she would have to have converted, and all of this stuff. And to me, it just sounded like excuse making. And actually, this is a really good opportunity to bring up my very good friend T-Dub on the TikTok side. Actually messaged me today, and I'm going to read you what he said, because this is really, really interesting. He said, when discussing Deuteronomy 21, if there's a pushback about the meaning of these verses, there's a great paper written by a Bible scholar, M.I. Ray, who is at Babson College, and her article is called Re-examination of the Foreign Female Captive, a Case of Genocidal Rape. And there's just some interesting bits and pieces here. I won't read all of it to you, but there are some really interesting excerpts from this, which basically set that argument on fire that NotJ and the rabbi were making. So this was a legislated systematic genocidal rape, and allowed the Israelites to take and rape captives as a reward to soldiers for services rendered, an opportunity for men to have their way with the women of the enemy. Also described martial rape to be further genocidal destruction of a foreign enemy. Deuteronomy 21 should be interpreted as a law that defines the procuring of a foreign female, the modern-day equivalent of a sex slave, taken and forced into marriage. Emphasizing her status as a wife obscures her status as sexual property, and the divorce clause built into the law. The phrase "to take for yourself a wife" focused on the legal acquisition and changed the legal status of the foreign captive. The formal Hebrew phrase merely conveys a contractual agreement of the taking of property. Now, as property, the male Israelite captor may do as he pleases with the captive. He suffers no consequences for his poor treatment of her. And there's a bit more stuff there. There's a fair bit more to it. I'm going to synthesize this. I'm going to get hold of the actual paper. Link me to it, and I'll provide some links to it somewhere, either in the description of this live for anyone who's interested, or elsewhere. I might even do a standalone video about it. But T, thank you so much for sending me that. And it didn't surprise me when NotJ came in to argue for this, because of course there are going to be theological justifications for the horrors in the Bible. People had centuries to come up with them. It would be much more surprising if they didn't. So of course they're going to be there, and it doesn't surprise me at all that is the case. That particular law is one of the most disgusting in the whole of the Old Testament, and to hear people arguing for it is unsettling to me, because I find it morally very, very troubling indeed.
It's morally it's deprived of any morality, actually, and it baffles me that they say that, oh, it's still better than the tribal religions or tribal animisms that were around at that time. They were more savage. They didn't even have these steps. They were even more unhinged.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so that makes this better. I mean, you're just introducing these steps to kind of immunize your religion against criticism or against questioning.
Absolutely.
So it's just like a lame attempt to immunize it.
Yeah.
And and then one last topic. It's about someone inquired about AI, saying that if AI becomes autonomous, should we start treating it like sentient beings? And I wish Sean was here to hear this as well. And I think the what and I think they were using that God, God. I mean, most of the Christians or most theists that come here, they argue that God has the right to do whatever they, he or she or it or whatever God wants with you because God created you. So God has every right to destroy you for no reason if He wanted. He can be an absolute psychopath if He wanted because he or she whatever created you. And then they were using the example of AI. If human beings were to create AI, and then if they become very autonomous and sentient,
Yeah.
Are we allowed to do whatever we want with them? And then Sean always uses the example of Sims.
The Sims.
The Sims, yeah. So I think what determines that, even if, let's say for the sake of argument, if we were to create something, and then the whole concept of emergence of consciousness or sentience from building blocks of whatever life or DNA or just codes, computer codes or whatever, the emergence of consciousness, that does not mean the creator of those things control the agency or how those things would, the choices would. I mean, I'm not saying there's free will, but there is a lot of things that we as creator cannot control what AI might do if they become completely conscious, if they become completely sentient. And when they are going to exhibit that kind of agency or autonomy, and that's when I think they should be respected as something, something that's not there just for you to exercise your sadistic tendencies on, or
Yep.
just that.
Watch Westworld. Westworld explores that tension really, really well. Possibly prescient, but we'll see. Time will tell. But worth watching.
But then I think the whole argument that God has any right, and then some of the Christians, some people come here to say He is your God, and even Shakil or some Muslims I've seen come here and say, you're living in the world He created. You're breathing the air He made for you. So he has every
made
right
you. He can snuff you out. It's a horrible argument. Horrible.
It's an argument. So I don't think, even if there was a creator God, I don't think that God has agency over our autonomy, or even has control over our own agency. So I think that needs to be kind of respected. I think that's where.
Cool.
That's kind of what I wanted to say.
Thanks, PBG. Appreciate you coming up.
Take care, John.
Take care, Ben. Thanks. Bye. Okay. Well, we do actually have the aforementioned NotJ here, so we'll bring NotJ up, and then we can continue the discussion about this.
I just caught the end
NotJ,
of that.
welcome back.
Sort of paper, and then heard my name. So
yeah.
I figured I'd come up and see what that was all about.
Yeah. So there was an article sent by a friend of mine here that basically addressed this. It's an article by a Bible scholar called M.I. Ray about this issue, this horrendous law in Deuteronomy, and basically just saying that this was part of the culture, that Deuteronomy 21 implied that the Israelite taking of the foreign captive and the sexual affliction she endures was in itself an act of victory and violence against foreign enemies. For the law not only provides a means for the man to marry a woman, but through sexual violence makes the foreign female captive a trophy and a symbol of the conquest of her ethnic group. Genocidal rape functions in genocide as a means of humiliation and violence enacted against the females of one's foreign enemies. Deuteronomy 21 conveniently provides a divorce clause to dispose of her when she's no longer sexually gratifying, without providing her food or shelter or returning her to her family. The beautiful captive was selected for sexual slavery, her exploitation more satisfying because of her beauty. Indeed, the male gaze established a link between gender and violence. Moreover, the image of a beautiful young girl being raped is a prevalent metaphor for military conquest in the Hebrew Bible. and there's a bit more about it too. So that's a different perspective to the one that you got from from the rabbi
sent
you
this?
spoke to. So this was sent to me by my friend T Dub, who's a regular in the chat here, has been a regular for a long time, and he found this article. I'm going to link to it. There is a link to it. Apparently, one has to. I think you have to sign up to get the full. You have to register to see the entire article. But it's this is a reputable Bible scholar with what seems to be an expertise in the culture of this area at this time, opining about this. So I'm offering it as a counter to the sort of what I would call the sort of theological apologetic you might have got from a rabbi who has a clear vested interest in sanitizing this stuff, right?
So to be clear, that was from the Talmud. So that would have been 1st or 2nd century AD.
Yeah.
And so the Talmud that would have close relation to the court system, the Sanhedrin. This is what the experts of the time, and these weren't written as a defense to anybody because they had nobody to defend them to.
No, but they were writing in from a framework of wanting to justify what might have been obviously morally troubling writings at that point, right? I mean, interestingly, you may not know this, but I come from quite a long line of rabbinic scholars on my maternal side, and so there are people in my family who have written well-known textbooks on how to understand all of this stuff, and to my mind it's all bullshit, right? I don't mean to demean the tradition and the thinking about it and stuff, but I think what they're writing about is nonsense, and it doesn't surprise me that Talmudic writings on this stuff would be aware of the moral tension in it, because at its face it's horrific, right? What a horrific thing to say and to allow. And so it doesn't surprise me that there would have been some effort to make this a little more palatable, perhaps.
Well, if this stuff was debated from the time of Moses, because I know that they had, I'm not clear on it because I told you I'm still very early on in this. If they talked about this stuff, if they had interpretation from the time of Moses into First Temple, into Second Temple, I'm not sure what their motivation would be to defend it to anybody. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that they would be writing that as defense to who, to why would they be?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but it doesn't even make sense to me that they would have to defend it to anybody.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, there obviously something motivated them to write about it, right? So they wouldn't have been writing explanations of enjoinments to do charity and good works because they would be obviously no moral tension to resolve there. So I don't know is the answer, but I think that sexual violence was a thing. Like, it was a thing. It was a facet of society there. Women were completely objectified. It shouldn't surprise us in a way that there are writings from that culture that would allow things like that. There's so many.
So this would be written in a time where most warring countries would not go through these. If there are restrictions for whatever, they wouldn't go through these restrictions. They wouldn't go through these things. They would just do what they wanted to do. And I think that, who would they be defending themselves to? Defending themselves to other warring parties who wouldn't, it's just, like I said, it just didn't make any sense to me why they would write this as a defense. Who would they be? Who would have the moral objection to it? It didn't.
That's a far less troubling question to me than the fact that this stuff is there. Do you know what I mean? Like,
no, I get what you're saying. But I thought, well, first of all, I wanted to take an opportunity to apologize to you and to Joel. We were out doing some charity work, and a friend was attacked by actually somebody we were doing charity for, somebody mentally ill. And it was just very jarring the other day, and I probably should not have reacted to him coming up that way. So I apologize to you and anybody that listens.
I appreciate that, and I hope your friend is okay. I did message you about it earlier. I'm not sure if you picked that up, but
I saw it. We were out, part of a group that brings food to homeless people, and some of them are not very mentally stable. And my friend got basically assaulted for not having any more barbecue potato chips.
That's a transgression, isn't it? Well, I'm really sorry about that. You did sound like not in the best space. So obviously we wish your friend well, and it must have been horrendous to witness that. So I'm really sorry about that.
No, I appreciate it. But getting back to it, I mean, I've been thinking and turning this self over in my head, and what I realized is that if you're reading this the way that you're reading it, okay, which I would say to you that you're reading it incorrectly for whatever reason, and I don't want to go into whatever reason it was for. I would, there are a couple of points that I would put forward to reasons why you're reading it incorrectly. But the way that you're reading it, the perfectly rational response is to be how you're responding. That's horrible and that's disgusting and that shouldn't be in there, and why is it in there, and that's horrible. All right. But the way that these early Jewish Talmudic writers and people that debated this and wrote this down, they did not view it that way. Now, the real problem would be for somebody who read it the same way that you did. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I mean, the hopefully NotJ will be back in a moment, but I'm just reading it based on what it says. I just take the text as what it says, though, NotJ. I just read it and I say, this is what it says. This is what the original Hebrew meaning is. This, and this is how people would have taken it. This is how the fact that Talmudic scholars 1,000 years later may have had an opinion about it differently.
No, this would be from the time of Moses into the first and second temple when these things were written. But I don't want to get on that point. Like I said, there are three possibilities here. There are people who read it like you do. Now, however, I have a problem with how you read it. I'm not going to get into that. But you read it and you take it how you take it. You go, and the right response would be, that's disgusting and that's horrible. Then you have people like myself, and you have people like the Jewish people now that study this, the ones from the time of Moses and into the Talmud, who interpreted it in a different way. In a way that I do, and that should be fine too.
But you're having to do cartwheels and pirouettes around what the text actually says in order to make it less upsetting.
Hold on for a second, because I'm not criticizing your interpretation, and I'm not putting forth justification for mine. Right. What I'm suggesting to you that the truly horrible thing would be somebody who reads it the way you do and goes, meh, I'm all right with that.
Agreed.
And that's not me.
Agreed, but I still don't understand it. I don't see the justification for reading it any other way other than what it says. Because let me just make this point, because that apologetic can be applied to absolutely anything, right? If the standard is we can just adopt another way of reading something when we don't like it, that's just a way of sort of immunizing oneself against the less appealing aspect of this text, without really earning the right to do it. And then one could also say, well, okay, well then can we apply the same latitude to other parts? Can we apply the same latitude to Mary even existing or being the mother of Jesus. I could say, well, I'm going to read it differently, and Mary wasn't divine, or Jesus wasn't divine, or none of it really happened, or it's all allegorical. We can apply a different reading to a text, but one has to earn the right. You have to have a justification for a different reading. Otherwise, it's just words don't mean words, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, look, I going into that with the way that I was trying to explain to you how it was interpreted at the time that this would have actually been relevant, because these things don't happen today. There's no Israeli army that goes and takes wives from conquered nations. At the time that it was practiced, okay, and the court system that would have enforced it, the Sanhedrin that enforced these laws and these things, this is how they interpreted it. There is no question. It's in the Talmud. So at the time that this stuff was actually relevant, and at the time it was practiced, this is how they interpreted it, and it's reasonable to extrapolate from that this is how it would have been implemented. Okay. Now, taking this away from this less of a hot button issue, you take something like the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. There are plenty of interpretations of that, and there are plenty of justifications for and against it. All I'm suggesting to you is that at the time, right now, for people who read this interpreted and lean on the understanding of the people who actually practice this, and when it was relevant, if I lean on their interpretation of it rather than my own through my modern lens, lean on that interpretation, that's not evil.
I'm going to counter that. I'm going to counter that.
One second. You may think it's wrong.
No, but I'm going to give you a demonstration of why it's wrong. So, and I'm not going to use the Deuteronomy 21. I'm going to use a different one. So we're going to look at, and there's one that gets spoken around a lot here, the Deuteronomy 22, the virginity test. Right? Now, you know what that was, right?
I do.
Okay. Now we know that this law was implemented as written because we have much later rabbinical writings that talk about newly married brides taking in little vials of animal blood into the marital chamber to make sure that they didn't end up getting stoned for not being a virgin, right? So that wouldn't have been the case if this law hadn't been interpreted at face value as hideously as it actually is written down. And so I see no reason to think that this law would have been implemented as written and other equally horrendous laws wouldn't have been. Like, surely the honest thing is just to say, this is what the text says, this is what it said at the time, people believed it, they took it, this is it.
So I got to be honest with you, I went and talked about this particular passage too about 8 to 9 months ago. Okay. And whatever response I give you now is going to be incomplete and it'll be incomplete. But for when I was told, when I talked to the rabbi, and again, I got Talmudic justification and interpretation on this. All right. That was one of, basically he told me that was one of many things that could be presented as evidence in a court system, that it wasn't solely relying upon that. And he told me that it was ridiculous to think that particular physical reaction would happen at every single one of those as a response to that particular physical reaction or that physical act. He said that the people of the time knew that, and it's ridiculous to think that they wouldn't know that.
But why is it one of God's laws then? Isn't this, ultimately, this all comes down to, if we think, the reason why I speak about this stuff is because it reflects the moral character of the God who supposedly gave these laws, right? So he's either an immoral monster for delivering such horrific preachments, or he's incompetent for delivering laws that would be incorrectly implemented or incorrectly understood or not put into practice or, ignored by councils of people who decided they knew better or, misunderstood by people for thousands of years afterwards. Any way you slice this,
And I said the same thing.
This doesn't reflect well on the boss, does it?
I said the same thing. And what he told me was, okay, is that that the Torah is incomplete without the Midrash and without the Talmud. And that it was never meant to be taken, never meant to be taken alone. Now, there's probably a lot more to it there, John. There's probably, a lot of stuff that I'm missing. But in a nutshell, from what I remember, is that, you can't take this stuff, you can't take one part of Revelation and ignore the other two.
But I think you're speaking to the wrong people for advice about this. If you want to get clarity on this stuff, you need to be speaking to historians, not rabbis who have got a dog in the game. They've got you know what I mean? You're going to get a theological spin on this. You need a historical.
Everybody's got a bias.
Everyone might have a bias, but speaking to somebody who has a religious commitment to these things being good is going to give you a much higher dose of bias than speaking to someone who has an expertise in the history of this region, who will be able to tell you, who will be able to give you a more nuanced, less biased view.
Everybody's got a bias, and everybody's bias is just as strong as everybody else's. Look,
I'm not
I take these things. Look, I understand, but I take these things into account where if God is horrible, then it is a direct contradiction to all the good that I see my church doing, that I see people that I would be considered inspired by the Holy Spirit doing, by the charities, by the
I don't think so.
To act.
I don't think so. I think that people can be inspired to do really, really good things by bullshit. I think people can be inspired to kindness, to empathy, to levels of cooperation and altruism that they may not otherwise have accessed. I don't think that there's anything that a religious person can do that a non-religious couldn't do. But I do think that there are people who are inspired by. There are people who are inspired by other religions to do acts of kindness too. There are people who are, we have to account for them, right? And surely a more parsimonious explanation is the religion gave them a permission structure and a sort of guidance structure to feel an obligation to do these kind things. And then you look at Médecins Sans Frontières, and they're full of people doing just as kind things without any inspiration from any holy spirits or anything like that.
No doubt, John. Absolutely. There are plenty of people who are secular that are nice people and do nice things. But what I'm speaking of is looking at everything in its totality, that I have a choice. Your paper that you had is probably a reasonable, well thought out perspective on it. And, I would suggest to you that in the Talmud and the Mishrath and the people that wrote these laws down and interpret them, that's a perfectly good approach to it as well, not doing pirouettes and pretzels. What I'm saying when I look at everything in totality, I'm talking about the things that are maybe easier to understand on the surface, like not coveting, not stealing, not schmurdering. The passages about how you're supposed to treat your wife and become one flesh, and how you're supposed to treat your fellow man and love your enemy and turn the other cheek. And all these things that if I look at everything...
But you can't ignore the dark side too, friend. I mean, I don't mean to interrupt you, but, the passages about how you're supposed to treat your wife say that the wife is supposed to be, submit to the husband, and that the women were created for men, not men for women. Like, that is enshrining a gender-based, systemized inequality. I don't think that's great.
So there's some interpretation there too, and exactly what that means and how that does or does not make.
But look how it's being interpreted. God would know if God had issued these idiotic commandments and ideas and preachments. God would know how many people were going to run with it a certain way. God would know how many people look at the Levitical laws, about Exodus and Leviticus about slavery, and on the basis of those would justify slavery, even if that wasn't his intention. Then he bungled it, right? He messed it up.
And what I would suggest to you what I would suggest to you, John, is that because we have free will to twist things and to misinterpret it and to use them as weapons, that we can, and some people are just plain crazy. I think that, I don't think that that takes away from the message. Look, Charles Manson heard Helter Skelter, a song about a ride. I'm going to use one of your countrymen. You are English, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Helter Skelter was a ride that Paul McCartney rode as a child and turned into a song with a very funky, very, very rock and roll, great song. But Charles Manson heard that song and he thought Helter Skelter was going to be some sort of race war, and he convinced a whole group of people to follow him and commit murder.
But Paul McCartney is not an all-knowing, omnipotent being capable of knowing the future. If God is, God should have given better rules and ensured that they weren't so devastatingly misinterpreted. It's on him. He's either evil or he bungled this.
All I'm suggesting to you by saying that is that people can take anything and make anything out of it. Okay, and you're saying that these rules were thick. They weren't, they weren't clear enough. Maybe to the people at the time they written, they were. And I'm going to tell you, and if they weren't, hold on. If they weren't, he also gave Talmud and Mishnah and all of the other writings, and he gave religious leaders to do interpretation.
Well, he could have done a much better job of it. He could have said, people cannot own other people. Full stop. No ambiguity there at all. Instead, he was like, well, this is how you have slaves, and this is where you buy them from, and this is how you're allowed to beat them, and this is how you pass them on to your kids. It's not a great look. It's not a great job if your intention is actually, you're not supposed to have slaves, but the best he could come up with is, this is how you do it, right? You would have to agree, he comes off looking pretty incompetent if that was his aim. Whereas if his aim was actually to say, I don't really mind slavery, I'm good with slavery, then he did a good job.
Look, John, I don't like talking about stuff that I'm not feel like I'm confident enough to talk about, okay? But I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot here, okay? But I want to say this stuff with that that warning, okay? So the only thing that I can tell you is that I know from early Christians, the way that they viewed these laws was not as perfection. And that's evidenced by Christ correcting the law when he came. But these were
not Jay. He didn't correct the law. I have to interrupt you. He said, Matthew 5:17, come on, you know this. I'm not here to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Not one letter, not one jot will change from the law.
How do you But how do you reconcile that with what he said in Mark when he said, you've heard it been said that you could divorce your wife, but this was given to you because of the hardness of men's hearts. I say to you that once two are married, they become one flesh and nothing can take it apart.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's still the case that he was very clear about
so
this.
I can tell you Christian scholars, first century Christian scholars have interpreted that as something having to do, and again, I'm talking about stuff that I'm not prepared and I'm not an expert in, that he was talking about the intention and the purpose of the law is what would not fall away, okay? And again, I know you're going to jump on this, but I'm telling you, this is the interpretation. Hold on. This is the interpretation, and I think it was either Clement or Irenaeus, or it was one of the very early first or second century Christian scholars that had said these laws were to point humanity, a evil humanity, a reckless humanity, in a certain direction in preparation for the coming of Christ. Okay? So, like I said, and that's supported in Scripture that it was, and that is the interpretation as best I can remember it. So look, what I'm suggesting to you is I understand the point I wanted to get out is that if you have this interpretation, great, you've got that interpretation. If there's an interpretation that explains it and makes it okay, through whatever, the people that believe this stuff, don't think the same way that you do. Okay,
but they're making excuses for it. All of this is just coping. They're just copes for the fact that this stuff is so horrific They have to
What
come
I'm
up with something.
suggesting, what I'm suggesting to you is that if I truly believe, or somebody truly believes that these passages do not mean what you think they mean, then how can you think that that person is evil? You can think that they're stupid.
I don't
can-
think that people are evil if they have a different view. I just think that that different view isn't justified, and I think that there's an enormous amount of motivated reasoning at play here for having that view. Because if you do look at these passages at face value, if you do accept that words mean words, if you do accept that they actually mean what they say they mean, there's a horrendous dissonance that you have to resolve, which is the God you pray to is an evil bastard.
John, there are pages and pages and books upon books of interpretation of Shakespeare.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, because nobody's claiming that that's real. Nobody's organizing their lives around it, and nobody is subduing and persecuting other people because of it. So the
That's
stakes
not
are
my
not high.
point. That's not my point. My point is that Shakespeare is much closer to us than when these things were written, okay? And yet, because we don't live in that time and we don't have the understandings of meteoric language, of hyperbole, of what they used for expressions like we have today, you know, I don't know what the once in a blue moon would be the equivalent back then. All I'm suggesting to you is that the fact that these things need to come with interpretation for a modern audience, as well as the contemporary audience back then, is not far-fetched.
It's making excuses for how horrendous it is. Come on, NotJ, you know it is. It's making excuses for how horrendous it is. The scholars who know this stuff accept that that's what it meant. The people who are arguing that it meant something else are people who have got skin in the game, who need it to mean something else because otherwise life gets really uncomfortable.
Look, I think there are probably, if you have secular scholars reading it one way, I think probably for every one of those, I could at least show you another secular scholar who is in agreement with the Talmudic and the Mishratic interpretations.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And if so, and we'll just draw this to a close now because we've got people in the queue. But if so, it still speaks to God's incompetence to have put such idiotic writings in a book that then had to be argued over for thousands of years. He could have been clearer. He could have not written that horrendous stuff down. It would have caused so much less suffering. It would have caused so much less death. So fewer people stoned to death over bullshit. So fewer people persecuted, and horrendous things done in the name of these things. An all-knowing God would have known about those consequences and could have cut them off at the pass by just having other words come out.
You see people like, I see people like the Westboro Baptist who go outside of funerals of fallen soldiers and talk about how certain people are going to hell. Okay, that is a viewpoint that they have that I do not share. Okay, and I think that that's absolutely horrible. So if you can't paint every Christian with the same brush.
I'm not painting Christians with the same brush. I accept that people have a range of ways that they engage with this text, but most of the nicest Christians I know are the ones who ignore the difficult bits, and I'm glad they do, because it makes them nicer people. But they're not being intellectually sound. And to quote Sam Harris, it could be said that people like that offend faith and reason equally.
The only thing that I'm going to leave you with, and the only thing that I'm going to suggest to you with, because I know you want to wrap this up, and I get it.
We're going to wrap it up.
The only thing that I'm going to suggest to you is that people who interpret these things the way that this rabbi I spoke to, or way Irenaeus did, or any of the early Christian scholars, by your judgment, and the judgment of others, your personal judgment, you can call them stupid, you can call them misled, you can call them wrong, you can call them whatever, but what you can't call them is evil.
No,
because they do not.
I'm not calling them evil. I'm not calling them evil. I'm calling them motivated. But NotJ, we're going to move on. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate it.
Later, John.
Speak soon.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Bye. Okay. Sorry for those who wanted me to end that earlier. He did have a really bad time last time we spoke, and I wanted to give him the opportunity to have his say. So, okay. we will get in CC Dirt, and then we have Seeker of the Way after that. Here we go. CC Dirt, how are you? Are you there? I wonder. Or maybe not. CC Dirt seems to have disappeared. Into the dirt. In that case, we'll bring in Seeker of the Way. Hopefully. There we go. Seeker, how are you?
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. Have you found the way, or are you still looking?
Oh. It's for people to read and wonder.
Right. Okay. Well, do you agree with my prompt here that God is not real, or do you think God is real?
The concept God, the name, the titles are things that are made by man's mind.
Yeah, we all know the word is real, but we're asking is it reflective of something that actually exists?
Indeed, it's of something that is observable.
People are checking on me here, saying the bingo. I have left the bingo massively unattended. Friends, forgive the failure on checking the bingo. After this call, I promise we will update the bingo. I don't want to do it right now while Seeker is here, but I won't forget that. I have seen a few notices come in, and I've just had a peek, and there's a hell of a lot of stuff on there. So we are going to be killing the bingo just as soon as we're done here. So sorry, Seeker. So yeah, we've agreed that God exists as a concept. The question is it reflective of something that actually exists in the real world?
Yes, from my understanding, yes.
Okay, and is there a particular God that you believe in?
God is just life.
Life. Okay, so not the Bible God, not Jesus, not Allah, nothing like that. Not the God that anyone would recognize.
Well, I'm a follower of the way. But the Bible has many gods, many names.
So when you say the way, when you say the way, which way is that?
The followers of the way before they named them Christians.
Right. So I'm just trying to get a steer on what your beliefs are, so that we can engage, so we don't waste time with me arguing about things.
That Jesus, the Father, the one that
right.
gives life.
So you're a Christian?
Well, if you want to name me that, okay. But
yeah, I mean, you could have just said I'm a Christian, and then
I said that Jesus is not God, am I Christian?
Well, you tell me. I'm just trying to get an idea of what it is you actually believe.
I'm saying that Jesus is not God, but yes, okay. I guess you can call me a Christian.
Jesus is not God, but you're a Christian. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so what is it that makes you a Christian?
Knowing that, well, if you're a Christian, you believe that you're separate from God, that you're born from sin, and that somehow you need to see a man rise from the dead in order for you to believe.
But Jesus is not God.
They also tell you that God does not dwell within you. That you are not liked. It's Satanism.
Right. This is all a bit confusing. Okay. I mean, I'm a simple person, so I like to kind of have simple answers to things. But
people who follow Christianity, they follow Satanism.
People follow Christianity or following Satanism? Did you say?
Yes,
okay,
they'll oppress the feminine mind, which is the heart, the soul.
Interesting. Okay, so then let's strip it back. Then, why should I believe that the God you're talking about exists?
God is life.
But I mean, life exists. Life exists, but I don't think God is life. Then we have a word for life already.
So can I ask you this then? If we give birth to the living, who gives life?
Well, a living thing is a living thing is alive. So nobody has to give life, but definitionally, a living thing is alive, and there's not a requirement for life to be given.
Signs of life.
Well, no, a newborn baby doesn't just have signs of life. A newborn baby is alive by any meaningful definition of the word.
Okay, so those who give birth to perfect babies, but they do not breathe, why has she not give him life?
Because occasionally babies die. This is not complicated.
Life?
Nobody took it or gave it. This is basic biology.
No one took it or gave it?
Yeah. Like, come on, we understand how this stuff works. Sadly, sometimes babies die.
Let's go. We'll continue. We'll continue. So you believe that it is us that gives the life?
No, I think you're
Then who
missing my
gives
point
life?
entirely. I don't think anyone gives life. Life is a word we use to describe things that behave in a certain way, collections of non-living stuff that are put together in such a way that they exhibit properties like being able to take energy and resources from their surroundings and being able to reproduce and being able to metabolize. These are the things that we
Okay.
call,
No
when
problem.
a lump of stuff does that stuff, does those things, we call it alive. But it's not
Okay.
bestowed. No one's giving it. It's just a
Okay.
description
So
of the way
how
that
does
something
one?
behaves.
So did we just appear from nowhere?
Did who just appear from nowhere?
You, me, everybody.
I appeared because my parents had a special cuddle.
Thank you. So the original human beings, did it come, or life in this planet, did it come from nothing?
Are you asking about the origins of life? Are you
Because
asking
you
about
said that life must come from
abiogenesis?
something.
Yeah. So if you're asking about the origins of life, there are a number of competing hypotheses
Like what?
as to how the originators of replicating molecules could have arrived here, possibly on an asteroid from somewhere else. We don't know exactly. Yeah, because
Okay,
I don't know if you heard this, but the basic building blocks of life were found recently on an asteroid out in space. So we know that it's possible that could happen.
Okay.
Who knows? But let's say, for argument's sake, my answer is I don't know how life started. Would that be evidence for a god of any sort?
No, that's a wise statement, but it's standoffish.
It's not standoffish. It's a question.
No, it's not brave. It's not courageous.
I asked you a question. If I said to you that I don't know how life started, right? Would that lack of knowledge be evidence of a god?
That lack of knowledge?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It means that you're just not brave enough to see.
It's got nothing to do with bravery. It's got to do with whether you claim knowledge about something or not. So, as I said to you, we have a number of competing hypotheses.
You've observed life, and you said it comes from forth something.
Right. We have a number of competing hypotheses as to how life might have originated on this planet. Right now, we don't completely know. There's some really promising research about this, and my guess is within 50 to 100 years we will know. So then that mystery will be solved. It won't be a mystery anymore. But in the meantime, given that we don't know that, why is that evidence for a god? Isn't it just evidence of not knowing something?
Not knowing something, then you are doing the god of the gaps.
No, you're doing the god. You're doing the god of the gaps.
I'm saying to you what gives life.
And I'm saying I don't know.
Life is observable.
No, there's two different questions, right? What gives life is a senseless question. There's
why.
How did life originate, and there's how is it perpetuated? Which one of those are you asking?
So can something from
which one of those are you asking?
Listen.
No. Ask you a question.
From
Please answer that question. Please answer that question.
Give life.
Hang on, because we need some clarity here. We're all over the map at the moment, and we're drowning in a pool of woo. So right now, I'm going to ask you a question, and I really want an answer. When you say what gives life, this is a very whooshy question. It could mean anything. I want to know from you whether you mean what is the origin of life, i.e., where did the earliest building blocks of life arise? How did they arise? Or are you asking how is life perpetuated? How does it continue to be made?
How is life existing?
How is life existing? Well, it's existing because it exists. It's here right now. We have living organisms. This is basic stuff. We have living organisms that continue to reproduce.
But they weren't living at the very beginning.
So now we're not talking about existing then. You're talking about the history. You're asking a historical question, aren't you? Okay. So the answer to your historical question, as I've said already, is we don't know exactly for sure. We don't know for sure how life originated here, but there are a number of competing hypotheses that are plausible, and people are working on it. And most people in the life sciences are of the opinion that, unlike some other questions, this one will probably be answered.
You agree with the Big Bang,
in a number of decades. The Big Bang's got nothing to do with this. Most people in the life sciences think that, unlike some other questions, this one will be answered within a few decades.
But do you believe in the Big Bang?
Are you asking to change subject now?
No, I'm just asking, do you believe in the Big Bang?
if you want to change subject, we can and talk about the
No,
Big
it's
Bang, but
because
it's a
how
totally
can
different subject.
something from nothing,
Right.
from no
Okay.
life,
Okay.
bring
So
life?
so the Big Bang's got nothing to do with life. The Big Bang has got to do with cosmic expansion, hasn't it?
Cosmic expansion, continue.
Cosmic expansion, right? Nothing to do with life. Nothing. Like you might as well talk about, roof tiling. It's got absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. So if you want to now stop talking about life and start talking about cosmic expansion, we can do that. Is that what you're asking to do?
Mate, you are moving from, I'm asking you, right, if something, right, the Big Bang, or you don't believe in the Big Bang, if you don't, it's okay, is regard the very beginning of not life.
The Big Bang has got
nothing.
The Big Bang has got nothing to do with the very beginning of life. The Big Bang is to do with the expansion of the observable universe from a very, very hot, dense state about 13.8 billion years ago, expanding out very, very, very quickly.
How are we here then?
How are we here?
Yes,
so
as
do you mean
beings.
when by we do you mean everything, or do you mean human beings, or do you mean just you and me?
Human beings, everything, but let's talk about us first.
Well, they're different questions.
So how are
be precise. Here? How are human beings
here?
How are
human beings here?
Human beings are here because we evolved from earlier forms of life.
From where? How can it be from life?
What do you mean from where?
You said earlier form of life.
Yeah, earlier forms. So we have a thing called biological evolution.
Earlier forms of life. Interesting.
Yeah, earlier forms of life. So if you
and what are those
if you
lives
were
or life was here?
If you were to take a
That's
picture
why
of
God is
if
life.
you were to take a picture of your father and your father's father and then that person's father and that person's father, and you were to keep on going, and you go back and back and back and back and back, and you go back hundreds and hundreds of thousands of generations, hundreds of thousands of generations, there's two interesting things that would flow from this process. One is that every single being in that stage of lineage would be the same species as the one before it and the one after it. But eventually you would get to a point where the species were different. So that feels paradoxical, doesn't it? But it's because the change happens very, very slowly over a very long period of time, right? So eventually you would get back. Eventually you would get back to a common ancestor with other apes, because we are apes.
Brother,
You'd get to a common ancestor with other apes,
You said it came from life.
Then you would go
The
back
early
further.
stages of life.
Yeah, just listen more, talk less, and you could learn something. Then you could you keep on going back through history. You would reach common ancestry with other slightly more genetically distant forms of life, other mammals, and you keep on going back further, you would reach common ancestry with other more genetically distant forms of life, non-mammals, and you keep on going back, and eventually you go back a few billion years and you get the earliest progenitors of life, which were just self-replicating molecules, just stuff that copied itself, made copies of itself, and occasionally there were variations in the copying, and those variations allowed evolution to take place.
And what gave that life?
Nothing gave it life. It's chemistry, dude. It's just chemistry. Nothing needed to give it life. Just reflect on this. Every atom in your body is non-living. You don't have life. Isn't like a magical thing that exists. I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand what life means. Yes.
So you agree?
All of life.
Everything that's non-living, everything that's alive comes from non-living.
Yes, correct. You're made of stardust.
So
every atom in your body, every atom in your body is non-living.
Exactly. So it came from non-living. Something came forth.
I don't know about something came forth. We have
from non-living,
well understood mechanisms.
So something came forth from non-living, which is life.
Something came forth from non-living. If that's how you want,
which is life.
If that's how you want to put it. Yes.
Is that you agree to that?
Yes, if you want to put it that way, something came forth from non-living, which is life.
So non-living, so something from non-living.
Yeah.
Gave forth life.
Yes. I wouldn't personally put it that way because it sounds a little bit.
How would you put it?
I would just say I would put it the same way I did before, which is that we have basic organic chemistry is capable of explaining how we could have replicators, right? Replicators are just very, very, very simple things that make copies of themselves, molecules that make copies of themselves.
Okay.
Clumps of stuff.
Thank you very much, John.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's good. I hear what you're saying.
You
I will
don't
now
need.
remember from non-living came forth life.
Yeah, and so you don't need a God to explain any of that, do you?
Interesting. So the non-living part. Where is it with the non-living part? How can something non-living give forth life?
You haven't heard a word I've said, have you? So it comes down to what you understand by non-living, right? As I said to you, life is not like a magic spell that's been cast on something where it suddenly has some magical property. Life is a word we give to clumps of non-living stuff which, when configured in a certain way, behave in a certain way. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand the fact
because
that
our bodies is carbon 666.
Our bodies contain lots of different things other than carbon, but our bodies are made of natural stuff, natural non-living stuff, which
like
when combined, just like stars, and some of the atoms
Indeed.
that are in you used to be in the sun, used to be in stars, right? Life is non-living stuff arranged in a particular way. And so there's no
non-living stuff
there's
arranged.
no magical
I didn't say there was magic.
life. No, but you seem to be fixated on this notion of living things and non-living things.
No, because we have to differentiate. We've come to a conclusion now that something non-living, they had non-living stuff that came, because obviously we're non-living and there's life. So there's something that happened in between that.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's called chemistry. No gods needed. So it sounds like you kind of agree with me.
No, I just, well, I agree that something non-living gives forth life, but the question is, how can life come from non-living?
Well, I think we've answered it, haven't we?
Okay.
Cool. All right. Thanks for coming up. Okay. Cheers. And the seeking goes on. Okay, let's get my friend Frodo Baggins in.
Hey,
there
John.
you go. Hey, Frodo, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I thought I'd drop in and say hello before I go to bed.
Awesome.
I mean, your guest was clearly ignorant of science and doesn't really understand that even if there was a theistic element to this, at some point there was not life and then there was life. I think the problem he has is he can't comprehend the mechanisms that could lead to that situation, right? Where amino acids can be formed under certain circumstances. Amino acids are able to form into self-replicating proteins and chains. They become more complex as time goes on. We're talking, it took billions of years to get to this point before it even started, the first single-celled organism. They reckon, the current science is that there were smaller mRNA molecules which then started working. There were free-floating ribosomes. All of these things had to come about over long, huge periods of time before things got to the point where we had a single cell, and then evolution and essentially started from that point onwards. So there's a gap there. I always laugh when they always bounce to the Big Bang. You believe the Big Bang existed. Like, we've got evidence for this. The cosmic background radiation was observed, all of that redshift stuff. We have evidence. Unfortunately, if you've never seen any of that, or if you don't understand it or studied it, then it's going to feel, I guess, like magic to people. So it is hard for people who don't have a science background to understand that science can answer these questions.
For sure.
So,
for sure.
How have you been, though?
Sure. Yeah, really good, thanks. Really, really good indeed. Can I just say massive shout to the Dalton raid. Thank you, guys, and thank you, Dalton. I really appreciate you coming to join us here. I really, really do. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, and how are you, Frodo? What's going on?
Work's been manic, but here's the thing. I always have your stuff on in the background when I'm working, because I sometimes need my sanity restored when I'm dealing with people like No Degree, bless him. He's quite the character. I do think he's mentally unwell. Like, I genuinely think he's mentally unwell.
Yeah, that guy's unhinged for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do drop by his lives, and I do try to explain to him that the way that you arrive at your conclusions indicates mental health deficiencies, and I need
nicely put.
Well, here's the thing: if he is either a sociopath or a narcissist, which it's entirely possible that he could be either or both, he can't help it. But I've had to say to him a couple of times, like, when you say these things, you may feel that you're arriving at a very rational conclusion, but people who are mentally well do not think this way. Like, think of it like a filter that your brain is applying that makes these horrific acts seem fair and moral to you.
Yeah.
And he goes, and then he pivots and stuff, but he's starting to entertain the fact that something isn't right. And a lot of people have tried to explain this to him in different ways. It's just, if you are a narcissist, you're going to see this in that, like, you're going to see that you may think you're cooking, but that's the problem.
Yeah.
Pardon me. That's the issue that he has. It's like this filter in his brain that's saying, "Oh yeah, perfectly fine to unalive women through stoning." I'm like, okay, but no rational, mentally health well person arrives at that conclusion. Well, I don't. There are Muslims who do this. Sure, if they advocate for that kind of thing, they're mentally unwell as well. So. Yeah. Hard times for him. He's a bless him. He's a character. I do like battling him. I do find it funny, but sometimes John Cohen for the restoring of sanity is always useful.
Well, happy to help out with that, of course.
Oh no, keep plugging away, sir. Your content is fantastic. It's just,
thanks, bro.
Sometimes you just need that gentle recalibration after dealing with people that are very unwell.
Well, thanks for coming in. Always nice to talk to you.
Always a pleasure, never a chore. Good night, John. Take care.
Keep up, pal. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Right. As promised, we need to check in on the bingo, because you guys have been super, super busy. I've been super, super negligent in not updating this. So let's get going. There's really loads here. Oh my goodness. There's a ridiculous amount here. Okay. We might fill the board up right now. In fact, I think we're going to. Looking at it, it looks like we're going to. All right, well, let's get going. So PVG called Look at the Trees. That's a little bit loud. Let me turn that down a little touch. And Elizabeth B called I'll Pray for You. This is. I think a lot of these came in on the on the reaction video thing, because that guy was bonkers. PVG called Crash Out. Yeah, we did have Crash Out for sure, actually. We did earlier on, didn't we? We had a trolley Crash Out thing. There's the crash. And PVG called Nothing Comes From Nothing. And we are going to get Eden in just a moment. So, Eden, I see you, and we'll get you in a moment. I'm going to do a few more of the bingo calls, and then we're going to get Eden in, and then we'll pick this up later, because otherwise it's going to take too long. PVG called How Do You Account for Logic? Who said that? I'm not sure if anyone actually said that. Did we get a How Do You Account for Logic? I'm not sure we did. I'm going to hold that one back for now, because I'm not completely sure. Let me know in the chat if you think someone said How Do You Account for Logic, because that's a pre-suppy move that I'm not sure we've had today. So I'm not sure about that one. PVG called Philbro Babble. I think we had a bit of that. And then I'll Pray for You, which we had already. And Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy. Have we had that? I'm not sure. I don't want to give any... second guy. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, if you're saying second guy, then we'll have that. And... Without God, life is meaningless. We definitely had that. And we had a read in context big time. And we had the Bible is historically accurate. Did we have that? Boogie, did we have the Bible is historically accurate? I'm going to allow it anyway, because why not? And then I'll leave the remaining few. We've got another 6 to be put on the board, but I don't want to keep Eden waiting any longer. So we'll bring Eden in right now. Eden, are you there? Hopefully you are. Eden, are you there? That's not looking good at all, I'm afraid. Let's have a look at your audio. Can you hear me, Eden? Because I can kind of hear you just, or sort of see something bumping up and down here, but it's not looking good. You might want to come out and come back in again. That might refresh, or just refresh the browser and see if that works. I'm hearing some sort of bumping noises, but can't hear anything other than that. No? Okay. Well, try again. What if we turn the echo cancellation off? Is that going to help? Try again, Eden. No, not happening. So I'll drop you down, Eden, and try and join again. We would love to talk to you, but that seems to not be working. So yeah, come back once. Yeah, come back if you can, and we'll try and get you in again. So let's keep on going with the bingo until we get the next guest in. So what do we have? How do you account for logic? And we are going to fill it up right now. This is unprecedented. PVG said Jesus fulfilled prophecy. All said. And I read it in context. We've had, and no, have we had no morality without God? I'm not sure if we have had that yet. I'm going to hold that one back for now, to give us something to work with. And you can't prove God doesn't exist. We've definitely had. Boogie called that one correctly. And then PVG called evolution is just a theory, which is kind of what our last caller said, in a very roundabout way, which leaves on the map. The only one left is no morality without God. So I wonder if we might get that still. Tonight, the night is young. We've still got a little ways to go. So let's see if someone comes in and gives us that and completes our whole board. What did NotJ say that? I don't think NotJ said no morality without God. Did he say that? Okay, well, if you're saying that, then we'll have it. I'm not. Who am I to argue? Oh, it's disappeared. I'll add it myself. There we go. People, we have a full board. What are we going to do with the rest of the night? That was outrageous behaviour. Okay, well, while we wait for another guest to come up, we'll read a few messages. Why don't we do that instead? That'll be fun. Let's see. These are going back a little ways. Liberty, good to see you, friend. Said, since he keeps throwing out we, can we get some credentials? And I'm feeling really bad now because I can't remember who it was who kept on saying we. It was a little earlier, but I can't remember who it was. Yeah, I can't remember that, but fair enough. Let's get in Joshua. Hopefully this will work. Joshua, are you there? Come on. Come on, Internet. You can do it. Come on, Video Ninja. You can give me a guest to work with here, please. Someone has clicked on the link in good faith. And I'm thinking about, I think Justin talked about getting a private video server. I think I'm going to do the same thing once I got my fiber line, which is apparently coming in on the 14th. Fingers crossed. Things should get much better after that. Joshua, I don't know if you can hear me, but we cannot hear you, even though you are technically added and in. Just can't hear you at all. So can you try and refresh your browser and see if that works to get you back in? Not working. So I'll have to drop you back down and same thing again. Try and come up if you can. And we'll try and get you in. Weird stuff. I don't know if that's something on the video side, but that doesn't seem to be working. So at the moment, TikTok queue is empty and the YouTube queue has had 2 callers who for some reason weren't able to connect. But I have tested it. It is actually working. So it must be something their end. So let's try. Sometimes it works second time. Is this Joshua again? Let's see. Hello, are you there? Let's try Joshua again. Joshua, are you there? I see a bit of camera. but I hear nothing. Sadly, we can't hear you. Yeah, that's not sounding good, is it, at all? Nope. I'm trying to see what device you're using. Speakerphone, it says.
Hello?
There we go. That worked. Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you finally.
Yeah.
What would you like to say?
Live or whatever?
I beg your pardon?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, and you're up and you're live, and we're all waiting to hear what you have to say, but I think it might be a not great connection. Can you get to some solid Wi-Fi? Because this is not going to work. So if you can get to...
I live in the jungle of Hawaii, so...
Right. Yeah, this isn't going to work, I'm afraid. You're going to need to get to somewhere with a better signal.
Can you not hear me that well?
It's not great. Like, it's going in and out. Yeah, I think that's not.
How about I'll turn my camera off?
If you turn your camera off, that might help. How about that now?
Yeah, I just did. Yeah,
there
I
you
turned
go.
the camera off. So
okay, now we're
Can you hear
working.
me?
Yes, I can hear you, and we are all. It seems quite good now. So I'm going to add your name on the screen. Now we know who we're talking to. Welcome in.
So for me, the experience of God is like undeniable in my life. I can't understand how other people are skeptical or whatever.
Right.
But so like you know, if you observe nature or just everything in the universe, there's like.
Can you pray to God to give you a better signal right now? This is his moment. This is his moment to give you what you need, because we're hearing every other thing you say. So I heard you say that to you, the experience of God is undeniable in your life, and you don't know how people can be skeptical about it. But unfortunately,
yeah, I can hear you perfectly clear. So I don't know why.
Yeah, it's likely that your download bandwidth might be better than your upload bandwidth, which is why you're hearing me, but we're hearing a pretty garbled version of you, which is a real shame, because I would like to be able to speak to you about this stuff. Sadly, this is not working, I'm afraid, Joshua. You're gonna have to get to somewhere with a better signal, because we can't have a conversation like this, unfortunately. So I'm going to answer what you said for now.
Okay. I tried.
Yeah, no, you tried, and you can stay on the line if you want to while I give you an answer. But sadly, I think a back and forth isn't really going to work, because we're only hearing a little of what you say. So sadly, that's not great. So I don't think there's any evidence.
Let me ask again, like the order, like, can you explain the order of the geometry of nature, like the sacred geometry of everything? How, like, there has to be like an intelligence behind the design of everything, right?
Why? I mean, first of all, calling the design of everything a design.
Well, why is not chaos? Why is there not chaos?
Well, there is chaos in a lot of places.
Why is there an order rather than chaos?
Well, there is chaos in a lot of places, and then there are little pockets of order. But why would you assume that in order for order to happen, there must be intelligence?
What causes that? What causes that order?
Well, it might just be a property of nature that under certain circumstances, order can happen. So, for example, when snowflakes form, they're quite ordered. They're geometrically perfect, and they're very regular and ordered. But there's no intelligence required to produce snowflakes, just chemistry does it.
Okay. Are you aware of the Doctrimodo snowflakes?
Aware of what, sorry?
Dr. Emoto is a Japanese.
No.
Dr. Emoto snowflake.
There's quite a lot of chaos and disorder in your audio signal at the moment, sadly. But this all sounds to me like basically an argument from personal incredulity, where you're looking at the order you see in nature and saying, I personally can't understand how this could have happened without an intelligent mind. But do you grant that there are lots of really, really smart people who don't have a problem with that, who look at the nature and look at the order in the universe and are perfectly happy assuming that a mind isn't needed for that? I think that this is not going to be a productive conversation because yeah, Joshua, unfortunately this is going to work, my friend. I thought I'd give it another try, but we're just not hearing what you're saying. So I'm going to say to you, try and get to a better signal. Yeah, this isn't going to happen. I'm just going to drop you down, friend. If you can get yourself to a better signal and then call back in, we can have the conversation. But I just don't think there's any point when we're only hearing 1 in every 10 words you say. So I think that is going to be the case there. Queues are currently empty again. So come on, theists. Come and tell us why you think God exists and why you think we should. For anyone interested, I have reset the bingo. I thought, why not? We still got a few hours to go. We might as well have fun. So bingo is live again. Call them as you hear them, folks. Call them as you hear them. Arguably, we just had a look at the trees. In fact, we kind of did. I might call that one myself. Where's it gone? There is a look at the trees on here somewhere, isn't there? I'm sure. Yes, it is there. There you go. One for the win. Look at the trees. That was definitely a look at the trees. Okay, we're going to read some more messages. Bethos, lovely to see you, friend, said, guys, you need to relax. Online again. How much reason do you want to get out in a week? Okay. Let me pour some Bordeaux or Medoc and listen to J and S. Is just J tonight, no S. Sean is traveling and is off on his trips. So sadly, you're stuck with just me. But I really appreciate that. Thank you anyway. And Doxon Greenlight says, it's pretty funny that guidelines for how humanity should conduct themselves from on high have to be interpreted from myth by human authority. And I think this I absolutely agree. I think this ties into the conversation I was having with NotJ before, where like if there really is an all-powerful God who wants us to behave in a certain way and live in a certain way according to certain principles, then such a being would know how misinterpreted his message might be and should really be able to tailor the message such that it wasn't so catastrophically misinterpreted. And, he could just write it across the night sky right now in magical writing that everyone understood. And then there'd be no ambiguity. Instead, it gets written on bits of parchment 2,000 years ago, and bits of it get lost and translated and mistranslated and copied and spread by word of mouth and all the rest of it. It's a pretty rubbish system, really. And then Tim said, full bingo, yay! We lose because their arguments suck. Yep, that's the one. And Tim also said, order, have you seen a penis? It looks like a snail wearing a hard hat. Or if you're uncircumcised, a worm wearing a turtleneck. That's not order. I mean, to be fair, if there is God, God has an enormous sense of humour. Because human anatomy is funny. You've got to admit it. Like, can you imagine God, like, designing human genitals and then stepping back and going, yeah, I nailed that. That's gorgeous. Like, what? Okay, fair enough. As you were. So yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Tim. Appreciate that. Okay, people, time to come and talk to me. come and talk to me, internet. If you're on TikTok and you think that God is real and you've been wondering about making a case for it but feeling shy, now's your moment. Feel the Holy Spirit in you. Grab your sword of gullibility and your shield of logical fallacies and come on in. I would love to speak to you. And if you're on the YouTube side, I'm sure that the wonderful mods have posted the link for you already, but I'm going to do it as well, just in case. tinyurl.com/JCguest. Adam says, God's an arsehole for not letting us have retractable penises like lizards do. That would have been an advantage, wouldn't it? So yeah, that's the one. If you want to get involved, come and say hi. Otherwise, I shall be forced to do something like an AMA, and you can just ask me anything you want. On topic, off topic, I'll try and answer it for you. How about that? We could pass the time doing that until guests come in. Although, speaking of questions, before we do anything like that, of course, we do have a question in from Elizabeth B, who used the Inquirer's form for members to submit a question, which you can do, and then I will talk about it on the show, just like this one. So Elizabeth says, I'm struggling, would like to know how people approach holidays without God. So many holidays had a religious context growing up, especially Christmas, that now I'm out of the religion, I don't know how to celebrate or what I'm celebrating. I've been taught my whole life that these holidays were all about the religion, and it's hard to celebrate without the belief. Yeah, I totally hear you, Elizabeth. If you, for years and years and years, were told that these things are to do with specific religious concepts, then without those concepts, what are they about? The thing is, we also have just tradition. And sometimes things that start off as being rooted in religion and rooted in doctrine end up being co-opted, and they just become traditional. So, you know, we have a Christmas tree in my house at Christmas. None of us are Christian. None of us are remotely interested in anything like that. But it's a kind of a fun thing to do. I mean, I never used to, but my son likes doing it. So we have a Christmas tree and they decorate it and it's fun and presents get put underneath it. And it's perfectly fine without any of the religious kind of meaning at all. And quite often these sort of festivals and holidays are just sort of time for us to spend with other people or just get a day off work or whatever it might be. And the practices just achieve a sort of regularity in our culture such that we can leave the religious aspects behind and just take them for what they are, just as a cultural thing. In the same way that, you know, someone might do Halloween, right, without needing to worry at all about what the origins of it are, or Valentine's Day, or any other thing like that. So I don't think you should worry too much about it, and I'm sorry that you feel like unsure and uncomfortable about it. Just take what you want from it and leave the rest. So Christmas can just be about hanging out with friends, or eating a bit too much, or cooking some nice food, or having a tree if you like the look of a tree. Decorate a Christmas tree. It's fun. They look nice. You don't have to link it to anything religious, and millions and millions and millions of people just don't. They just don't do that. So yeah, I hope that helps. I really do. And feel free to send in any more questions if you have them, of course. Okay, and Drew has just put in a super chat. Thank you so much, Drew. Anyone claiming that humans were divinely designed should read the 2018 book Human Errors, a panorama of our glitches from pointless bones to broken genes by Nathan H. Lentz. That sounds great. There was another book a few years ago which I think was called Unintelligent Design, which was, it sounds to me like a similar thing. Lots of instances of just really, really idiotic designs in nature. The one that always comes to my mind when I think about this is the laryngeal nerve in giraffes, which sort of runs, you know, across within the giraffe's chest, but well, it would do, but for evolution. It used to do that, but as the giraffe's necks got longer and longer, it kind of took the nerve with, and so that the laryngeal nerve in giraffes doesn't do that. It goes all the way up the neck and all the way back down again, instead of just going from one point to another one very, very close by it, which, if that was a design, would be completely idiotic. And it's powerful evidence, of course, that giraffes evolved. They weren't designed that way. So Gordon says, thank you, Gordon. John, you're so effective, we're running out of believers. If only that were true. I wish we were running out of believers. I would happily pack up shop and stop doing this and concentrate on something else instead. If it meant that we weren't surrounded by people whose heads were so full of complete nonsense and who passed that nonsense down to their children as facts, and sort of infected their children with that nonsense so that they could do the same. And we see it happening generation after generation. So yeah, I would be very happy to hang up my boots, as it were. But that's not likely to happen in this lifetime. I sort of think it might happen one day. We might wise up at some point. But I don't think it's going to be enormously soon. So what do you think? Shall we do some sort of AMA type thing? You can ask me about anything you like in the chat until we get another guest in. Let's see if anyone's got anything they want to ask or anything you want me to talk about. I am your humble servant. Margot says it's going to happen eventually. I think so too. We've got Adams in to grace us, no doubt, with more jokes. So let's hopefully this works. We can get him in. I think it will. Adam, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Excellent. It does work. Okay. Are you here to grace us with more jokes?
Oh, I've always got more jokes. I actually came for something serious for once.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Well, that's awesome.
One of the things that I've discussed with other people is that a lot of Christians don't follow Christ. They follow Paul.
Yep.
Because when you, basically Paul just goes through contradicting everything Jesus says.
Absolutely.
Jesus, he doesn't come to change any of the laws. Then Paul says, nope, all the laws are done.
Apart from the 10 I like.
Yeah. Jesus tells people, do not judge and you will not be judged, where Paul just says, judge everyone. It's so it's odd that, everyone goes around calling themselves Christians when, they should just be calling themselves Paulians. Just change the religion name, because apparently Christ doesn't mean shit to these people.
It's amazing.
Paul says it goes.
It's incredible how willing they are to completely ignore the words of the person they think is God and pay attention to the words of a person who just had a vision of that guy after he fell off his horse, probably bumped his head, and had some kind of hallucination and now claims to be making divine law. I completely agree with you. And there's a definite tension between what Jesus says in Matthew 5:17, affirming the old law, the Mosaic law and the prophets, and none of it shall change, none of it shall pass, and anyone who teaches anyone else not to do any of these things will be considered least in heaven. Well, that would have to include Paul now. So Paul's theologically done a whoopsie. He came along and contradicted God. Not a smart move.
He doesn't. And there's, was it when Jesus was asked about why he's eating with tax collectors and sinners? And he talks about how, it's not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. So he comes to, spend time with the sinners because they're the ones that need him. And then Paul goes out and says, you must never associate with anyone who is a sinner. Don't even eat with such people. And it's like,
yeah.
So who do you really want to be listening to? Because if you're just going to listen to Paul,
for sure,
then,
yeah, for sure.
So
completely agree. Well, do you got any more jokes?
Oh, I've always got jokes.
Let's have one.
Don't forget, if you never sin, Jesus died for nothing.
Yeah, I love that. That's an oldie but a goodie. Yeah, we'll have that. So thank you so much, Adam. Always good to
Well,
speak to you,
I've
friend.
got another.
You got
Why
another
do they
one?
say that? Oh yeah, I've got
Go on.
tons, but
Of course.
I'm just gonna keep a couple for now. But yeah,
Fair enough.
why do they say that when you die you become closer to God? Because at that point, both of you don't exist.
I like that one too. Yeah, I haven't heard that, but very pithy. Very, very good. Yeah. Well, excellent.
All right. You take care.
Nice to see you, friend, or to hear you. Thanks, friend. Cheers. And of course, the other benefit from that is it just proves to me that the video system is working. It's just an issue when people call in and they don't have their signal right, or they don't have the mic right. Is that Charissa or Carissa? Thank you for joining the Unconvinced. I really appreciate that. I hope you enjoy that. You will now have access to the interactive bingo and all of the good things like that. Just some random dude on YouTube, hi friend, has message to say, I'm pretty new to learning about evolution and was wondering, are we done evolving or will we evolve more in the future? So the thing with evolution is it's basically an ongoing process, but it happens at different speeds at different times according to how much pressure there is on the population. But basically the way it works is you're always going to get a spread of genes in the gene pool, and the genes are expressed as having different physical characteristics. So there might be genes that make you strong, have lots of dense muscle fiber, or there might be genes for height, or there might be genes that give you great vision, or genes that however they're expressed, and they combine with other genes and all sorts of things, they give you physical characteristics. They're called the phenotype. So the genes are the genotype, and the phenotype is the kind of body that those genes build. So the variations in genes produce different physical characteristics. And the question then is, are there things at work in the environment that are going to make it so that certain types of physical characteristics are more successful reproductively than others? And it can be seen how a while ago that was obviously truly the case. Because like right now, for human beings, being physically strong doesn't massively affect your ability to survive, because we don't go out and hunt. Physical strength is far less important. And we live in a technological world where actually our physical characteristics affect our reproductive chances less than they used to. So evolution's not going to necessarily be so obvious. But it continues to happen across all species, that genes that make you more likely to reproduce, or make one more likely to reproduce, are more likely to be passed on. And that never stops happening. So there are other species of animals where evolution is happening at a much quicker pace, and others where it's a bit more punctuated and doesn't happen so obviously so quickly. I for the biologists I hope I haven't massacred that too badly. If anyone wants to correct me on that, I'd be very happy to take a correction. I'm going to assume Dr. Dig isn't in the house, but if she is, I'm sure she can probably give a much better telling of the story than I can. I'm just looking down the list. I can't see her here, but I think that's basically the long and short of it. So yeah, don't ever think of evolution as a process that has an end point. It isn't. It's the variation. It's the changes in frequency of certain genes or alleles, which are like variations of genes within a population. That just happens all the time. So this is massive. Charissa has sent out 20 Unconvinced gift memberships. So immediately becomes a member and then sends out 20 more. That's absolutely huge. Thank you so much for that. That's extremely kind. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. So let's have a look what else we've got going on in the chat. As long as things be evolving. Yeah, well said. That's pretty much how it works. I'm looking for... Oh, thank you, Anony. I appreciate the vote of confidence there. I don't claim to be an expert on any of this stuff. In fact, I don't claim to be an expert on anything. Just someone who thinks about this stuff and talks about it and likes thinking about it and sharing it. What else have we got? I'm looking for questions. You can ask me anything you want at this point, and I will try to Well, thank you, Guy. That's very kind. Guy said, simply smart, or some people would say just simple. I'm trying to see if there's any questions that anyone might have asked that I've missed. Leaps and bounds are made during extreme periods. Yep, that's punctuated equilibrium, isn't it? I believe. Any more questions? I'm looking to see. I can't see any at the moment. Let's have a look. How old am I? That's a closely guarded secret. I'm not going to tell you that. But I'm older than I look. One day it's going to get out and then everyone will know. Let's see. What else do we have? My favorite pizza. Okay. So my favorite pizza is going to be not pineapple. I don't do the pineapple on pizza. I'm not like one of those people who thinks it should be like a crime against humanity or something and illegal. It's just not my thing. I like a few like vegetable-y things, like some peppers and some kind of vegetable-y things, and then possibly just a little bit of something like, sorry to the vegans, but maybe a bit of ham or a bit of just a single bit of something meaty as well to balance it out. And definitely thin. I think that thick crust pizzas are an abomination. That is absolutely unforgivable. Don't do that. It's not good. So thin and lots of vegetables would be very nice. Kerry's estimated 44. You could definitely come again, Kerry. What else have we got here? Little bits of cream cheese. Not sure about that. Pineapple and bacon. Nah, I can't see that one working for me. Yeah, I know what you mean, Life's a Glitch, about pork. I get that. Mothman has asked, am I agnostic? Yes, I am agnostic, in that I don't claim to know for sure. I don't claim knowledge about my views on God. So I'm an atheist because I lack a belief in a God. I don't believe that any gods exist. But I'm also agnostic in that I don't claim that as knowledge. That's the way I use those terms. Some people use the terms differently, and they think that agnosticism is a kind of halfway point between believing and not believing. But I don't think such a point exists. I think belief is a bit more is more like a light switch. You either have the belief or you don't. And if you say you don't know, then that means you don't have the belief. That is. That's how I think about that. Neck2 is saying, can you say what generation you hail from? Let's just say that I have a solid appreciation of everything from the 80s and some things from a little before then. How about that? Is it possible? Adam says, is it possible that some godlike being could exist, though no evidence has ever been provided for that? But we can say for a fact that the Abrahamic God is demonstrably false. Yeah, I think I'm pretty close to that. I would say, again, I wouldn't necessarily call it knowledge, because maybe I should. Maybe I need to actually be a bit more committed to this. I think that the Abrahamic God is. I don't think I would call myself agnostic about that. I would say we can know that God doesn't exist because it has contradictory properties. This is what I was talking about earlier. I don't think a God can be all-knowing and omnipotent. I don't think that's possible for the reasons I expressed earlier to a guest near the beginning of the stream. If you're omnipotent, then you can never know what it's like to be lacking in some ability. And therefore you can't know that, and you can't have that knowledge. And I think there are other problems. If you have all knowledge, then you have knowledge of all future events. And if you have all knowledge of all future events, then when those events come around, you're not free to do something different or have a change of mind, which kind of limits your free will, and that constrains your ability to act. And so there's another way in which infinite knowledge constrains infinite power. And so I just think that this concept of a God as being this sort of infinite everything can't exist. And I think I wouldn't say that I'm agnostic about that. I would say that I think, in as much as we can know anything, can we know for sure that Santa doesn't exist? I mean, not 100%, but it's like 99.9 with lots and lots and lots of nines, right? So we call it knowing, even though it isn't technically, philosophically knowing. Yeah, I think so. Sons of the Clippy says, John was never born, so he doesn't have an age. Yeah, that's going to be my story. That's what I'm going to say. Never born, don't have an age. What else have we got? Dark Matter did a video on this. Does God know what it's like to want to sin? If so, then he isn't all good. If not, he isn't all knowing. Yeah, excellent. Well said. That's a great way of putting it, isn't it? I just think these properties kind of cancel each other out, and you can't have all of them. So yeah. Apparently, I look good and healthy. Well, thank you for 78. I'm not doing bad, right? That's it. What else have we got? I was hatched, apparently. Thanks, Robbie. Yeah. And plot twist, John isn't actually God. That's why he isn't disclosing his age. Oh, is actually God. Yeah, I'm God. That's the one. Some people have told me that. I need to ask you something. Did we enjoy the reaction video earlier? I mean, I know he went on a bit. Maybe it was a bit long, but I did enjoy sharing it with you. Is it something that you'd like me to do again? Because I've got another one in the wings, which I was going to do on the next stream, where he goes even more nuts, actually, and thinks I'm some kind of demon or something. But let me know if you enjoyed that, if that was fun. Yes, it was great. Okay, hilarious, good. Okay, because I wasn't completely sure. As I was getting into it, I was like, God, this guy is actually going on a bit. Am I boring the audience stupid? But I thought when I watched it earlier, I found myself laughing at it, and I started to think about composing a response to it, like a text response. And then I thought, no, it'd be good to actually share this with you guys live. Okay, well then I will do that. I'll do that again for the next one. On the next stream, I'll share the next one from him. And I did actually drop him a message, a comment under his video there saying, I'm going to be doing a response to this later tonight. So I don't know if he will have seen that or not, but yeah, hopefully he will. We'll see. Sons of the Clippy says, John is outside of time and space. We only ever see a projection of him. There's a guy on TikTok called Paul King. He's recently changed his username to Paul something or other else. But for quite a while last year, he seemed convinced that I was AI and not an actual human, which amused me no end. And at one point, I actually did a video where I came on to discuss the fact that I'm not AI, I'm a human. And then I cut in images of myself changing into a robot, which was fun. I enjoyed doing that. So yeah, I'm just a projection or just an AI. Yes, it's funny because of how serious he seemed to be. He was hilarious, that guy in the video, wasn't he? Adam says, I loved a video of Jovan with some idiot call when Jovan started praying to Satan and offering up his soul, and the caller was losing his shit in terror and praying against Satan. Oh, I would love to have seen that. I would love to have seen that. That is hilarious. Where have all my guests gone? People, come on. Believers, you've got like a holy mission. You're supposed to come and defend your God. I see it's me has popped in, which I'm going to assume is probably PVG again, but I could be wrong. On the last live, there were about 4 callers who I assumed were PVG. And when I brought them in and said, hi, PVG, it turned out they weren't. So maybe that teaches me for being presumptuous. But let's try this out. Hi, it's me.
You could be wrong.
I could be wrong.
This is Tracy.
Oh, T, how are you doing?
I was calling, or not yet calling. I don't know how the mods communicate with each other, but I did add a channel in the Discord where they alone can use, so no one else in Discord should be able to see them.
Amazing. Amazing.
So we've got a few people in that. One of your mods is in. I made someone else a mod of just the server itself because they know
Oh, I
about
saw that. That was Axe, I
Discord.
think. That was Axe, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Axe, thank you for that. I really appreciate that hugely. Yeah, I mean, Tracy, again, thank you so much. Somebody asked earlier about the link for the Discord, and I don't have it right here because it's actually on my other computer. Do we have it in a form that we could post it somewhere for those who want it?
Well, I've been pasting it
Oh, you have been?
intermittently in the chats of both streams.
Oh, amazing. What would I do without you? Amazing. You are an incredible person. Thank you so much. For anyone who doesn't know, Tracy single-handedly just set up a Discord server, like just did it, and messaged me to say, I've done this, if you like it. And I looked at it, it's like, wow, this is incredible. Thank you so, so much. And I love this as a possible way for the two streams to meet, the TikTok people and the YouTube people, and all in one place, and we can get some good stuff going. And I really want that to be a place that you guys shape. Like you tell us what you want there, and we'll make it happen. You know, we can have it hangouts and stuff for sharing memes or book recommendations or whatever it is you guys want. I absolutely love it. So yeah, I can't thank you enough.
There's a voice channel in there they can actually join and talk to each other while listening to the stream.
Oh wow. Okay,
if
that's
they want.
amazing.
I mean, some people might not want distractions like that.
Still
yeah,
amazing.
I'll get off here. Hopefully you get some more people up here.
Well, thank you so much again. I cannot thank you enough for doing that. Really, it was well above.
And everyone I know is age. I won't tell though.
It's going to come out at some point. Yeah. Well, there we go. Thank you so much, dear. Really appreciate it.
Bye.
Thanks, buddy. Okie dokie. We have Faith to Free Thought. Well, that's a nice sounding moniker if ever I heard one. Hey, how you doing?
I just wanted to let you know your stream is super zoomed in on TikTok, and we can't even see the prompt, which is probably why nobody's queuing.
That's not good. It's super zoomed in on TikTok. I'm looking at it right now, and it looks okay. That is really strange.
Oh, maybe. Is it just me? I don't know. I see like it's super zoomed in, kind of closer to your face, and I don't see a prompt at the top or anything.
That is really strange because I'm looking at my. I think there might be something your end, friend. I really appreciate you coming up, but yeah, I'm looking at it and it looks okay, and everyone else says it looks okay too. So I think we're all right. You might want to, I don't know, restart.
Oh, might be me then.
Yeah, restart the TikTok app or something. Are you using it on a phone or are you looking at it on a computer?
Yeah, I'm just on my phone. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe restart the app and see if that sorts it out.
Okay.
But I really appreciate that. Thank you. Cheers. And he's dropped down. Yeah, for a moment I thought, have I dropped the ball in some major way? And am I TikToking nonsense right now? But it seems to be okay. I'm looking at it. So Life's a Glitch says, wait, John isn't supposed to be upside down? That's awesome. Let's see. I must say, by the way, the tech has been kind of working all right, hasn't it? Given the horrendous issues I had before. I alluded to this earlier. I'm getting my lovely new fiber line in. If everything goes according to plan, it should be on the 14th of this month. So 2 weeks. I should be going from theoretically a 70 megabit connection to 1,000 megabit connection. And when that happens, if it all works okay, if it's all good, and if it all does what it's supposed to do, then I won't have any more bandwidth issues. I'll be able to up the quality of the stream visually for TikTok and YouTube, and I should also be able to do concurrent vertical and horizontal streams for YouTube. That's the goal, because I know people like the horizontal because it allows you to. It does something different, doesn't it? When you're watching a horizontal stream on the YouTube app, it allows you to have it off, have the app off, or something like that. It behaves differently, and also you don't inadvertently swipe the whole stream up when you're trying to comment or something like that. But I think some people prefer the vertical. So I will do both. That's the plan, anyway. Okay, Nectus just asked, how did you and Sean meet, and how did he become your co-host? This is an easy one. And Mothman, I see you in the queue, friend. I'll bring you in just a moment. I appreciate that. To answer this question, Sean was a guest in the early days of the stream. He just came up one day as a guest. It was literally in the first few weeks when I started streaming. I think at that point it was TikTok only, wasn't on YouTube yet. And he just came up as a guest and said, I was talking about my whole shtick about belief not being a choice and my book and all of that. And he came in and said, I've been saying this for years. It's amazing to see someone else who's making this same argument. And we just kind of connected. And I just thought he was really smart. And we were just amazingly aligned on the way we think about this stuff. And then in a subsequent live, he came in as a guest. And I kind of said, well, stay here on the panel while we get someone else up. And it just seemed to work well, and the chemistry was good. And then I was going to ask him to be a moderator in the chat, and I just thought, you know what? I'm just going to ask him if he wants to come and co-host, because I just admire him so much. He's got such a sharp mind, and he's such a decent person. He has such integrity about him. And I could have got someone as a co-host who was really, really smart, but was too aggressive, or was not, wasn't the right kind of character for me. But Sean, I just found to be exactly my kind of person. He's a really, really good guy. He really thinks deeply about ethics and about doing the right thing. And he's wicked smart, and we're completely aligned. So yeah, that's the idea. Gordon Loves Science says, with that kind of bandwidth, you could project a hologram of yourself into people's living room. I'll work on that. I'll see if I can get that to work. So let's bring in Mothman right now and have a good discussion, I hope. Mothman, welcome.
Hi, John. Good evening to you. I only have like 5 minutes. I just wanted to share a concern. Because I've been part of these debates for maybe 10 years on servers and all over the place, speaking to some very big names and all sorts of people, and you've been a wonderful gentleman. But I do fear that many people don't join because of the heat in your chat. Now, an example of this is I was just muted for expressing exactly that thought, that people are put off because, and I know at least 5 people who've been banned and muted for coming in here, not from yourself, but from your moderators. So I just wanted to share that. That's all. You're a wonderful gentleman, but there is a lot of heat sometimes, and I do know a few people that are banned and muted just for sharing opinions that differ with the norm. But I got to go. I got to go.
All right. Well,
I'm a shy dude.
I appreciate you sharing that view. So yeah, thanks, Mothman. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All the best. Okay. Well, it's a tricky one because I know that moderating these chats isn't always easy, and that occasionally a moderation decision might err on the side of being, maybe unearned. Say someone might get muted. I occasionally get DMs from people who say they were muted just because they expressed a view and they weren't preaching and they weren't. I just have to. For me, I accept that if I was moderating a chat, I would get it wrong sometimes. So I think it's going to happen occasionally that there are bad calls. And I think that just comes to the territory. And it's really hard. And it is a tricky one because we don't want the chat to be preaching platforms for people. And we don't want the chat to be spamming platforms for people. And I'm just eternally grateful for the fact that the moderators, all of whom I consider to be friends, turn up time and time again and do such an amazing job. So my view is, if somebody's not coming in because they think the the chat is too tightly moderated. That doesn't really make sense to me, because you can, you could come in and then just request up, and I'll talk to you gladly. So I don't think there's, as far as I know, I don't think there are people on sort of lifetime bans or anything like that. I don't think that's a thing that's happening. So yeah, I appreciate you sharing your perspective, Mothman, but I do have faith and trust in the people who work so hard to keep the chats kind of, okay. And my expectation is not that there's 100% right all the time rate, because if I was doing it, I know I would get it wrong sometimes. So yeah, I hugely appreciate it. There we are. Okay, so I don't know where everyone is tonight. We started out pretty well with a good velocity of callers, and things have kind of got really quiet. So I'm not sure why. I'm hoping that we'll get some discussion in here. I want someone to come in and tell me why God is real. Tell me why we should care. I would love to know that. In the meantime, we'll read some messages. So Tracy, who just came in, who's just set up the Discord for me, also says, well, number one fan, thank you so much. I'm your number one fan, Tracy. I think you're unbelievably amazing. So thank you so much for your incredible support and tireless work and help. I really, really appreciate it. And Drew says, hey, Drew, thank you for this as well. I dealt with some kind of theist, I think, in a Facebook thread who asserted that time does not exist or that it's man-made. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? Time very much does exist. And it was here a long time before we were. So, yeah, what can you say? Scientific illiteracy is a real thing. And some people think that parading their own scientific illiteracy around constitutes an argument. I've never thought of it that way. I just think parading your own scientific illiteracy around shows that you are lazy, because it's so easy to just get the basics. Honestly, just spend like half an hour on YouTube. If you don't understand how evolution works, or if you think like people are saying a monkey turned into an elephant or some ridiculous nonsense like that, just go on YouTube and just type, evolution for beginners or something, and you will become, immeasurably better educated about that thing than you were before. And it won't take long. It'll cost you nothing, and the effort is low. Similarly, about like basic kind of cosmology stuff, go on YouTube and just say, how do we know the Big Bang happened? And you'll get someone smarter than me who's able to communicate this stuff brilliantly, who will educate you about it, and then you won't be so ignorant anymore. We should all strive to be less ignorant. We are all ignorant about a lot of things. I'm ignorant about a lot of things, and part of my meaning that I find in life is trying to work hard to reduce the number of things I'm ignorant about. It'll never get to zero, because there are too many things in life that we're all going to be ignorant about lots of things. But I like to pick things that I have a basic interest in and try to become less ignorant about them. And that works pretty well for me. I think other people should do the same. And yeah, exactly. Rando Online says, we have access to so much information now, there is no excuse. There really isn't. This could be our modern version of Romans 1, like they are without excuse, right? Yeah, this is it. This is the world we live in. We carry around all the information in the world on one of these. And there really is no excuse for remaining so completely ill-informed about basic things, especially if you're going to make it your business to talk about them. If you're going to come into live streams and you're going to argue online and you're going to take a position on stuff, how ludicrous is it when we've got someone like Dr. Dig in here who's got, PhDs and multiple qualifications in specialist areas of science, and we have people in here who know less about those areas than a 12-year-old child, presuming to tell the PhD that they've got it wrong, or question them, as if they don't know what they're talking about. It's wild. There's really no excuse. And I wonder if there's an element of like a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. So if someone really literally knew nothing, then maybe they wouldn't have the kind of gall to have a conversation like that. But they've heard a bit of stuff, right? They've learnt a bit of stuff. They've maybe learnt some buzzwords. They've learnt how to say specified complexity or irreducible complexity or information something or other. And now they feel they've now done all the work necessary for them to now go against the people who have actually done the work of years of study and working on research projects and writing papers and subjecting their work to peer review and the hard grind that is knowledge production in the sciences. It's just the hubris is absolutely astonishing. Amazing, isn't it? Incredible. Right, what else have we got? Apart from no guests, I'm hoping we might have some more questions. Let's see what else we've got. P1, go ahead. Some good go ahead going on in there. And we seem to have water coming into the YouTube queue. So let's bring water in. Every time I see a name now, I just think it's PVG. But, water, how are you?
Hi.
Hello.
How are you going?
Very well indeed. How are you?
I'm going great.
Excellent.
Okay, I want to start this off by saying this is a bit of a weird thing. I saw that no one else was joining your thing. I didn't want to interrupt anyone who was actually a theist. I personally am a agnostic, atheist, anti-theist.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you a question because there are gaps in what I know, obviously. And I wanted to know, this is awfully specific and you probably don't know this, but the only gap I know in my knowledge about evolution is how do new parts form? And I'm talking about like general organs, because that's the only issue I have with evolution, right?
Yeah.
That's the only part where I'd go, oh, maybe God did this, provided he's real, That's the only part I'd think, maybe he is real just to provide this one solution.
No, they form incrementally. So think about something like an eye, right? It wasn't the case that any organism went from having no sight to having a fully formed eye. What would have happened was, and this has happened independently across it's happened multiple times across different species, is that a given species without an eye might have had a genetic mutation that gave them some light-sensitive cells on the surface of their body. And just the presence of those light-sensitive cells gave them enough of an advantage over not having light-sensitive cells that the members of that population that had that particular gene for the light-sensitive cells were statistically more successful at reproducing than the others, so that became the norm, right? They outbred the others without that modification. So then that became the kind of baseline, is that they all had, or majority of them had, these light-sensitive cells, but no resolution, no ability to discern specific images. But then there might have been another mutation which caused the light-sensitive cells to be a slightly different shape and to be able to discern light from nearby, from light from further away, or some other difference. And then that would have created, only needs to create a very, very small statistical change in the likelihood of surviving to reproduction for it to start to happen statistically in the population. So you have many, 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 many steps along the way, from a basic light-sensitive cell to something a bit less basic, maybe a different shape, and all the variations that help are preserved, and all the variations that don't help are selected out. And so that is the same for all organs. It's the same for everything. And the other thing that sometimes happens is a particular body part doesn't necessarily start off having the function or purpose that it ends up having. So, an example would be something like, wings. Wings didn't necessarily start off as being things to fly. They could have just been, flaps of skin across, or a membrane. And it was only later that they then get used for flight. So that's another path, another genetic path where particular organs or attributes of a living thing evolved for one reason, then end up being co-opted for a different reason. So again, I'm not a biologist. This is not my area of speciality at all, but that's my understanding of it. There's some. If you want to read some really good stuff, I know he's not the flavor of the day these days, but even if you don't like Richard Dawkins, even if you hate his views on certain things, his science writing is really amazing. And his earlier books, like The Blind Watchmaker and Climbing Mount Improbable, and The Extended Phenotype, are really, really, really good kind of primers in this area. That, I would say, his science writing is definitely what gave me whatever understanding I have about this stuff as a kind of basis. So yeah, that's we've got a lot of noise going on there, but
yeah, sorry, I fiddle with stuff.
No, all good. That would be my advice: is check out Dawkins' early writing on this. But that's the answer as far as I can give you. That is that body parts and organs evolve incrementally over many, 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 many generations.
Yeah, that's actually helped a lot. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Sure. And someone in the chat is recommending Gutsick Gibbon. She's excellent. Erica, her name is. She does stuff on the line. And if you just look her up, Gutsick Gibbon, she's an excellent science communicator. And I'm sure she would do a much, much better job than me talking about this stuff. But yeah, highly recommend her.
Okay, well, I'll let you get back to your live stream. Thank you for explaining this to me.
Cheers, buddy. All the best.
I'm really happy I got a chance to talk to you.
My pleasure. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it too. Thanks. Okay. There we go. Yeah, again, if I massacred that, let me know. I'm happy to be shot down. But yeah, Forrest Valkai is another one. Forrest is amazing. Brilliant science communicator. I have all the respect in the world for Forrest. And I would be very, very happy to do a joint live stream with him at some point soon. I have had some comms from Matt D, and I'm hoping to possibly get on the line with Matt at some point soon. Just waiting for Arden to get in touch and book a date, really. When that happens, that'd be great. And I'm hoping that once I'm in that kind of ecosystem, that I might be able to wrangle a joint stream with Forrest, because I really love his work. I think he's fantastic. I think that would be brilliant. We did just have someone in the TikTok queue was just there, and I was about to bring them in, and then they vanished. So we are empty queued again. So if you were in the TikTok queue a moment ago, and then you got shy or decided not to, come back again. And Drew, yeah, there's Drew's comment on about Forrest. If anyone hasn't checked out Forrest on the line, I'm sure you all have. He's absolutely brilliant. Great mind, great guy. Very funny. Okay, let's get in Kooky Kid, or we would do if they hadn't just dropped out again. You guys are teasing me. Come on, Kooky Kid, come back. I'm nice. I'll be nice to you, I promise. I won't shout. I won't get angry. Well, I might, but I probably won't. Okay, we're getting some calls on bingo. Maybe we need to look at that. Although it's hard to imagine why. We haven't had much action. What are we getting on the bingo? Nothing comes from nothing. From PBG, and a Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy from Elizabeth B. Fair enough. And we're building the bingo again. I'm thinking I'm going to have to make this board bigger, aren't I? I can't believe we filled it in one go like that. I have designed it such that I will be able to expand it more. So I think I might do that for Tuesday's stream. I might make the bingo bigger on that one. Okay, we have got... English Food Rocks. Let's see who English Food Rocks is. I mean, I think that's probably not true, but let's see. English Food Rocks. Who could that be? Are you there? Apparently no one. You're in English Food Rocks.
Hello.
It's PVG again. Hey PVG, how you doing?
Oh. Is my voice that obvious?
It's pretty obvious, and it's also obvious that you're on the bad mic now, not on the good one.
No, yeah, just yeah, sorry. Yeah, the laptop turned off. There's no battery there.
Okay. We'll have to keep it fairly briefish because it's really hard to listen to this one. It's full of unpleasant noises.
No, that's all right. I just dropped in to see that there was no one in the queue. I was just, just dropped in. Yeah. I mean, I was just wondering, do you? I was wanting to pre-order your book, but will I be able to pre-order a paperback, or is it only available on Kindle?
It's only going to be hardback and Kindle and audiobook when it comes out. I haven't recorded the audiobook yet, so that's why it's not shown on the pre-order listings, but it will be. So the way it works with hardback books is they will release the paperback if they're happy with how the hardback does. So fate alone will dictate whether the world ever sees a paperback version. I obviously hope it does, but initially it will be hardback and ebook.
Oh, that's fine with me. I don't mind a hardback, but is it available to pre-order though?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. And is it on Amazon, will they be able to ship it worldwide, or how does that work?
It is on Amazon. I don't know if Amazon has. I don't know how the territory stuff works with Amazon, but it absolutely is. It's on Amazon in the UK and in the US and in Canada, and I think in possibly some other countries too. So it shouldn't be a difficult. So the book's distributed by Simon & Schuster, who basically they distribute everywhere. So it should be everywhere. It shouldn't be difficult to get hold of it.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll try, and then I'll keep you updated. I'll tell you how it goes.
Yeah, let me know
Thanks,
if you struggle. Then I'll figure out a way to get one for you.
Okay, thanks, John. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Fred. Cheers, PVT. Take care.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. Bye. Okay, we are going to get in. We're going to get in a Hegel fan, and then we've got my very dear friend Lacadian after that, which is always a huge treat to speak to. Hegel fan, how are you?
What's good? I'm doing well. How are you?
Very well indeed, thanks.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, I'm curious why you think God isn't real. I think there's at least some very strong evidence for God's existence.
What do you think is the strongest evidence?
I think the fine-tuning data is pretty compelling.
So I'll tell you why I don't think it is. I think that the fine-tuning arguments to me all make one of a couple of mistakes. They either make the mistake of looking at the world and what we see around us now and working out the odds of it coming to be this way as if this was what was being aimed for from the beginning, right? So like as if there was some process, say, billions of years ago that was specifically aiming for the point we're at now. And if that were the case, then yes, I would agree. It would be the odds against it would be so stupefying. But the fact is, we just have the reality we have. We have the physical constants we have. We have the, if we look at, say, the life on this planet, well, the life that's on this planet is the only life that could have evolved on this planet, right? If this planet was configured differently, we'd have different life on this planet. So it's very easy for us to look at the world around us from where we are right now and go, look how amazing everything is. Look how it all just works. Look how our temperature is just right for us to be able to live, and these things are balanced just right. If they were balanced differently, if they were different, we wouldn't be here, and either nothing would be here or something else would be here. And to me, that kind of applies to everything. And the other thing that happens is that we get sort of probability arguments made about the likelihood of the universe having the properties it has. And I think those arguments are fallacious because we don't know what the property is of the universe. We don't know what the probability, is of the universe having the properties it has, because we don't have any other universes to compare it to. It could be that there's an infinite number of other universes that have all different properties, or it could be that these are the only properties that a universe can have for some reason that we just don't know. So, I don't find the fine-tuning.
Sure.
I don't find the fine-tuning arguments convincing.
Sure. Yeah, I guess there's a couple worries I've got. So yeah, you have a few responses there. I guess maybe it might make sense for you to just explain what I mean when I talk about the fine-tuning data. So I think broadly, and this is what it seems like the physicists who write about this mean, just that the values of the constants and the initial conditions of the universe are such that if they varied by these tiny fractions of their values, it's not just like the universe would be arranged differently, right? It's like we wouldn't have planets or stars or any of these sorts of things, right? And it doesn't seem like we would be able to have the sort of complexity that I would imagine you'd think is necessary for conscious embodied creatures. So those are the sort of things that I'm talking about. And so with regards to those, you said a few things that I think are probably, so you said we just, have the constants we have, and maybe they're brute or something like that. But it seems like this is, I think that we want to be able to say that the constants could in principle be evidence for theism, right? Or the initial conditions. Like suppose, for example, our best models told us that the initial conditions of the universe were such that it just spelled out, the Christian God is real in some fundamental particle, right? I think we would want to say that in that case, we would have at least some evidence for God's existence, right? But it seems like if it's true that we can't use the arrangement of the initial conditions as evidence for theism, then you're going to have to say that in that case, we wouldn't be able to update in favor of God's existence. And that seems like that's wrong.
Why though? I mean, if the universe had different properties, it just would have been a different universe. And maybe it would have been a universe that didn't support life, or maybe it would have been a universe that supports a different type of life. But I don't think we can just, again, essentially, I think you're making the same mistake I alluded to at the beginning, where we look at ourselves now and where we are now, and we assume that this was the intended end point, whereas it's just the end point we have given the way the universe is. And if the physical constants had been different, maybe there wouldn't be any matter. But the fact is there is, right? So we're obviously going to find ourselves in a universe that can accommodate life and matter, because a universe that wouldn't produce creatures that are there to dwell on it. Isn't it just the anthropic principle does away with all of this stuff?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think so at all, right? Like, I think that we can still, for example, I wouldn't exist, I wouldn't be here if my parents hadn't met each other, but I still think we can use my existence as evidence for that my parents met each other, and the fact that my parents met each other as evidence for further propositions, right? Like the fact that some proposition is sort of necessary for my existence doesn't mean that we can't think that my existence is evidence for any of these sorts of things, right? I think that, for example, I think that I have strong evidence based on my existence that my parents met, right? But it seems like your principle
I think
would
that's
rule
disanalogous.
out using that as evidence, right?
That's disanalogous because you know your parents, you understand the mechanism of reproduction. It's not something that needs to be assumed. It's something that's known. So let me ask you a question. What do you think the probability is? How do you think we would calculate, rather, the probability of the universe having the exact properties it has? How could you how could you go about estimating that?
Yeah, so I don't think the fine-tuning proponent is talking about just the likelihood the universe has exactly the properties it has. I think that it's something like the likelihood that the universe would be life-permitting broadly. And I think that's just the work of theoretical physicists, right? And there we sort of go down the various constants and initial conditions, and we can just sort of, they have this sort of possibility space set by the standard model, and we can find that, okay, assuming a principle of indifference, right? Because it doesn't seem like naturalism is at all informative in terms of the values of the constants, right? We don't, if I just tell you, right, the universe was not designed, that doesn't tell you anything about what the values of the constants or the initial conditions are going to be. But it seems like
you don't know how many other possibilities there are. This is what I was saying before, is unless we have other universes to compare to. That's how you calculate probabilities, by knowing, like I've got a 6-sided die, I roll the die, I know that there's a 1 in 6 chance of a 2 coming up, right? Because I know there are 6 possibilities and a die can land in one of those 6 ways. We don't know how many different ways the universe could land. We don't know what the possibility space for those physical constants is. And so, or even what the possibility space for life permitting conditions. It could be the case that the probability of a universe with life permitting conditions is 1. Because it's happened.
I agree. It depends on so it depends on the modal scope there, right? But I agree in some sense, just given that it's true, right? It's not maybe it's not physically possible, right? But I think that the relevant modal scope isn't. Again, it seems like this is the same issue that I pointed out earlier. With it seems like you could give exactly this response if we discovered that the initial conditions spelled out, the first verse of Genesis or whatever, right? Like you could similarly say there, like, well, we don't know how many universes there are, right? So maybe we just, happen to find ourselves in this one, or, we don't know the possibility space. But I think that in that case, I would want to say, okay, but certainly the fact that, I also think that there's just a bunch of cases where we don't have other examples of some phenomena that we can also infer something probabilistic about the phenomena, right? Like, for example, I think that we should think that suppose I have a coin and I flip a coin and it lands heads, right? And then I destroy the coin, right? So I only have 1 coin. I don't think there we should think that the probability, because it was only flipped once, that it would land heads is 1, right? Even though there's only going to be the 1 flipping of that coin.
But again, that's disanalogous because we understand the mechanism of coin flipping, and you're talking about a concept that we know and are familiar with and understand, and we understand that the possibility space is 2-sided because a coin is defined as something with 2 sides. So I don't think the analogy holds there. I still come back again to all of these arguments. Either assume an amount of knowledge to be able to calculate probabilities that we don't have. We literally have zero knowledge of what the what the number on the bottom of the probability should be, of the fraction, right? We don't know what that number is. Or they take our current configuration and interpret it as being an intended end state from the beginning, in the way that if I gave you, I mean, we were talking about decks of cards earlier, right? If I gave you an order of a pack of cards, if I wrote it down, the 52 cards in an order now, and then I shuffled the cards and I gave a true shuffle and came up with that exact order, that would be stupendous, right? That would be absolutely incredible. But if I came up with the same order of cards without having specified it first, it would be mundane. It would be nothing. And I think that all of these arguments mistake one of those cases for the other.
Yeah, I guess it's not clear to me how. Maybe we can do this. I can just give you the sort of. I think that maybe formalizing the argument might be helpful, because I think that again. Maybe I'll just give you the sort of formal version. So the first premise is just a sort of standard Bayesian theory comparison. So it's just that for any 2 theories, theory 1 and theory 2, in the context of background information B, if it's true of evidence E, that the probability of E given theory 1 in conjunction with background evidence is much greater than the probability of E given theory 2 in conjunction with background evidence, then E strongly favors theory 1 over theory 2. I'm just
going to stop you because no one's going to follow an argument in this form, in this way, right?
Which part is confusing to you?
What Bayesian arguments require you to compound probabilities, right? To combine probabilities. That's what Bayesian formulas are, and we don't know what the probabilities are.
Well, that's not.
So it fails for that same reason. Again, any Bayesian analysis of the conditions of the universe is going to be invalid because we don't know what any of the probabilities are. We have to assume.
Yeah, but again, so to be clear, you agree that in the case where we discover that our best models tell us that the initial conditions of the universe spelled out God exists, you shouldn't update in favor of God's existence?
I don't even really know what you mean by that.
Which part was confusing to you?
The initial conditions of the universe spell out that God exists?
Yeah, sure. Suppose we discover that the initial conditions of the universe were such that some fundamental particle was arranged in the English language, God exists, G-O-D, space, E-X-I-S-T-S, right? In that case, literally everything you're saying would still be true, So it seems like in that case, you're going to have to say that we can't update in favor of God, but that seems absurd, right?
But that isn't what we've seen.
Yeah, that's why it's an analogy. Do you know what an analogy is?
I do know what an analogy is, but it's not it's not analogous, because if you have that kind of evidence, then present it. But we don't have that kind of evidence, so we can't.
It's just to demonstrate that the principle you've given that says that there's these various reasons why the initial conditions can't be evidence, just means that you have to say this silly thing about this case, right? It's a counterexample to the principle you've given.
No, I'm saying that.
You understand how counterexamples work generally?
I do, but I'm saying that in this instance, making an argument based on the assumed probabilities of things is invalid, because you can't assume those probabilities.
I agree.
So therefore, these Bayesian arguments are a waste of time, and these arguments about.
To be clear. Sorry,
that's okay. So and these arguments about the initial conditions of the universe are a waste of time, because it might be that they are the only way a universe could be configured, or it might be that there's a multitude of universes all configured with different initial conditions, and in the ones where life evolves, where life is able to evolve, it does, and in the ones where life is not able to evolve, it doesn't. And none of this is anything other than obvious, isn't it?
No, I don't think it's obvious, because again, so maybe I missed it. So to be clear, is it true that you think that in the case where the initial conditions spell out, the Christian God exists or any of these things, right, that we can't make an argument based on that data and say, hey, this data is really unexpected on naturalism, but is at least moderately expected on theism, and so we should update in favor of theism based on the data? Do you think that in that case we can't do that? Because it seems like you're going to have to think that, because the reasons you've given for not being able to update on the initial conditions in the actual case are also going to be true in the case that the writing out God exists case.
But it's a silly case. I think you're claiming
it's a case that makes your position look silly. I agree.
No, it's not. You're claiming that it's analogous, and it isn't analogous, because we don't have that. So you're trying. We don't have that. So if we have that, then let's have a different conversation. If we discover something about the initial conditions of the universe that is equivalent to saying Jesus is king written across the stars or something, well, then we can have a conversation about that. But we don't have that. All we have is a universe that has certain properties. And so speculating about how we might react to a situation if we found something like that we haven't found doesn't strengthen your argument for a situation.
Have you ever heard of the breakfast question?
The breakfast question? I have not.
Yeah.
No.
It's this sort of, it went a bit viral, but the idea is that sometimes when you ask somebody something like, how did you eat breakfast today? And they say yes. And you ask them, how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast today? They're not able to give you an answer, right? But that's obviously, and people use this to make fun of people because it's also correlated with low IQ or whatever. But that's quite mean. But all I'm saying here is just that what you're doing right now is just saying I didn't eat breakfast, but I did eat breakfast, right? You're saying, okay, but that's a hypothetical. But the point is, of course, it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical that demonstrates that your principle gives us these crazy results, and that gives us reason to reject the principle, right?
It's not.
I feel like we accept this in all.
It's not.
I feel like we accept this in all sorts of other cases, right? Like if I give you an ethical theory that's just okay, whatever my grandma says is the moral truth, right? And you say, okay, but what if your grandma said something horrible? It's not fair for me to respond, but my grandma doesn't say horrible things, right? It's clearly the case that we can give these hypothetical cases where theories give you bad results, and that counts against the theories, right? Or the principles.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, but I still think that this is disanalogous. I still think this is disanalogous, because you're describing an instance in which it's not just speculating as to the likelihood of initial conditions. It's something extraordinary, specifically extraordinary, from which one could draw a specific inference, right? So if the initial conditions were Jesus is great written across the atoms or something, and we discovered that gets us to a specific inference. We don't have anything that gets us to a specific inference in this case. We just have.
Well, I think we do. We have this Bayesian theory comparison, right?
Which is bullshit, because it assumes probabilities without demonstrating them.
Yeah, but that's also true of the star writing or of the initial conditions writing case, right? Like we don't, similarly there, we're not going to have, certainty about the possibility or the probability space. So again, it's just completely analogous because again, it's talking about an arrangement of the exact same facts, right? So if you're saying this class of facts can't be, evidence in favor of some view, then you're going to have to say that in all of these cases where we want to say that it's evidence, that it can't be evidence, or you're going to have to admit that it is true that this set of facts can be evidence.
Well, you don't have a set of facts. You just have the conditions of the universe are what they are, and then you're making up desired probabilities to plug into a formula to get to a point to get to a point of saying, this needed a mind to happen. It can't have happened naturally.
The inference is just that it's more expected on one theory than the other, and that means that it's evidence for that theory over the other. That's the only. And again, this is a very standard way of thinking about things in the sciences, right? Like lots of the reasons why we we think that various principles in physics are true is because if they weren't true, a lot of our evidence makes no sense, right?
But you can't show a thing that is more expected under one model than another. That's why this whole thing is a bullshit argument, because say that again. You can't show that there's anything there to be explained under one model rather than another, because you don't know what it is. All we have is the one universe we get to look at. We don't have another one to compare it to. So we don't have a way of saying this thing that you're saying might be more expected under one model than another is nonsense. Because I think I'm happy to just take the universe is what it is. There's no.
But again, this is also true in the initial conditions rating case. So you're going to have to say that in the initial conditions rating case, it would be illegitimate to update in favor of theism. But that's absurd, right?
But we don't have that case.
Yeah, it's a hypothetical.
But again. We're going round in circles again.
It seems like you just don't want to engage with the hypothetical. Like again, maybe here's
it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. I'm happy to engage with a hypothetical if it's analogous. This is a hypothetical which is disanalogous. It doesn't apply because we don't have the equivalent or anything like it of this initial conditions.
That's why it's a hypothetical.
Right, but that's why it's disanalogous. It doesn't apply.
But you said you were happy to engage with a hypothetical if it wasn't disanalogous, but the only thing you're saying is disanalogous is that it isn't actual. But that's entailed by it being hypothetical, right?
No, it's not reflective of what we actually have. We don't have anything like that. We don't have anything that's even the equivalent. We don't even have the equivalent of the thing you're talking about.
Well, I think we sort of do. I think we have this radically unexpected fact, right? This fact that's radically unexpected on single universe naturalism.
What's
the arrangement of the initial conditions.
Why is that unexpected? Why is that unexpected?
Because naturalism, single universe naturalism, is uninformative with respect to the values of the initial conditions and constants.
Bullshit. I'm going to say that it's exactly the initial values and constants are the only things they could be. This is the only way a universe could be.
What do you think I said, and how do you think that responds?
Because you said that the values of the initial the values of the constants and initial values are unexpected. Unexpected according to what?
Because
you can't say they're unexpected.
Naturalism
you would
is
have
uninformative
to
with regards to the constants.
you would have to show that there are other ways of making universes that produce different values and constants, and that this universe is unusual for having the ones it has, and you can't do that.
Yeah,
why these arguments are bullshit.
This is the principle that you're giving, but this principle also tells you that in the star rating case or in the initial conditions rating case, you can't update in favor of theism, and we agree that's absurd. Right, and the only reason you've said that you don't want to engage with that hypothetical is because it's not actual. But that's just what it means for something to be a hypothetical, right? So this is just a failure to engage with the sort of argument in any substantive way.
It isn't.
Like
you're claiming that the current universe that we look at is in some ways. I mean, I feel like we're going around a roundabout here. This is the last time we're going to go around. You're claiming that the universe that we look at it now is shocking and surprising in some way, and you can't evidence why. That's just an assumption. That's just something that you're asking me.
I think I can
that's something that you're asking me to accept.
Remember what I explained? I explained this earlier. It's because naturalism is uninformative with regard to these values.
Well,
you can't infer anything from naturalism about the values.
You can't. You
disagree with that?
You can't infer anything about the values because we don't know what the possibility space of those values is, right? You can't infer anything about.
Isn't relevant here.
You can't infer any. It is because your entire argument is based on the potential.
It's not relevant to whether or not naturalism is informative or not.
It's relevant because your entire argument rests on the assumption that those things could be different.
You're pivoting from this very easy to understand point, which is just that naturalism is uninformative. You said you agreed that naturalism is uninformative with regards to the values of the constants and initial conditions.
I just think they are what they are. They just are what they are. That's all we know for sure.
That's not to respond. We don't know that. To what I said.
I could say belief in Puff the Magic Dragon is uninformative or informative about those values. It doesn't help anything. I think it's
uninformative, yeah.
But it doesn't help any of it. There's nothing there to be informed about. They just are what they are. That's all we know. That's all we know.
It seems like you don't understand what I'm saying when I say something's uninformative. All I mean by that is just that you can't infer from the fact, suppose, you're in this sort of the Bayesian theory comparison information exclusion chamber, right? So you don't know anything. All you know is that the universe is a single universe and that naturalism is true. From that, you can't legitimately infer anything about the values of the constants and initial conditions. But that's not true of theism. Because if you're told that theism is true, then you should at least think that it's somewhat more likely that the values are going to be life.
If my grandmother had a chimney, she'd be a fireplace. But I don't care.
Yeah, but
so
I didn't
what?
eat breakfast. I did eat breakfast is what you're doing right now.
How is this an argument for your magic friend?
I gave you, you didn't want the formal argument, but I think here it really is relevant because it's sort of unclear what you're even rejecting here in the argument. So I gave you the theory comparison evidence, and then the second premise is just to affirm the antecedent, and from that you get the consequent, right? And that's just that the likelihood of a life-permitting universe existing on theism is not vanishingly small, and then you get that the existence of a life-permitting universe strongly favors theism over naturalism. Which premise there do you reject?
It's the same smuggling in of
smuggled in?
It's smuggling in claims about the likelihood of the universe having certain properties.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that until you can demonstrate it, and you can't.
Demonstrate what?
That the likelihood of the universe having the properties it has is vanishingly small.
Okay. Do you think that you can infer from just knowing that the universe is non-designed, is naturalistic, right, and that there's a single universe? Do you think you can infer from that anything about the values of the constants or the initial conditions?
I don't necessarily make any connection between the two, and I don't think you can. And I don't think you can infer anything about your magic friend causing it to be the way it is either.
You're now describing it as a magic friend because you're unable to engage with this sort of very clear, very easy argument.
It's not clear and easy. It's
which
babble.
Part of it confuses you?
It's babble. It's literally babble.
I mean,
you're
if
literally,
it was babble, you'd be able to reject a premise.
Well, I don't have to reject a premise. I'm rejecting your idea that there's anything there that requires an explanation.
But nowhere in the argument is explanation mentioned, right? The argument does not talk about explanations. What the argument talks about is just about relative likelihoods, right? So which
relative likelihoods? You have no clue what the relative likelihoods are. That's why your argument fails.
Right, and you've said this, but you've been unable to engage with my response to this, which is just to point out that we agree that that naturalism is non-informative with regards to the initial conditions and the constants and their values, right? Whereas theism obviously is informative, right? Like, if I tell you that God is real, right, that God, understood as the sort of triomni being that created the universe or whatever, I think you can infer things about the values of the constants and initial conditions, namely that they're going to be life-permitting because that's a good thing to do, and God is all good and all powerful.
Again, lots of ifs. They're all doing lots of work for you here, and they're all massively unimpressive.
Do you think that's a response to the argument at all?
Yeah,
like just pointing out that I've used the word "if" a number of times.
Yes, because it's doing it's doing all the heavy lifting for you here.
I agree, it's doing all the heavy lifting because the argument is a modus ponens argument, and that requires a conditional.
Right. So it's doing.
But that's true of all modus ponens arguments.
Right. Okay. But it's an if that you haven't demonstrated to take seriously. We have no reason to take it seriously.
Which premise are you rejecting? The first premise? Because that's the only one that contains a conditional.
I'm rejecting the idea that you say that the initial conditions of the universe need to be explained in terms of a design.
I haven't said that.
Well, that's the argument you're trying to make. You're trying to make
the argument I'm trying to make. It's this very easy, very standard Bayesian theory comparison,
right?
Where you
and
have
no one gives a shit about. Nobody gives a shit about your Bayesian theory because Bayesian theory needs probabilities. We know that, and you don't have them. You want them.
Yeah, but
I've
given you the arguments
but
for
you
the
don't have
probabilities,
them.
and you've been unable to engage.
You
Can
haven't.
you repeat to me what you think the arguments I've given are?
You haven't. You've just claimed that you claimed.
I mean,
that
you can
you
say
have
I
them.
haven't, but everyone can see that I've given these sort of very easy to understand arguments for.
I
the values
promise
on
you.
both.
I promise you. Put a 1 in the comments. Put a 1 in the comments if you think that my caller has been easy to be understand. Put a 0 in the comments if you think he's talking a load of nonsense. Let's see what people think.
I should have clarified everyone who's paying attention. So you said you couldn't repeat to me the arguments I've given. I can repeat them again, and maybe this time you can listen. So what I've said is also lots of zeros. That's funny. So what I've said is that naturalism is and you agreed with this, right? You agreed naturalism is non-informative with regards to the constants. And you also agreed that theism is informative. But that just means that you can infer from theism that it's more likely on theism that the constants would be life permitting, right?
Why?
So you've agreed with the argument, which I literally just explained this to you. How are you confused about this?
I don't think you have. I honestly don't. I don't.
Can you repeat to me what I said, maybe? Because it seems like you're just not paying attention.
Well, possibly, but I think we might. We're at the half an hour point here, and I think we're going to get a little bit bored of going round and round the same roundabout with you again. I don't particularly want to go through it all with you again. It's a little dull.
Either, yeah.
You're still trying to make the bottom line here is you're still trying to make a probability argument without probabilities. And
again, you can say there's no probabilities, but I've given you the argument for both probabilities, and you've been unable to engage.
Okay, well, that's delightful. But it's still the case that you're trying to make an argument based on probabilities.
You're just reasserting. I agree. You think that, but what I'm asking is a reason to think that, right?
Well, the reason to think that is you don't have them. The reason to think
that's just the conclusion again.
That's
the conclusion once again.
The reason to think that is that
you're trying to use the sky is blue, and you tell me the sky is blue. That's not informative. We agree, right? That's not a reason. That's reasserting the conclusion.
Calm down. You're trying to use magic.
You're the one who's stumbling.
You're trying to use magic tricks to get a Bayesian to use a Bayesian argument, but you don't have the basis for making one. So I'm not interested in hearing.
What part about what I said was magic tricks? Again, you can't even repeat what I said because you don't know what I said. So how do you think you're at all informed enough to know if they're magic tricks or not?
Because the trick you're making, the magic trick you're making, is to say naturalism.
You can't even repeat. You don't know what I've said. You said you don't know what I said.
Is to say that.
Stop saying you know what I've said. When you agreed earlier, you didn't know what I said.
Calm down.
I'm very calm. I'm grinning right now.
Lovely. I'm delighted. So what I'm hearing you saying is that we can't infer from naturalism anything about the physical constants, but we can infer from special magic friends the values of the constants.
And by special magic friends, you mean theism, yeah?
Yeah. And therefore, on the basis of that, we can then leverage that difference to start making probabilistic arguments. And that, my friend, is a bullshit argument.
Wait, you disagree that if some fact is non-informative with regards to some other fact, that means that you should assume indifference? You should be indifferent to, when you know just that fact, you should be indifferent to.
Yes, I agree with that. But I think that I think that your arm is also non-informative. You just want it to be informative. You're basically saying
so you don't think that
this is like a variation on the ontological argument of sort of defining something into existence by giving it a property you really want it to have. You're just saying your special magic friend makes a difference to would make a difference in your mind to the universe we see, and that's something that you are asserting it without demonstrating it. And that's why
what am I asserting without demonstrating?
That under theism, it would have we would make inferences about the properties of the physical constants.
So you disagree that's I don't think most people disagree with this. That's interesting. So you think that
and by the way, let me clarify. The reason I do is precisely the reason your whole argument fails, which is that we don't know what those probabilities are, and therefore assuming that theism would validate those probabilities is bullshit because we don't know them. That theism would
again. That's the conclusion. Once again, I've asked you for an argument for that, and you just reasserted the conclusion.
That one could make inferences about those probabilities from the mere assumption of theism. Is you've got all the work ahead of you to make that.
It's not about the probabilities implicator; it's about the relative probabilities, right?
So you don't know what the relative probabilities are either.
Well, you've agreed that we do, at least in the case of naturalism, right?
In naturalism, but in the case of both, we have absolutely no idea what the connection might be. between
Okay.
the assumption of naturalism
we can take
or
this
the
in two
assumption of
parts.
theism.
You agreed earlier that we should sort of adopt a principle of indifference because naturalism is non-informative. You agreed with that, right? So we at least know that it's astronomically small on naturalism, right? And so all you have to think is that the likelihood on theism is not astronomically small. And given that,
sorry, what did we agree was astronomical? That unfortunately we've had the kill switch activated by the inner circle.
Bummer.
So yep, thanks for coming up, Hegel. I appreciate it. Good chat.
Maybe I think you might benefit from reading something by Luke Barnes on the subject. He's a physicist. He's a smart guy. He gives this argument again. Your objections are made basically nowhere in the literature because you're very confused. But
okay, all right, off you go. Oh dear. Sorry about that, people. I think I probably subjected you to that for a bit too long. That was fucking mind boring. What a ridiculous argument. So his argument is, under theism, you could make certain inferences about the probability of the initial conditions. Under naturalism, you can't do that. And therefore, that very fact allows you to make a probabilistic argument that theism is more likely. I don't know what to say, other than let's get my good friend Lacadian in. Hopefully. Hey, how you doing?
I'm not sure after that.
It was pretty grim. I'm feeling a bit bad for having subjected you all to that for so long. I'm so sorry. I probably should have ended that a bit earlier, because I think we went round exactly the same nonsense quite a few times. I'm so sorry.
You know what? I do have access to the kill switch, and the only reason why I didn't press it is because I was up next, and that wasn't gonna look good. So I didn't press it. I let everybody else do it. So,
fair enough.
Here I am.
Nice.
The second thing that I wanted to say is some people weren't seeing the request button, and so I saw it the whole night. So I pressed it, and that's why I'm here, because many people were saying, hey, the request button is no longer there. So I don't know if it has something to do with different servers, maybe different time zones, people in a different time zone.
Yeah.
But mine was always there.
Yeah, that's really strange. Yeah, well, that's annoying if that's the case.
That was one of them. And then the last thing that I wanted to discuss was, it was in the conversation earlier that you were having, and I don't remember exactly what was the subject. But how dare you say God's not real? I mean, the almighty creator, you're gonna form an opinion? You think you have an opinion? You're just a mere human on this earth?
Yeah.
No, but really, when I think of religion, especially Christianity, I don't know much about how things are said within, let's say, Islam. I've never been to any of their services, but within Christianity, there's a lot of othering. So they say that they are a religion of love. They accept everybody. But they also are taught, like it's in the Bible, and they are taught this in church, that they're seen perfect by this God, and nobody else sees them perfect. We don't see people as perfect, but they have a special friend that sees them as perfect because they're forgiven by this person. They're forgiven by this. And if we remove that from them, they no longer have this only person that forgave them and sees them as righteous, and allowed to judge each other, but not allowed to judge outside, type of thing. We love the sinner, but we hate the sin, and using things like that.
Yeah.
We are righteous. We are forgiven. We have something you don't have.
It's so self-congratulatory, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and if we, it's really insulting to them that we are removing their what they see. They don't see themselves as perfect, but in a way, yes, because their God forgave them.
Yeah.
There's a movie star that's recently written a book on how to become a Christian in 7 days, and someone asked him to find his favorite verse because he went to court in this with his Bible, and he couldn't even find the verse. Like, it's all, but Christians are welcoming him with open arms. They see if their God forgives him, then they have to accept him. And that's how bad people go into religion. They also feel righteous under this God. They feel forgiven. And they can other everybody else.
Yeah.
So that's an observation that I had.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. It's horrendous, and it just taps into the instinct for in-group, out-group, which is in people, right? It's so common. Basic tribalism and wanting to other people. It creates a permission structure for that. And it's so easy, and then it's so easy to apply that to groups of people or certain identities and all of that stuff too. It's ugly and horrible, and we need to all push back on it.
Yeah, I agree, and I try to do my part. So, but I'll let you do yours. And I just wanted I was coming in for the request button that was always there that some people weren't seeing. So it worked for me.
Great. So
if it worked for me,
someone said
if
you can restart, if you restart the app, it can come back. Kimmy says I can see it in the UK. Annabella says I can only see it when there's a TikTok guest. That's interesting. Pezzo says I didn't see it either. Chris said restarting TikTok restored the request button. I think TikTok's really janky. It's like it's weird, isn't it? It's such a weird app. It's such a weird platform. Like strange stuff.
Well, I agree, but for me, nothing happened tonight that was strange on my end. Anyway, everything worked so far.
Good.
Knock on wood, as they say. All right, bye-bye now.
Thanks, buddy. Nice to see you. Cheers, pal. Okie dokie. Let us get our next guest in, who is going to be... the next guest is going to be Joy. Over here on YouTube. Joy, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Okay. How are you?
Wonderful. I am doing pretty good. How about you?
Fabulous. Thank you, Joy.
Considering the interesting conversation you had with the caller before that.
Yeah, I just feel a bit bad for letting that go on for as long as it did. I should probably have closed that down a bit earlier, but yeah, I was trying to get him to realize that what he was trying to make was a bullshit argument based on probabilities he doesn't have, but didn't work. I tried. Anyway.
Well, my personal belief is God is real.
Okay.
I was very much agnostic until about a year ago.
Yeah.
When some very unusual events gave me belief in God, which, as you point out, belief is not a choice. It is something that just happens to you.
Yeah. I'm just going to make it.
In my case, what led to my belief is near-death experiences that I started reading about online, looking into the research that was being done into them. But I understand that you have not found those convincing in any way.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been fairly comprehensively debunked, to be honest. Like, there have been well-funded studies into such things, and they seem to all be explainable just in terms of basic brain chemistry at the point where people are, near but not at death, and brains do all sorts of amazing things when they're starved of oxygen and full of all sorts of interesting hormones. And these things explain the phenomena, and you can recreate these experiences using drugs or electrical stimulation of parts of the brain, they can be recreated. So I see no reason to think that they are reflective of anything else. And the other thing is, I don't think that the idea that we could survive death leads to any conclusions about a God. It could be true that we can survive death and there is still no God. In just the way that it could be true that there's a God and we don't survive death, right? There isn't a necessary link between the two. So I think even if it could be established that these experiences of people close to death provide a window into some other realm or something like that, I mean, I have no reason to think that's true at all. But even if that were true, I don't think that gets us to a God. It just gets us to some realization about the nature of mortality.
Okay. In my case, the ones I was focusing on were the instances where medically the individuals were dead. There was no heartbeat, no sort of brain activity, nothing of that nature for a period of a couple of minutes to half an hour to an hour.
I guarantee nobody who was brain dead legitimately for an hour came back to life. I guarantee that's not true. You might have people saying that, they're not telling the truth.
No, again, there are medical records in some of these cases.
Yeah, but they won't be true. I can tell you, my wife deals with people who have had brain injuries. The amount of time that you can survive with your brain in that state is, I mean, minutes at most, absolute most. And if it's anything more than a few, you're going to have brain damage which is so severe, you're basically going to be in a vegetative state. Some of her patients were in that kind of state for very short periods of time and are irreparably damaged for life. It's not, these stories of people who say, oh yeah, there was no brain activity for long periods of time and then they came back to life. They're just not true.
Well, I will disagree with you there. I've seen some of the reports. Again, maybe the reports were made up, maybe not. I tend to believe that they were true. Part of the problem we have is we tend to decide that our consciousness lies within our brain.
Well, we don't decide that. We know that the brain is the organ responsible for producing consciousness, and we know that without any doubt, right? Because we can switch it off like a light. I mean, just the right injection of propofol and your consciousness vanishes. It's not like sleeping; it's switched off. And we know the parts of the brain and the networks of the brain that are responsible for maintaining consciousness and for allowing it to happen. So it's not a wild guess.
Okay, but is consciousness being shut off, or is our connection to consciousness through our senses being shut off?
All of it's being shut off. So if you've ever had a general anesthetic, it's not like going to sleep. You're gone. You're literally gone during that time until they bring you back out of it. You're not having any conscious experiences at all. The consciousness is, don't think about it as like located in a place, because that would be a kind of category error. Think about it more as something that brains do.
See, that's the thing. There's the dispute that consciousness comes from the brain. There is belief that consciousness comes from the soul.
But there's no demonstration that a soul is a thing that even exists. In fact, I would say
there have been a lot of things that we couldn't demonstrate for the longest time didn't exist, that as technology improved, we were able to show existed. A lot of our advances come from people saying, what if, and then finding ways to prove that what if.
Right. Well, when someone finds proof of a soul, they'll win a Nobel Prize. They'll become the most famous person in the world who's ever lived, and then we can talk about it. But until that point, it is a what if, and it's a what if that's completely without foundation, and it's also one of the silliest ideas we've come up with, given what we now know about the connection between what brains do and our sense of ourselves. So, for example, everything that makes you you is to do with the operation of your brain, right? So if your brain is changed either permanently or temporarily by injury or drugs or other things, the changes affect who you actually are, right? So if you think that your soul is like a part of you, if you think a soul is like some reflection of your character, your identity, your personality, well, your character and your identity and your personality are amalgamations of your memories, your proclivities, your experiences, your tastes, your emotional disposition. All of these things come together to make you you. And they can all be severely disrupted or completely destroyed by the right kind of perturbance to the brain, right? We have people who have brain injuries that result in them not being able to connect emotionally anymore with people, or changing their personalities completely, or changing their taste in music or food or what they like doing or what they care about, or their ability to make ethical decisions, all come about by changing things about their brain, right? So the idea that we would think that we have this magical thing called a soul, which is somehow connected to us, but who we are is so dependent on the operation of our brain. The soul is like a wasteful, unnecessary concept. It doesn't explain anything, it doesn't give us anything, there's no evidence for it, and there's lots of reasons to think that we don't have souls, that it's just a meaningless concept, really.
Okay. So again, I definitely accept that to you there is not sufficient evidence that it exists, but it is something that, yes, I do believe in.
Why? Why?
Intuition.
Is intuition a reliable way of finding truth?
That I can't really answer.
Do you think there are lots of people who believe false things by intuition?
Probably there are.
So
And yes, I understand that it may apply to me as well.
Right. So how can you be confident that your intuition is reflective of reality and not just the thoughts in your head?
For me, it is part of intuition. The confidence is there. Has given me answers that I had been looking for a long time in my life.
Yeah.
And it was like, just all of a sudden things started falling into place for me.
I mean, it's a tricky one because,
yes,
I guess what I would ask you gently and in good faith is, what's more important to you? Is it important to you that the beliefs you have are true, or that the beliefs you have feel, and I don't mean this to sound patronizing, but feel comforting or good? Like, if you had to choose, what's important to you?
Well, I obviously would want them to be true, but sometimes you just don't have the proper evidence to show that something is or is not true.
The reason I ask that question is I would approach a conversation with you in one way if you said to me, you really want your beliefs to be true. And I would approach it a different way if you said, the important thing is that you want your beliefs to feel emotionally like acceptable and pleasing and like make you feel good. And I wouldn't want to confuse one approach with the other.
Right. But again, no, for me, they're not comforting because in a lot it's not comforting. They're actually kind of I'm trying to think of the right word for it. Uncomfortable, I guess, is the best word to use at this point. I mean, part of my belief is we form our life plan before we are born. We set goals that we are going to try to reach over the course of our lifetime. And a lot of times, reaching some of those goals means experiencing some incredibly uncomfortable, even horrific things, because there's a lesson that we need to learn out of it.
I mean, everything I'm hearing, right? I'm going to be really straight with you, okay? Everything I'm hearing now just sounds like daydreams. Everything I'm hearing now sounds like, I'm believing this because of intuition, and the reason why I'm choosing to trust my intuition is also intuition, and I think we're making plans before we were born, even though no human beings are capable of doing that. And it all just sounds like a fairy cake at the moment.
The life plan goes back to what has come out of near-death experiences that many, many, many people have experienced. So what are the chances that all these tens of thousands of people that have been studied and whose experiences have been written down and documented, regardless of their truth, happen to be coming back with the same information?
Well, they very often aren't. So you don't get people, for example, people's descriptions of the experiences they have in these near-death situations reflect the culture they've grown up in. So people who grow up in Hindu environments speak about seeing the Hindu gods, and people who grow up in Christian environments speak about seeing Jesus, and people who grow up in other environments speak about seeing other things. People's experiences always just coincidentally happen to match the culture that they've been subjected to in their lives. Now, if people were,
that's
if
only
people,
part.
it's
That's only
largely
part
true.
of what they report, though. No, I understand. I mean, if you grow up in a culture of Hinduism, chances are very good that in having a near-death experience, you're going to encounter Shiva.
Yeah, you're never going to have Thudspot in the chat has just said quite rightly, Muslims don't see Jesus, but Christians do, right? So we know that these experiences are created in people's own minds. They're not reflective of a reality that exists outside. If they were, we would see greater uniformity in them than we see.
Okay.
These are hallucinations.
To you, perhaps they are hallucinations. To these individuals, they were not.
Well, I'm saying
people that tend to believe because of the similarities that these people bring back beyond who they just happen to meet when they go to the other side.
So there's certain drugs you can take that make you see a white light. There's certain drugs you can take that make you have a sense of going down a passage towards a thing, or there are certain experiences that these people may have in common, because there are certain experiences that can be triggered by affecting the brain in certain ways, which are common to people, in anoxia near the point of death, where their brains are flooded with all sorts of stress hormones and all sorts of crazy things going on that have predictable effects on minds. And some of those effects we would expect to see in common across all cases where people have these experiences, and they do. Feelings of disassociation from their body, feelings of being outside their body. These are the things that people have in common because of what's going on in their brains during these episodes. The things that they don't have in common are the cultural overlays, which is why you don't get, Baptists from Georgia seeing Shiva, and you don't get Muslims from Kabul seeing Jesus. They see the things that they expect to see. Their brains create for them the experiences that are going to happen. Oxygen starvation is a real thing. We wouldn't expect a brain starved of oxygen, full of all sorts of other things, we wouldn't expect it to be operating normally. We would expect it to be operating very abnormally. And one of the aspects of this are these kinds of experiences. This is really, really nothing extraordinary at all. And there's no one serious who really takes this stuff at face value. There are lots of people who are kind of on the fringes, and you get this in lots of areas of science, where you get a few people on the fringes who put out, an example would be, you had two PhDs called Russell Targ and Harold Puthoff, who in the 1970s published all sorts of scientific papers about people bending spoons with their minds. These were two PhD physicists, right? They just got bamboozled into this stuff and they thought it was true, and they, it was a load of bullshit, but they got carried away and they interpreted the data a certain way, and that was what they put out. It was ruinous to their careers. But you're always going to find this. You don't find serious people, it's serious institutions doing serious research and coming up with reproducible studies declaring that people are having these experiences and that they cannot be explained naturally. I'm really sorry to break it to you. It's just not true. And that's why I asked you before if you want your beliefs to be true or if you want them to be comforting, because it's a different answer depending on what your preference is.
Of course. Again, I still disagree. I think that we just aren't at a point where we understand the nature of our existence well enough. We don't have the tools that we need to be able to prove this one way or the other. But at some point in the future, it will happen. And you agree or you disagree, and that's great. And I applaud you for wanting to use your critical thinking skills, because that's something so many people just don't do at all these days.
Well, I appreciate that. And the thing I will say is, one thing we didn't touch on is, you said that you've come to a belief in God because of these things. Is your belief in God attached to any particular theology, or is it just a sort of general theism that
It's just general theism.
Okay.
I think the Bible is probably one of the worst things that has ever happened to humanity. It's just a terrible.
So what I'll say to you then, Joy, is I appreciate the conversation, and I don't find what you're doing to be harmful in the same way that I find the mainstream religions to be harmful, because you're not telling people they're going to hell, you're not imposing your morality on other people, you're not discriminating against other people based on who they love or how they live or how they are or who they are or what they are. And so because of that, I find you and I are going to have a disagreement about the nature of reality, and I might find your perspective aesthetically less than satisfying, but I don't find it ethically troubling, right? And for that, fine. If all the religious apologists that I constantly deal with here had your view of the world, I think it would be an improvement, right, on where they are now, right? So I'm not offended by what you're saying. I disagree with you. I don't think that there's a basis for you to hold the views you hold, but you hold them. That's what you find convincing. And as I said, as I'm always saying, you have no choice but to believe them if that's what you're convinced of, and so that's fine. And I don't think you're doing anyone any desperate harm with what you're believing. So, I appreciate you coming in to have the conversation.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks a lot.
Hope all of you and your listeners have a great weekend.
And you. Take it easy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay. We will get our next guest in. Just quickly check the TikTok queue and see if there's anyone there. There's Kimmy in the TikTok queue. Kimmy, if you can just hold on for me, I'll try to make the next call not too long. We do have, it looks like Satya in the YouTube queue. Let's bring them in right now. Hi there. Is it Satya? How do we say your name?
Yeah, that's right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Wonderful. Yes, Satya is perfectly fine.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm an ex-Hindu.
Right.
When I came to the United States, I got asked about whether I was saved, and I started to examine my own beliefs because I was trying to disprove some other religion like Christianity. And like that good old saying, when you point one finger at someone, understand 3 fingers are pointing back at you.
Yeah.
And anyway, one question I'm not so clear about what the answer would be is, this unfalsifiable claim. I'm wondering if unfalsifiable claim is something analogous to an unwinnable game, such as coin toss, where no matter what you choose, head or tail, it will always fall the opposite of it. Are unfalsifiable claims kind of like that? I ask because when I argued with Christians by saying God gives us free will and God is omniscient, cannot both be true at the same time.
Yeah.
I try to give them examples of imagine you have two doors and you are free to choose either door to walk out from, but one of them is, say, locked. Then are you really being given two choices? And for some reason, the pushback is, yeah, you are being given two choices. To me, it's like, yes, if I try to choose one of them, the locked one, I really cannot use it, right? Even though it appears to be there, I cannot use it. So what's the point in the existence of that? And they all seem to push back saying, oh, no, 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 you are still being given a choice. And as a result, I said to myself, maybe I should come up with something else. And I said, okay, what about, am I boring you?
No, let's try and get to a point though, that we can land on together. Yeah.
So a coin toss, for example, if God says, I will definitely beat you every time, and then we play a coin toss game, and I call heads, and the coin falls tails, obviously, because otherwise God would be wrong. So if we do that a million times, every single time, the opposite of what I pick is going to happen. So while it appears that I am freely choosing heads or tails, I am not winning. So I am not winning. So it's an unwinnable game, even though there appears to be a choice.
Yeah. I don't massively get the connection between unfalsifiability and an unwinnable game, though. That's the bit I'm not quite catching. Forgive me if I'm missing something.
I see. An unfalsifiable claim would be similar to this. There is no way to falsify it, just like there is no way to win this unwinnable game.
Right.
I suppose that's the connection I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I guess I'd agree with that. And to me, unfalsifiability is a weakness in a position, not a strength, right? Some people would say, exactly. Oh, it's unfalsifiable, it's strong. But if it's unfalsifiable, it's kind of worthless. If there's nothing you could do that would establish that that thing wasn't true, if there's no experiment you could run or insight you could gain or understanding you could obtain that would allow you to declare that thing false, then it's hard to see what kind of truth value it can have. So yeah, for example, Russell's teapot, unfalsifiable, right, but pointless, because so what? Just because it can't be ruled out, but doesn't give you a warrant to believe it. Doesn't give it's not helpful, right? So yeah, I think I'd agree with you. It's not helpful stuff.
I see. Wonderful. One quick thing, the base argument for God, I think, fails for the following reason, in my opinion. In computer science, when you write a statement like x equals x times 2, the right side x is the old value of x, and the left side value is the new value of x. So when you say x equals
that's recursion,
x times
right?
2, sort of recursion, but
okay.
Recursion would be a function. Here, you're just updating the value. You're saying the new value is the new value of x would be whatever the old value is times 2.
Yeah.
You are saying that. Bayesian probability actually works in a similar way. The probability of something like A is equal to the new value of the probability of A given B. However, the problem is in the numerator, you have a probability of A itself, the one that you're trying to update, and it is being multiplied. So if the probability of that is 0, it doesn't matter what kind of a relative Bayesian tactic you apply, it is always going to be 0, kind of like x equals x times 2. Yes, if x is any non-zero value, it keeps increasing. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and so on. However, if you take x to be 0, it doesn't matter how many times you multiply that by 2, how many times you update that value.
You're still going to get 0. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Bayes' argument fails with God, I think, in that way.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming in, Satya. I really do.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Appreciate you letting me talk to you.
Of course. Thank you so much. Take care. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Is it me, or did he just have a wonderful voice? What a beautiful voice. Lovely. Dude knows his maths too, clearly. Okay, let's get Kimmy in right now. This is Kimmy Divine Psychic Healing. Let's see what we have to say about this. Welcome in, Kimmy.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it this silly time of the morning. It's 3:20 here in the UK.
Yep.
And I was just drifting off. My subconscious and my consciousness was all moulding into one, and I was just about to go to sleep. But thank you for your patience.
Sure.
I really like that fella. I love his voice. It was very soothing, and I liked his concept of the 2-door thing. I was really into that. I don't know where to start really, but I'll try and keep it as short as I possibly can. God is real or not real? Well, I would like to say, at the end of the day, we can't prove either way. We know that. Not really, we can't. I think it's about, if we strip back everything, I think most people may agree or may disagree with me that I think we was all born into conditioning. Like, we're very much influenced from the minute we're born. We're influenced by our parents, we're influenced by the system, we're influenced by this, which is all down to conditioning. But it's our own personal journey as we develop and as we grow to what we believe in, what we don't believe in. And then somewhere in our little lives, we get a light bulb moment, which kind of fits in with what we do believe and what we don't believe, even though we're struggling all the time about these conditions. Like, people may be born into different religions. I don't believe in religion, any shape or form. Let's just put that out there. I'm not a religious person in any way, shape or form. Don't judge anybody if they are. Either way, it's everyone's personal journey. But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh yes, there definitely is a God. I'm not going to sit here and say there isn't a God. I can only go by my own personal experiences. And one thing I'm really into at the moment is about this, I don't know if anybody believes in it, or obviously they may not, is reincarnation. Now you're going to go, oh, that's really woo-woo. It's been proved that it's false. But if you really look into it and you look at the proof, and I think there was like 200,000 children that were tested, and a lot of them, they've got the paperwork, and it was I think it was Dr. Ian Stevenson, Dr. Jim Tucker. There's lots more doctors and professors and scientists that have looked into it and said they cannot come up with any reasonable doubt that these children, that they know the times, the dates, the places. They've got birthmarks on certain parts of their body where said person was, and these children, they said they can't come up with the answers. How do these children, because it's
scientists are baffled. Scientists are baffled.
No, but I'm just saying they are, because at the end of the day, they can't have any reasonable explanation why these children know.
It's nonsense. Come on.
Yeah, but if you look into it, have you looked into it though? Have you read the studies and the books?
I haven't read all studies and books, because there's a constant stream of bullshit studies and books coming out about this stuff.
Yeah, there's a constant stream of bullshit studies with everything. That's what I'm saying. So you've got to be open-minded. If you're gonna, really, I think your posts where it says God is not real, I think you should say all religion is not real, because in different religions they believe in different things. They don't believe in one God. Some religions believe in something totally different. Do you get what I mean?
What I say here is that the type of God that most people believe in as being an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-good entity that invigilates the universe, created everything and watches over everything and intervenes occasionally to help people find their car keys or a parking space or get a job, is not real. Right. We know that doesn't exist. We can be absolutely certain that such a God doesn't exist because it's defined in a way that cannot be. It's defined with properties that are mutually contradictory and can't exist together in one thing. So
why can't everything exist all at one time? Because everything is energy, right?
No,
everything is energy.
Everything isn't energy. No, that's not true. So there are limitations to what can be true. And for example, it's not possible for a being to be all-knowing and all-powerful, because an all-powerful being would never know what it's like to fail. An all-knowing being would never know what it's like to want to do something that they can't manage to do. So those two qualities just can't exist in the same thing. It would be like a round square. A round square can't exist.
What about, so like you think, oh, that's all woo with parallel universes and what they're finding out and about these other planets they're finding out. And do you think we went to the moon?
Yes, I think we went to the moon, Kimmy. The evidence for the moon landing is conclusive, and the whack jobs who say that we never went...
is that just something that they've conditioned you to believe?
No, I'm familiar with the evidence about this.
Have you been to the moon then?
Well, I personally haven't been there, but
there you go. That's my argument. That's my argument.
I don't think the fact that I'm not actually an astronaut is particularly strong argument to say that nobody's been to the moon, because the people who claim a moon landing hoax have come up with certain arguments for why they think that's true, and those arguments have all been comprehensively rebutted. So, basically, it's true to have to keep an open.
I'm not saying they haven't been to the moon. I'm not saying they haven't. I'm not saying they haven't. I'm just saying it's about the conditioning. It's about the conditioning for what you believe in or what you see on the TV.
I think it's also. I think it's also about learning to tell the difference between things that are likely to be true and things that are likely to be nonsense. And I think a really good source for that is Carl Sagan's Demon Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark, in which case in the book he gives something called the baloney detection kit. It's like a series of like best practices that you can use and habits you can get into to help you evaluate whether the things you're hearing are likely to be bullshit or likely to have some weight to them. And the thing is, right, we're constantly bombarded, aren't we, Kimmy, every day with claims about stuff. Claims about this God is going to help you, and this politician is going to do and this shampoo is going to be all day long, right?
I get all that.
And so we can learn to be more discerning about the things we hear, and we can learn to weed out the stuff that's obviously nonsense from the stuff which might be true.
But sometimes.
And stories about kids being reincarnated and all the thousands of studies that have proved that are not true.
But we don't know they're not true because the facts are there. That how do these children come up with these names, places, dates, and times, and everything else? Then
they don't.
But they do. There's studies on it.
They don't.
Just as there's studies on people on like the astronauts have gone to the moon, right? There's studies on these children that they're having these physical things that are happening to them.
Right. So here's the thing. There's studies and there's studies, right? So when someone says there's a study, like I could start my own journal tomorrow and call it the Journal of Psychic Investigation, and then I could go and speak to some people who have active imaginations, and I could interview 20 or 50 or 100 or 2,000 people who've got all sorts of interesting things to tell me. Then I could send it to a couple of my slightly brain damaged mates and go, peer review this for me, please. And they all run their own bullshit journals too. And now you've got a study that shows that 2,000 people said da-da-da-da-da-da and proving reincarnation. The thing is, we do have ways of evaluating studies, and we do have ways of evaluating evidence to see how seriously we should take it. And those ways are things like, have these data been reproduced in other reputable studies? How well controlled are the studies? How well designed are they? and had the data been subjected to rigorous peer review, and all of these sorts of things. And they build up a picture for you about how seriously you should take what you're hearing, right? And I'm telling you right now that these studies into reincarnation stories in children.
But you just sat here and said you've not looked into it, so you've not looked into it fully.
Because I could tell you I spent about 15 or 20 years looking into and studying psychic phenomena and stuff. I worked with James Randi on a project in the UK, right?
Yeah.
I worked with Chris French, who was the head of the anomalistic psychology department at Goldsmiths. I've been involved in investigating this stuff and reading up on it for years. And so I can tell you now, without even having looked at those studies, they're going to be bullshit. They're going to be badly designed. They're going to be improperly blinded. They're not going to be correctly randomized. They're not going to be correctly controlled. They're not going to be reproduced. They're not going to be peer reviewed properly. I'm telling you that.
So you're going to tell me out of all them studies, not one of them's true? Not one?
Not one.
Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah.
So you're telling me if you had a child and the child was saying to you, you know, me mum, me dad, like from a different life, blah, blah, blah. And your child was constantly at you and you decided to do a little bit of research and you found that your child was talking about somebody that was a real life person. They got the names, the dates, the times, where they were born, how they passed over and everything. That your child was a liar, yeah?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't necessarily say they were a lie. I would say maybe they heard that information somewhere. Maybe they didn't.
What, from 2 years of age?
Yeah,
3 years of age.
No children at 2-3 years of age are giving that kind of information.
Oh, but they are.
They're not.
They've got the facts. They've got the facts and the studies.
You shouldn't be so gullible.
It's not about being gullible.
It is.
At all. I mean, look at my name. What does my name say? Kimmy Divine Psychic Healing. So you're going to think that I'm woo-woo and that I'm full of bullshit.
I am.
That's really bad. So that's really not good. Do you know that?
I don't necessarily think that you're deceiving. I think that you probably believe the stuff that you believe. I would.
Yeah, but so how am I getting validations from people then?
Well, do you know who Derek Okora was?
He was a very, very, very good friend of mine.
Okay, so I went to see Derek's show one night, and I tracked every statement he made in the whole show, statistically, because I was interested, and he was terrible, right? Terrible. I probably would.
Was he terrible?
He guessed. He blundered. He made mistakes. Most of what he said was nonsense, but occasionally he would get something right, and the audience would all be, "Ooh." I kept a record of it. I probably could have done better myself. I think I think there were probably pets I've owned.
And how many shows did you go to see him in?
One was enough for me to.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Well, look, listen. What I want to say to you is look, we all have off days. Everyone has off days, right? And maybe you got them on a bad night.
The psychic powers weren't working that day.
But sometimes we do have off days.
Why didn't he claim the James Randi million then?
Maybe he didn't want to.
He didn't want $1 million.
No, he was making good money the way he was making good money.
He could have gone to James Randi. He could have easily passed it, and he could have taken $1 million and given it to his favourite charity. He just didn't want to do that.
Okay, well, I'm up for the challenge.
I'm actually not sure if the JRF is still going.
No, it's not. But I'm up for the challenge.
Right. Did you know who Gary Mannion was?
Yes.
Is he a friend of yours too?
No.
I offered him £50,000 in 2008 if he could do what he said he could do, and he agreed.
Okay.
And he agreed to be tested. So I put together a testing protocol. That was the project I worked with James Randi on, and Christopher French. And we put together a testing protocol. And we went out to dinner with Gary to talk about it, prepare everything for it. And at the last minute, he changed his mind. Didn't really want to do it.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't change my mind because. I just wouldn't change my mind because I believe in what I do is to when I help people and connect people and do what else I do is there's no way I would know that information. I just wouldn't.
Can you get some information from me now then?
No, I'm not sitting here at 3:20 in the morning connecting with people when I've been doing it most of the day, most of the evening.
I went to see a spiritualist a few years ago, a spiritualist church in South London.
I don't do spiritualist churches. Don't believe in them.
And she said, she started talking to me, and she was asking me about my family members, and I said, well, I have a sister who's not here, and she said, well, I've got your sister on the stage with me. She's right here. What I meant was my sister had emigrated to Australia recently. Not that she died, but apparently she was on stage with the psychic.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't do things like that.
They're not the real ones.
They're not the real ones. I mean, some of them probably are. I don't know, because I steer away from churches and congregations and things like that.
Right.
But I never ask questions. When I give a reading, I never ask questions. I only ask the person to say yes or no's. I do not sit there and go, oh, did this happen? I only ask for yes or no's.
Cold reading generally doesn't involve asking questions. It normally involves making statements and waiting for confirmation. So you don't need to ask questions. And then the subject of the cold reading normally filter out the misses and remember the hits. That was why I recorded all Derek Akora's stuff.
No, I mean, the way I work, I mean, I'm quite well known for the times, dates, places, stuff like that. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I get given things like that quite a lot.
I do.
And that's without asking questions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that you probably forget your own misses also. So you would
I'm not saying I'm 100% accurate all the time. Yeah. No, I'm not. I get a few no's, but you're probably quite an intuitive person, so you might get slightly more hits than an average person based on just picking up cues from the people you're talking to. What do you mean by intuition? How can I guess? How can my intuition bring someone's loved one through with times, dates, names, places, and how they pass?
Okay, I'm going to be really honest with you, Kimmy. You're not speaking to people's loved ones.
So who am I speaking to then?
You're speaking to yourself.
Who am I connecting with?
You're speaking to yourself.
So well, it is like speaking to yourself, because you don't hear their voices. You hear your own voice, and you hear your highest consciousness.
It's in your own head.
So in my own head. So I'm I'm very good psychic. Then I can do telepathy. Can I?
No, it's in your own head. I think that you're guessing things about people from who you're talking to, and occasionally you'll get it right, and occasionally you won't. When you don't get it right, it's not significant. There's a thing called the availability heuristic, which means that our brains remember. I'm talking right now. Our brains remember psychologically significant things and tend to filter out the bits that don't. So you might say 6 or 7 different statements, and 6 of them don't land, and then the one that does is going to define the moment for both you and the person you're talking to.
The way I work, right, is if I say, like, I brought someone's loved one through, I ask for yeses and nos, and if they say no, I then go back and re-ask. And I go, okay then, and I'll re-ask. I say, give me a bit more, because they're not accepting that. What are you trying to show me? Yeah. And then I will get something else.
Can you imagine how a process iterating in that way might get you to what appear to be insights about the person you're speaking to?
No, I don't know. No. I only get what I know. Yeah, so how do you explain that I've been like that from a very, very small child then?
You've been like what from a very small child?
I've been able to see spirits and speak and tell people things from a very, very small child.
I suspect you have a very active imagination, Kimmy.
And you say everything isn't energy. How comes I can see colours around things and people's energy? How do I see that and you don't?
Well, some people have a little bit of synesthesia, and so there's sometimes a crossover where people can sort of experience certain things. Some people say they can smell sounds.
I smell as well. Yeah, I smell
so
certain
you probably have a degree of synesthesia. That's interesting, isn't it?
I suppose that's you could say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, I mean, like, I'm not young. I'm not a young person. Like, I'm not quite 60 yet, but I'm almost there. And I don't think that what I'm getting is, and from other experiences that I've had, and you talk about near-death experiences, and you say it's all to do with drugs and stuff, and you know what's let off in your brain when you pass over and stuff like that. But my dad, God bless him, he's passed over just recently, but he was a paramedic for I don't know, over 50 odd years, and at least twice in his work, he's had 2 people that have woken up in the morgue, and they've literally registered their what they witnessed when they were gone. But how can you say that people don't live for an hour after when people have woke up in the morgue?
because they were not. If that did actually happen, then those people would
They were
not,
reported clinically dead.
then
Otherwise,
they-
obviously,
then-
they wouldn't
then
be put in a morgue, would they?
Then they were misreported. That does happen sometimes. There's a reason. There's a reason why only medically trained people can call a death, because death is actually quite complex. To actually declare someone dead is not always straightforward, and people sometimes make mistakes. And there are instances, they don't happen often, there are instances where people are declared dead who actually aren't dead. And when we hear about them, they sound pretty amazing, but statistically they're very rare.
So if you've never ever witnessed in your life anything paranormal ever, you've never seen spirit, you've never had any kind of... You're one of the lucky ones then, really. You're one of the lucky ones.
Kimmy, I'll tell you a secret. It's all
What?
bullshit. It's all bullshit. Don't tell
So you think once we're gone, that's it? Yeah. But then again, that's choice, isn't it? It's your choice, and
it isn't a choice. It's just
It is a choice.
There's no choice involved. It's just how it seems to me to be. Like I don't think
that's what I'm saying. That's your personal choice. That's your personal belief. That's what you believe.
It isn't a choice though. It's what I'm convinced of. The choice, I might want it to be different.
You're convinced of that. I'm convinced of this. So we could agree to disagree, and that's why I said it's about choice, isn't it?
Well, it isn't about choice. It's about what you find convincing. Choice isn't involved. I'd love to make the choice to say, okay, I'd love to keep on going after I'm dead.
Maybe I misworded that. It's about your own experiences and the way you've been conditioned, or the way you are, and things like that. So, yeah, but I really do think you should. I really do think you should change your thing. God is not real. I think you should have religion is not real, because I don't believe in religion either.
Religion is real. There are lots of religious people.
No, but I mean the concept of religion is a crock of shit. I think the Bible was written to control the masses. That's what I believe.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly written for that purpose, but there's some truth to the fact that certain religions have been adopted at politically convenient times.
Oh yeah, they have 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there you go, Kimmy. I think not really sure what to say about this.
If you get a chance and you see me live, come and watch me. I do lives on here, but I do a lot of private work, but I do lives on here. But come and watch me, and you tell me if I'm cold reading or whatever it is you think that I'm doing.
You are cold reading.
Or whether you think it's the voices in my own head.
You are cold reading.
It's very rarely I get a no, but when I do, I always go back and ask, and I don't sit there and ask questions.
But that's not a flex, Kimmy. That's not a flex. When you get a no and you go back and ask again, that just means you made a mistake, and then you get a mulligan to get it right the next time.
If they're not understanding what I'm saying, if I say, oh, I know, your cousin was Sam, did he wear red boots, let's just say, and they may say no.
This is bullshit, Kimmy. This is bullshit.
I'll
give you an example of how cold reading works. So you could be reading someone.
I don't know how cold reading works, because I don't cold read.
Right. I'm saying this to the audience, and this will be the sort of thing that you do. Is you'll be speaking to someone, and you'll say you're speaking about perhaps their grandmother that wasn't there anymore, and you might say something like, "And was she very close with her? Was she very close with your mother?"
But that's generic.
Hang on a moment. Was she very close with your mother? And the person might say no. And then your response would be, yeah, because I'm hearing that there was some tension there. And that person
I don't do that.
Will go away with the impression that was a hit. And if they say yes, then you can go, yes, because I'm hearing that it was a wonderful, close relationship. And then everybody remembers that you correctly identified the closeness in the relationship.
I don't work like that.
I bet you do.
I bet you I don't.
I bet you do. I read Ian Rowland's book on cold reading. This is how it's done.
Because I don't cold read. If I said, like, I've got your grandmother, and they say, no, I wasn't close. I say, well, you wasn't close to that grandmother. They go, no, I wasn't. They go, well, yeah, I was. Then I say, that I've got it wrong, basically.
Kimmy, I'm not going to call you a charlatan, because I think you probably believe in what you're doing, but it's not real. It's not.
And I want to say, I don't charge for my readings. My readings are all free, so I'm not in it for the money.
That's fine, but that makes me more confident that you're not a charlatan, but I think you are deluded, and I think the people who come to you are sadly...
So I've been deluded since I've been a very, very little girl.
Sadly so, yeah.
So you can't explain why my grandmother was sitting on my bed talking to me when I was a very, very young person. You can't explain anything, any phenomenon that's happened to me, no. my near-death experience. You're just telling me that's all. My whole life's been a crock of shit, bullshit.
I'm not telling you your whole life. I'm sure you have other aspects to your life in which you're delightful. I just think this particular aspect of your life is inauthentic, and you don't.
Yeah,
know
but that's been a biggest part of my life.
Well,
because
I wouldn't want to say you've wasted lots of time.
How did I know then that my son was in a motorbike accident and he was with a friend that he hadn't been with for 10 years, and I knew to ring that friend and I could actually see him go over the bonnet of the car, and I was the person that rang the ambulance? How do you work that out?
I can't possibly account for that, but what would be a more likely explanation is that your memory of those events is not accurate. That's a more parsimonious explanation than that you have special magic powers.
What do you mean special magic powers? It's not special magic powers at all. I believe everybody can do what we do. Everybody, we were born with it.
That's true.
We were conditioned out of it. I think everybody, we are spirits having a human experience.
We're not.
We are.
We're not. We are Homo sapiens. We are Homo sapiens. We are members of the, we are proud apes, and we have evolved over many, many, many hundreds of thousands and millions and billions of years, in fact, from humble beginnings, and spirits and ghosts and goblins.
I don't believe in evolution anyway. I don't believe in evolution.
I had a feeling you might say something like that. Yeah, I mean, sadly, Kimmy,
because we're still. Yeah,
evolution is a fact of biology, and
they're actually finding out now that
they're not.
You know, you've got people, you've got giants in the wrong.
No, you haven't. No.
All right, you need to look into that.
No,
it's
I don't.
True.
No, it's not.
It's true. Next, you're going to tell me you don't believe in aliens.
Well, Kimmy, is this just like is this like a sort of fabulous magical mystery tour of all the woo-woo we can cram into one conversation? Is there anything that you're skeptical about?
Yeah.
Tell me something that you're skeptical about. Oh, you mentioned religion. Okay, so you don't believe in religion, but you reject the pillar, the foundational pillar of biology is difficult for you to accept.
No, not at all. No.
Well, evolution being the foundational pillar of all of biology.
Yeah, but there's a big question mark over that, isn't there? There's been
there really isn't.
Many, many years.
There's a very small question mark over it.
No,
and the question mark is written in a crayon by religious imbeciles. There's no question marks over it.
No, it's not. It's not.
Kimmy,
it's not.
Stop being so gullible, Kimmy.
We come from a little bit of rock and a bit of water when we come from the sea, and then we went into Neanderthals and all that malarkey.
At the moment, you're waving a flag saying
we share more DNA with a mushroom than we do an ape.
That's actually not true at all.
That is true.
No, it's actually not true.
Or a banana,
or that either.
It's rubbish.
Not true. So, Kimmy, at the moment, this is heartbreaking, because at the moment, you're waving a big flag saying, I am scientifically illiterate. And that's on top of the other flag you've got in your other hand going, I believe in spiritual woo-woo. The two together are like a dance of bullshit. I'm spiritual woo-woo. I am scientifically illiterate. Come on, you can do better than this.
Because you can be anything and everything all at once.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. Your subconscious can.
Can you be a cheese sandwich?
If you want to be.
Fantastic.
You can be whatever you like nowadays, can't you?
Are you a cheese sandwich? Are you a cheese sandwich, Kimmy?
No, I'm not a cheese sandwich, no.
I think
I don't really go for cheese sandwiches.
I reckon you are Branston pickle and everything.
No, I don't do Branston pickle. I don't eat meat, so no.
There's no meat in Branston pickle.
I don't eat anything that's anything to do with any animal.
Branston pickle is animal free. I think you should try it. It's wonderful with good cheddar.
No, because it's all processed shit. I don't eat processed crap.
I'll make you some cheese.
No,
I've got a bottle of milk in the fridge. I'll just
I don't do milk.
Leave it in a warm room somewhere, and then you can.
No, don't do milk. Not done milk.
Kimmy, this is the silliest conversation I've had all night, but we've quite enjoyed it.
It's not silly at all.
It is vastly
silly. It's not, because at the end of the day, you can't prove that God isn't real, and you can't prove that He is. That's been an argument for many, 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 many years.
I can, but
you can't. So
there we are.
You're right, and everybody else is wrong. Is that how it's going to be?
Not everybody. There are quite a few people who agree with me.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anyone that agrees with you, they're all right. But anyone that doesn't, they're wrong. So you're right and they're wrong
on this particular issue.
That's just a way to get your numbers up and everything else, isn't it? Really, and just to have a debate, really, because it's TikTok, isn't it? It's social media crap.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just common sense.
It's not common sense because this debate has been going on for a very long time. No one can prove God exists. No one can prove that he can't. Simple.
Well, we can. Do you believe that Zeus exists?
Believe that who exists?
Zeus.
Well, I've got a dog called Loki. What does that tell you?
There you go.
It says it all, doesn't it?
There you go.
No, I don't believe.
You don't believe that Zeus exists, right? So there's certain. He
doesn't exist now. No, he doesn't exist now. He did exist.
Oh, you think he did? Okay, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, he did exist at some point in someone's mind somewhere.
Because
you've got to think, right? Everything is energy. Everything and everything. We're all connected, right? And anything and everybody that everyone. Anything that you think, has got to be existing because that's how we manifest things. That's how things come to life.
The gates of credulity are currently wide open. I think, Kimmy, you've been fun and more than slightly amusing. Well,
when you get to the gates, when you finally get to them gates, you're going to look back on this conversation and go, "Oh my God, that Kimmy was 100% right.
She was right.
She was right.
She was right. Even when she wasn't, she still was. She knew absolutely nothing about biology, but she was right.
I was right. You'll see. One day, come and get a reading off me.
I think it's unlikely that's going to happen, Kimmy. But I would love to have had.
You.
Well, I asked you to give me a reading right now, and you weren't willing
because
to.
I listen. It's 3:00 in the morning, and
do your psychic powers only work at certain times of day?
No, they don't work at certain times. I could do, but you wouldn't get the best out of me at this time in the morning. That's why I'm saying no.
Give me a tidbit. Give me a tidbit.
Then I would happily do it.
Give me one little factoid, one little thing.
No, because I can't do that right now.
Fair enough.
Not right now.
Okay.
I think I've had enough.
Good stuff.
You've
worked hard enough.
Persecution for one night. Yeah.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, I was hoping we were going to get a reading. I'll have to give myself a reading once you go. But I'm sure I'll be more effective than you would have been. But good stuff, Kimmy. Good luck.
You could have given me a reading if you wanted to. I'm up for that.
I'm sure I probably could have done just as well with you as you would do with me.
I'm sure you would.
I'm sure I would too. Well, thanks for calling in.
You're more than welcome. And I'm definitely not a victim. And I just love your little sheeples on here. Like, it's so sad, really, that everyone on here is 99 people. I'd say 78%
I've got news for you.
There's very close-minded.
There's another 328 watching us on YouTube right now. So this.
Right, that's great. That's absolutely. I bet they're having a great laugh over there. I'm on YouTube as well. Come and find me. Get your readings.
We are having a great laugh, but this is a platform for you to advertise your woo-woo, I'm afraid. So.
Oh, and by the way, Jesus was a real person. Do you know what he used to do?
Did he do readings
mushrooms.
too?
He used to do mushrooms.
He used to do mushrooms. Okay.
He did.
Okay. Oh,
that's for all your Jesus followers out there. He used to do mushrooms. He was a real person,
right?
Just like you and I.
Sure. Well, Kimmy, I hope that you don't take money from people from this stuff, because I think people who are
I don't. I do it all for free because.
Okay. Well,
God made me in His image.
Well, promise that you'll keep on not taking money from people, and then I'll be.
I don't do that. No, I've never done that because I've had this gift or these abilities since I was younger, and I believe everyone's got these abilities. Everyone's got it in them. You just got to dig deep, go within, and you'll find it.
There you go. Thanks for coming in, Kimmy.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was wild. Okay. I might have to invite the crazy Precept Logic guy back. Let's get Ice Pick in. Ice Pick is going to be the ultimate palate cleanse. Hey, how you doing?
Good. That was actually completely unintentional that I just joined. But
oh, was it?
How's it going?
Oh well,
yeah, I must have bumped the button, but
I'm very happy that you bumped the button. As they say, that sounds awfully rude, but I'm glad you're in. I thought that was fun, wasn't it? Oh dear.
Oh,
dear.
yeah, she was delightful.
Yes.
So it was funny that what I noticed. I did notice something when that Philbro clown came in. Did anybody else notice that he seemed to have brought a pack of his fellow fanboys with him?
Oh, what, the Hegel guy?
Yeah. In the chat, because there was like all of a sudden there was Phil Bros everywhere talking about how you're getting cooked and Hegel's the greatest and all this shit. I'm like, dude, these clowns,
but his argument was shit.
Them? I know, it absolutely was. And they were just saying, well, he can't even engage with a simple hypothetical. It's like, well, shouldn't hypotheticals be analogous, or else they have no explanatory power and are irrelevant?
Right.
Why the fuck should we care about your hypothetical when it has no explanatory power at all?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'll give him something. But he was rhetorically gifted.
Yes, absolutely.
But and that was why he's quite good at what he does. But that masks the fact that his arguments were shit.
Right. Well, I mean, that's so often the case. I mean, I feel like when it comes to the whole philosophical arguments for God, I think the being good at rhetoric is a distraction. Like the philosophical aspect is a distraction for the inconsistencies and atrocities in the fucking Bible. It's just a way to avoid having to justify that bullshit book,
For sure, yeah. It's just distraction, isn't it? Yeah. But hey, I'm sure he. Oh, absolutely, it's all just distraction, and then when you put the Bible in front of them, they run screaming.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So anyway, well, great to speak to you, Ice.
Well, I'll drop down. Yeah, good to talk to you, man. Have a good night.
Thanks, buddy. And you, pal. All the best.
Take care.
Bye. Okie dokie. Okay, I need to read some messages because there's a few super chats going back a while, and I feel awful for not having read them. So let's get up to date with these messages. So Bethos, lovely to see you, and thank you for this as well, of course. Bass audio amplifying L. Take Seeker of the Way. Caller is a Philbro L taker. Big Bang invoking poor Philbro with no useful education. Yeah, I thought Seeker was just a waste of space. I don't think he really was making any kind of argument at all. He was getting very confused with all that giving of life and stuff. I don't know if he actually knew what he was talking about. It was just a bit of nonsense, really. Babs, lovely to see you. Thank you so much. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was oops. Right, yeah, because God messed it all up, didn't he? He made the world, he populated full of people, he screwed it all up, had to start again. He thought, right, I'm going to kill everything and start again because that's going to fix it. Little did he know that it wasn't going to fix anything and he was going to be back in exactly the same spot again. What a useless chump. Really, come on. And Gates of Delirium says, something with made-up explanatory power that isn't justified can't infer anything. This is our friend, our Hegel friend. This is exactly why his argument was poo. Can't infer anything. This caller thinks it can. Infer isn't doing anything for you, caller. You said that perfectly, Gates. Thank you. I was trying to say that to him. That he was trying to magic explanatory power and inferential potential into his God hypothesis without earning it. You have to earn that stuff. You don't get to just say it. If you're going to make a claim like that, you have to demonstrate it first, and which was why I said it's like the ontological argument. I wasn't saying that it is the ontological argument. The ontological argument does a similar kind of thing. It just awards the property of existing to God without demonstrating it, and then expect us all to go, oh, yeah, okay, yes, God must have that property, and if it has that property, then definitionally must exist. It's just word games, and that's what that argument was as well. But I'm sure he left feeling wonderful about himself, and he was a gifted a rhetoric, I must say. The next message, Drew again. I think this was during the same conversation. Thank you so much, Drew. Why would a God who wanted life be more likely than a God who wanted a lifeless universe? Absolutely. And that blows a hole in the whole inference. In fact, it makes the argument so much worse, because even if we do grant the inferential power that he thinks he was owed, but that he wasn't, Drew makes the good point of saying maybe an all-powerful God would prefer a universe without life in it. And a universe like this, with these annoying little people, would be irritating and cumbersome to an all-powerful, all-knowing being who might prefer a neat, orderly universe without human beings and other life making a mess. I think that's a brilliant point, Drew. I wish I'd said it at the time. Forgive me for not. Then we have Craig says, FT only evidence for theism if theism predicts it. Fine-tuning. Fine-tuning is only evidence for theism if theism predicts it. And that guy was saying he thinks it did. He was trying to make an argument saying, on theism, we would expect to see this. Again, another claim made without being demonstrated. Their arguments are just word games. I swear. They're just word games. And as Icepick said, they're word games to distract from the fact that they really, really don't want to talk about how hideous their God is. He's a monster, and they don't want to talk about it. I like talking about it. I should have steered him onto God, shouldn't I? But anyway, there we are. We have Craig again. If naturalism is uninformative, fine-tuning is not expected or unexpected. Again, shooting holes in the bullshit. Thank you so much. And Babs back again with death has never had a near Babs experience. That gets a round of applause. I love that, Babs. Thank you. Brilliant. And Anony says, got to go visit a friend in hospital. Can we get some tots and pears? Maybe believers can miracle him well before I get there. Some thoughts and prayers. Well, yes, if you do have a friend in hospital, then we are sending good vibes, but we're not expecting that our good vibes are going to have any outcome determinative properties, unfortunately. And finally, for now, we have Tim again. Yes, everyone that agrees with me is correct. Yeah, that's the vibe. That is the vibe. So thank you for all of those messages, and apologies for the delays reading them. Sometimes I do let them back up a bit. I need to be a bit more on it than that. Let's check the queues. No one on the YouTube side, no one on the TikTok side. So we are without interlocutors right now. Let's have a look in the comments, in the chat rather, sorry, and see if there's anything we need to engage with. I'm okay to keep on going for a little while, by the way, people. If you would like me to, we could put a lid on it, or I'm happy to keep on going. Pezza, is that you wanting to come up? Oh, we can check the bingo as well. Let's quickly check the bingo, because there have been a couple of calls. Kif called Phil Bro Babble, hell yeah. And Kif also called No Morality Without God. So this is our second bingo round, people. We might lap ourselves, but not if we don't get anyone to argue with and debate with. That won't happen, of course. So what have we got? Pezza, did you say you wanted to come in? Pezza saying, let me join. You can request up. If you hit the button, I'll bring you in. What else have we got? Still early on the West Coast. Well, yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to keep on going. I'm feeling juiced. I'm good to go. No button. Pezza, try restarting the app and see if the button comes back. It is weird to me that that some people are not having the button to request up. I'm not happy about that. TikTok, sort yourselves out. We don't have issues like this on the other place. Maybe I can invite you up, Pezza. Let's try this. Can I do this? Let's see if I can do it from there. Can I find you in here? Pezza, there you are. Let's see if we can get you in like this. Try this. I think I've sent you a request. There you go.
Hello.
That worked, didn't it?
Yeah, hello, bro.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay, man. How are you?
I'm fine. You sound like you're having a good night. Are you okay?
Everyone says that. I'm not drunk. I'm just mentally not well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, welcome in. The floor is yours. Is there something particular you'd like to say? Because you're here now.
No. I was just challenging you, saying God is not real.
Oh, you want to have a discussion about that? Okay, great. Do you think God?
No, discussion. I want to challenge you.
A challenge. I like a challenge.
Yeah,
okay.
I want to challenge you to show me how God is not real scientifically. I want scientifical facts.
Well, I can't give you scientific facts, but I could give you. I can give you.
It's not true, then.
I can give you an argument. So what I'll concede to you, what I'll concede to you is I can't prove that God is not real. Okay,
exactly.
But I also can't prove that Santa is not real, and I also can't prove.
No, you can. You
I can't
prove Santa's real. Wait, you can. You can prove Santa's not real because you could show every 6-year-old chimney and Santa doesn't go down it.
Well, he's real. He's just retired. No, he's retired. He is real, but he's just retired.
Still under the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. No, he just doesn't deliver presents anymore, but he's still real. We can't disprove it, right? But
exactly.
the point.
So what I'm saying is real.
Right. But the point is, in the same way that we can't absolutely disprove things. We have no reason to believe certain things, do we?
No. Of course, unless facts, state otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the reason, Pezza, why I think God is not real, because there's no evidence for a God. Even though
there is. What evidence are you saying about? What sort of evidence do you need? Do you know that the Bible has over 2,800 link-ups from different eras? Do you know, actually, I want to ask you a question, John. Do you know how many people wrote the Bible?
I think it was just Dave, wasn't it?
No, it's just Dave, was it?
Didn't just Dave write the Bible?
Just Dave, the whole Bible, the whole 900-page thing.
Yeah, I think
written by Dave.
Just Dave wrote it. Yeah, he came back. He came back from the pub one night. Came back from the pub. He wasn't drunk. He was just having a good night, and he just got his pen out and wrote the Bible.
Got all fucking egotistical and
that's it.
Logical and wrote theological and. All this. Come on, bro. I know you're smarter than that.
Yeah, it was just some dude wrote it down on the back of a napkin or something in really small text.
But how so? So how can you explain that the Bible between the Old Testament and every religion is been proven 2,800 times linked up by people who never met each other ever?
Yeah.
Come on, can you explain? I know
you know it. You know it hasn't really. You know it's.
It has. How is it not really?
It's a load of bullshit. It's
bullshit. Is it though? I used to think it was, bro. I was an atheist. An atheist.
Dude, it's bollocks.
It's not bollocks. It's not bollocks. He told me. He touched me. He told me, bro. I know it sounds weird to you.
Show me where
you're the atheist that I was.
Show me on the doll where he touched you.
Oh yes, right. Yes, hey, bro, it's not like that though.
It's not like that. Oh, phew. All right, just want to make sure. Yeah.
It's not touched like that, bro. Honestly, I'm like you, man. I used to think it's bullshit. It's bullshit. I still sort of believe it's bullshit.
It is. It's bollocks.
It's not because something don't. How do you explain what happened to me then? How do you explain it?
I wouldn't deem to.
Exactly. So how do you explain it? And the other thing I'll ask you, why is it Christianity always gets hindered? Yeah, Islam is getting pushed upon. Islam's okay. They can pray in the streets and block our roads up. That's okay. Imagine that was a Christian prayer. My God, we all get arrested.
I'm pretty much against all religions. I think religion's a complete waste of time.
So you should be on my side against Islam.
I beg your pardon?
You should be on my side about Islam. You don't
I am.
publicly pray
and
block roads. That's not a sign of faith. That's a sign of dominance.
I think people can pray if they want to. I don't think anyone should block roads
yeah,
because I've got somewhere important to get to. Yeah, I've got somewhere important to get to. So I'm not I'm not a favour of blocking roads. Definitely not in favour of that.
Would you have pulled them out your way if they were blocking your road to go to church?
I think that I'm not in favour of any road blocking at all by anyone.
See, you're on your fence too much. Get the fence off your ass. You got splinters, my boy. I've
just agreed with you that I'm not in favour of road blocking by anyone.
Yes,
but that's got nothing to do with religion. My objections to religion are doctrinal, not to do with transportation efficiency. So my problem with Islam is that Islam teaches that people who don't believe the right things are going to be punished in hell, which is the same as my problem with Christianity, which teaches exactly the same thing. That
Christianity does not tell you to take the heads off the non-believers.
No, but it does. But it does.
It's in the Quran, though. It's in the Quran.
But the God of Christianity commanded just those kinds of things, didn't he?
No, he never said take the heads off the non-believers.
He said kill babies.
Love your enemies like your neighbors.
Dude, he said kill babies.
No, what? When did Jesus say kill babies?
God did it in 1 Samuel 15:3.
What did he say? How did he say kill baby? He said kill babies.
He did. He literally said kill babies.
How? Show me the scripture. He said, I will kill babies.
No, not I will. He was telling people to do it.
Oh, so he said he wouldn't do it.
He was telling people to kill babies.
And why? What's the context?
The context is that he was very upset with the Amalekites because the Amalekites had attacked the Israelites 400 years previously. The Amalekites had attacked the Israelites, and so God said, now go and attack Amalek, utterly destroy all they have, do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant. An infant is a baby, ox and sheep. Of just people.
Of the enemy. Of course, the Muslims not do that. That's literally what they're doing.
So I don't think that it would be appropriate for us to be having a conversation about what you don't like about Muslims. We're not going to do that because that's not what we do here.
But you're telling me what I'm telling you that
the God of Christianity is just as horrible.
He's a good God. He's a proper God.
He's just as horrible. God. Yeah.
No, he's not. He doesn't believe in making a 6-year-old girl pregnant. Is that okay to you?
I don't think it's okay. I think it's disgusting.
Oh, so you don't believe in Islam then? Because that's Sharia law. So you're against Islam then? You're anti-Islam.
Okay, Pezza, calm down, friend. Calm down.
Yeah, but are you anti-Islam? Because you don't agree with that.
Calm down. As I've said to you, Okay. As I've said to you, I have objections to most religions. I have objections to Judaism. I have objections to Islam. I have objections to Christianity as well. I am being honest about my opinion. I'm always honest about my opinion. I have a YouTube channel and a book based on my opinions. Honestly, I'm not a person who's shy about voicing my opinions. I voice my opinions to thousands of people every day.
No, even if you were hated by Muslims, you still voice the same opinion.
I am hated by a few. So yes,
I don't think so. I think you like them.
I think Pezza, we're gonna maybe draw this one to a close, friend, because
why?
It's feeling a little exploitative.
What? How so?
I wouldn't want to give the impression that we were using your compromised state for the purposes of entertainment.
Okay, so you're trying to say I sound so dumb that it makes you sound like you were exploiting me. So that's like a real, shrouded, abusive term.
You don't sound
you're too dumb to speak to me. Is basically what you're saying.
I'm saying it sounds like you need to maybe have a lie down.
No, I don't need to have a lie. I'm fine. This is literally how I speak. Why do you think you know that I need to have a lie down? What makes you in the position that you know?
Because you're slurring your words and shouting.
Yeah, but what? I have mental health issues that slur my words.
Okay.
Okay, does that make me inferior? Am I an inferior species now?
You are not inferior at all.
Okay, so you can keep speaking to me then.
Yeah. I think we're going to move it along, friend. But
yeah, okay.
It's nice to talk to you again.
Colors. Okay. Axel friendly, he's a cunt. He's a cunt.
All right, and we'll leave it there. There we go. So what to say about that, I'm not entirely sure, but there we go. Let's get Erin Grapejuice in. This will be a very different conversation. Hopefully TikTok. There we go. Erin, how are you?
Yeah, I think it's different. Good, you doing all right?
Very well indeed. It's been a while. Nice to speak to you again.
Yeah, we've had a lot going on, so we've not been paying attention to lives lately.
Well, I hope you're doing all right.
But my mother-in-law moved in with us, so there's a lot of changes. We're good otherwise.
Cool.
But I'm no evolutionary biologist by any stretch of the imagination, but I did have to take evolutionary anthropology classes for my degree program. And when Kimmy said that we have more in common genetically with a mushroom than chimps or apes,
yeah,
I think I cried a little.
Yeah, that was harsh, wasn't it? That was harsh.
That was very harsh.
It's terrifying to think that there are people walking around who think that.
Yeah, and I mean, we do share quite a bit with bananas and trees, but not nearly as much as we do with chimps and other, great apes like gorillas.
Yeah,
but that is it's irrefutable.
It's horrific. It's horrific to see that. I mean, it's not being elitist to expect people to have just the basic understanding of this stuff. That. My son grasped this stuff when he was 10. He understood it. I explained it to him and he got it. And he understood it.
Yeah.
There's no reason for adult people to be walking around that misinformed.
And yeah, that's one of the things. We live in one of the red states in the US, and my son has even learned that in his 6th, 7th grade science classes. So there really is, especially, people in other countries, they're like, you guys have a better education system than we do. So there's no excuse.
Yeah. Sadly, not everyone gets the same opportunities, even within the education system. And, maybe there were some gaps there for her. But pretty harsh to hear that. I agree with you. It's wild, isn't it?
But that's kind of all I had to say. I don't know the person before me. I definitely think he was having a good night, or I don't know. It's very late for you guys, but he was probably just relaxing after a weekend at work, and
it sounds a bit that way. And we have spoken before, and there was a bit of a crisis with him at some point, and I was messaging him to check up and make sure he was okay. So I think all is not necessarily well in that world, and I do hope he's okay. I do hope he's okay.
Yeah, same. Yeah. Don't wish ill on anyone, especially people I don't agree with. But but I will go down, or go off.
All right.
Let you go about your night.
Nice to speak as always, Erin. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Have a good one. Bye.
And you, take care. Okie dokie. Let's get in Sitting Sir Dude. That's a great name. Sitting Sir Dude. Sitting Sir Dude was there, but has now dropped out. Try and request up again, unless you didn't mean to, in which case, don't worry about it. I was looking forward to finding out what your name meant. Sitting Sir Dude, if you're still there and you want to come in, click the button again. Otherwise, oh, my bad. Was that not intentional? Fair enough. You could come in and say hi anyway if you want to, but no worries. So both queues are currently empty. We are at the 6 hour 18 mark. So if no one's going to come up, then I'm going to start kind of. I got you sitting. No worries, friend. I will start kind of aiming towards a bit of a lid on it soon. If there's no more calls, because we are kind of getting a bit late. Seems that way, I think. Just checking if there's anything else I need to respond to. I don't think there is. Lacadian is back. Let's bring Lacadian back in. And see. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you go soon. I just wanted to let you know that last Tuesday, before you did your live during the day, I was in Thinkers Live just as in the chat section. Yeah. And there's a guy that went up, and she has her lives recorded on YouTube too, if you wanted to go check it. Because I don't remember the name of the dude that went up. But he basically trolls, not himself. There's like a group of atheists. And he used the term us white atheists. And they troll Deconstruction lives like this. And they specifically in the comment section try to trigger people in arguments. And when he went up, he admitted to all of that. Wow. And she knew who he was because she recognized him from a different account. They have more than one account as well. So I just wanted to make everybody aware of that sometimes if people come in and they start arguing with us, they may not necessarily be opposition. They could be just actual trolls. And he said something about they're doing like a study. We talked about studies earlier with what's her name?
Study. Yeah.
So I don't know what they're collecting, if it's just like reaction of atheists or whatever it is, but it's a little concerning, but also just for people to be aware. I just wanted to say that.
No, I really appreciate that. So what are we specifically looking out for then? What's the handle or the identifier that we can be on the lookout for to kind of approach with care?
Well, if anybody wants to go check out her channel on YouTube, I'm not sure her name on TikTok is Thinker. On
she's
YouTube,
great. She's super smart.
She is. Now, there are people that have a problem because she can be aggressive. And for me, it doesn't bother me, but I've heard people had bad experiences. And I guess I see that side as well. But she's super knowledgeable. She's really good at what she does. And her intent is really good. But this guy, it was on Tuesday morning. So last Tuesday, if anybody wants to go check on her YouTube channel, it would be recorded there. I don't know how long she keeps those up for.
Sons of Clippy has just said the identifier is Ty Wolf, TYWOLFE, and all of his sock accounts. Obviously has a few socks. So okay. Yeah, Ty, thanks for that, Sons. Appreciate that. Okay, so eyes out for that.
Yeah, and he had been muted or kicked out of her YouTube channel, so he came onto the TikTok and came up on the panel and talked to her, and she recognized who he was, and people in the chat were really upset. She didn't seem so upset because she knew that was going on for some reason, so she had heard about it for sure.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, thanks
anyway,
for the heads
I just
up,
wanted to make people aware of that.
Appreciate that. Yeah, no, good service to the community. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're
Cheers,
welcome.
bud.
Okay,
Thanks,
well, have
man.
a good night, and thank you for it was a great live.
Thank you. I'm going to start winding it down very shortly. So really appreciate you. Thanks, buddy. Cheers.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take care. Okay. I guess that's probably about it. By the way, my eyes watering are not because I'm tired. I get hay fever and I get like nothing. And then May comes along and suddenly it's obviously a particular type of pollen, which is in the air, and it gets my eyes. So my puffy eyes are not because I'm tired. I'm just hay feverish. If we had callers, I'd keep going, but we don't. So probably going to put a lid on it now. Of course, I have to show the members wall. These are the inner circle, and we are going to continue reading them until we get to a certain number, and then I won't read them out loud anymore. I'll get them on some kind of ticker or roll or something so that they can be proudly displayed. But for now, of course, we have Oceanus, we have Pseudo v Science, Stefan, the Musical Monkey, Torag, Tracy, Wacky Slush, PVG, Rich, Leakest Wink, Tim Cooney, my eyes are watering, Tom, Upshot, Cat B, and Amon Ra, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Issa, K.R. Young, Lacadian, Moustache Boy, Cat B, Drew Smith, Flibberty Giblets, How to Push Back, Jiffy Cones, Kiff Web, and Make It So. My eyes are going crazy. Yeah, that's it. Those are the people who are the inner circle. So I really, really appreciate them. And I really appreciate all the supporters at every level and the people who just turn up all the time. You are all wonderful people. I really, really appreciate you. Incredible work from the mods as always as well. Yeah, Annabella, you do the eye drops too. I've got to get some actually. I don't have any. I sometimes use a spray which helps, but it's weird. It can be like nothing and suddenly it just comes on. Craziest thing. So thank you for bearing with me with that, with my crazy eyes. And thank you everyone for turning up. I really appreciate that you do. I know that you are other places you could be. So the fact that you come and hang out with me here is absolutely amazing. So thank you very, very, very much, everyone. I love you all. We will be doing the day stream again on Tuesday, although there is a possibility that this week I may need to move it to Wednesday. So I will confirm that in the next day or so. There's just a thing happening on Tuesday which might mean it's easier to just push. I don't want to get here late and have to do a shorter one or something like that. So I'll let you all know. But thank you so much for the kind words and the super chats and the likes and the engagement and the involvement and the support and the encouragement. It really means the world to me. So thank you everyone for everything, and see you in the comments and see you at the next live. Take it easy all.